Nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go louder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back while I catch fire.
Aloha kakahiaka, good morning to you. This is the Sambazon Morning Update here at the Michelob Ultra Pure Gold Haleiwa Challenger. All sights on a wild ocean. Liam O'Brien freshly qualified for the tour, talking to Reynos Hayes and a local story, a kid that's going to Wailua High School, still a junior, Shion Crawford, moving on into another big round of competition. Jack Robinson talking to Matty Bemrose. He'll be first heat in the morning. Second heat of the morning, it's John Florence on his way to potentially a second title here at Haleiwa. And the ultimate surfer, Zeke Lau, back on tour. One of the biggest threats when it comes to competing on the North Shore of Oahu. Thanks for being with us, Joe Turpel, North Shore legend, big wave champ, Makua Kai Rothman. Good morning, Makua. How are you feeling today?
Good morning, Joe. I'm feeling excited. We have the men's quarterfinals about to happen. Fireworks all day long, Joe.
Can you just show the viewers out there what it's like to drive all the way to this end when we have this kind of energy in the ocean? I mean, I saw cars pulling over at Waimea. You could really feel the ocean coming to life today.
Yeah, definitely. You could feel it from yesterday. They called the contest off. The power was there. The energy was there. It came up. It subsided a little bit this morning, but it was still very full of energy, very exciting, and very excited to get the day started.
It got really exciting when we saw it was a quick call that is going to be on today. Let's get more details on the decision as we say good morning to Strider Wazalewski with Travis Logie.
Thank you, Joey. Yeah, down here on the beach with Travis. Travis, we got action today. A lot of water moving out there. It looks like a handful to me. What do you think?
Yeah, Strider, I'm pretty sure it is a handful, but there's heaps of waves, heaps of opportunities. It's actually cleaned up from what we ran in yesterday, but there's still some bombs out there. The free surf so far has been insane, so we're looking forward to a good day. Men's quarterfinals are on. Everything else is on standby after that. We'll make a call towards the end of the quarterfinals what we're going to do, but right now it's super exciting.
Can you tell me a little bit about the water and the water safety team and how that'll work with the surfers when the big sets come in?
Yeah, same as yesterday. If the surfers get washed into the harbor or out into the lagoon over there, the skis will be able to pick them up and drop them on the inside here. They won't take them all the way back out, but they'll be able to drop them on the inside there and save them a couple minutes.
Well, there you go. We got some jet ski assist if they need it. We're on today. The waves are bombing. It's going to be entertainment at its best.
That's right, Strider. Looking forward to it. Travis Logie just made that decision to call it on. It just reminded me of what he did during a Code Red swell in Tahiti. Went all the way to the semifinals. He's not afraid of hard work in the ocean, and he wants to see how these challengers will take on Haleiwa. But quickly, Makua, we had a lot of celebrations happen on the beach. Dreams realized for some of our surfers that qualified. Liam O'Brien got the news yesterday. We saw him as a wild card earlier this year at Rottnest, and I think all of his friends got to meet up and congratulate him. We've got Nat Young coming back. Big news for Hawaii as well, getting some backup with Imaikalani deVault getting the great news as well.
Oh yeah, I was talking to Imai, the past few weeks and telling him this is your time, boy, and his surfing is on fire right now. Congratulations to all the competitors that qualified. You can see number 1 through 14 here right now. Samuel Pupo just above the cut line. We have Jacob Wilcox is hot on his trail, so it's anybody's game on finals day today.
Colin Robson officially qualified. That was a big one for him. Kind of had an underdog role in a global perspective. Australia knew that he could get it done, and our first ever Peruvian male to qualify, Luca Macinas, is officially on tour. It was a bit of emotional read hearing from world champ Sofia Milanovic saying how proud she is that they'll have a Peruvian on the top 34 starting a pipeline at the end of January.
Oh yeah, Peruvians, their heart, their warrior spirit is always full throttle, and congratulations to Lucas Macinas for qualifying for the championship tour.
So we're keeping an eye on those last few spots. Guys like Carlos Munoz, Jackson Baker, that part of that list isn't official yet, and you've got coming up in this first heat Jacob Wilcox, who is very inspired. This is just the quarters, so with 10,000 points on the line for a win, those guys aren't safe at this point.
Oh yeah, like I said, that last spot is definitely not safe. We're gonna see what happens, but right now, back to the water, live action. Go ahead, Joe.
First heat of the morning, 30 minutes, no restarts. Kicking off with someone who officially qualified, well, a few days ago. So he's been nice and relaxed. Coming from Encinitas, Jake Marshall, first to qualify from that region on the men's side since Taylor Knox, Rob Machado. Great part of the world in Southern California, and he's proud to be representing next season. Wilcox, we mentioned him. He's got a big contest on the line here to qualify. The Goofy Foot from WA has one of his best friends and sparring partners in this heat, Jack Robinson. And also just throw in Zeke Lau, who's already clinched his spot nice and early due to a big win that he had in Portugal. When you look at all these names in one box, it's one of the toughest heats I've seen so far in this event at Haleiwa.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, Jake Marshall qualified, Zeke Lau qualified, Jack Robinson on tour. The story of the day will be Jacob Wilcox, and if he can get the job done today.
So now at 29 minutes on the clock, breaking down the conditions. This day is not like most days we've had. Getting a punch through the whitewater, and an opening ride just up and out is Jack Robinson. McCool, what are you looking at the secrets to success or surviving the ocean today?
Well, up and riding, we have red here, Joe.
Yeah, Jake Marshall quickly throwing down the first maneuvers of the morning. Carve, then snap off the top. There's that flow in the whitewater, and that thing is going to be hard to ride out of with two sections colliding. And they actually have different directions. One's shoving you down the line, one's coming towards the beach. Can easily rip your board out from under your feet. But good news for Marshall, got some turns completed here, McCoy.
Oh yeah, here he is dropping in. I think today is really going to be about the bottom turn and setting up that one big maneuver out the back. Nice big snap up there in the lip now. Coming through the foamy section, just trying to finish this wave. Looks like he was going to get some points on the board and try and get himself back into the channel to try and get back into a good position. The current's really ripping out there today, so a lot of these waves you see ridden today could be position waves. And when I say position waves, I mean to get themselves back into the channel, to reposition themselves and not get sucked out to sea.
So a bit of just having awareness of where you're sitting in the water so you're on the right waves and not getting sucked out to sea. The Water Patrol will have a busy morning making sure that they're available if the surfers need their assistance to put them in the right spot. You're going to see constant paddling throughout the day. Never stop. Always paddle, stay in position, and when you've got the best Water Patrol in the world, you know you're going to have a great day.
Well, you can even see Kavika Foster's jet ski there is getting sucked out. And, you know, today is going to be about, I think, about the bottom turn, about the fitness level of these guys, you know, how they're prepared for this event, because it's going to take a lot of effort, a lot of energy. And you see Kavika sitting there on the left side of the channel. He's waiting for the people to get swept to the opposite side of the contest and to be able to take them around, drop them back off in the channel. So if you're looking at the screen now, ladies and gentlemen, the jet ski you see on the right-hand side is waiting for the people to get flushed out that way. We have very big sets and a very good chance, Joe, of people getting sucked out into that channel on that side.
Pretty special crew, the Water Patrol, that you've basically grown up with your entire life. What's their act like when they're meeting in the morning and discussing safety? I mean, obviously they take that incredibly seriously.
Yeah, I've been a part of the Hawaiian Water Patrol since inception. And I grew up with Terry Hui and his family, Kamalani. You know, there's a picture of us at his graduation party kissing as kids, and there was a big picture blown up at his graduation party. And yeah, that's my ohana, that's my family, and that's some of the best watermen in the world. Terry has saved multiple lives, countless lives out here on the North Shore. Him and Brian Kealana created something very special, and as what you see today here in the Hawaiian Water Patrol, you know, morning routine, everybody gets together, goes over the safety plan. They know what to expect. You know, they're very versed out here in the North Shore. This is their bread and butter. These big, crazy, wild conditions, you don't get any better than right there, the Hawaiian Water Patrol.
Oh, it's really cool to see them in action and all types of surf, at all types of venues as well. I'll never forget the images in my mind of, you know, the last eddy that was run in gigantic conditions, and they give you this sense of calm that everything is going to be okay. They run such a steady ship when it comes to protecting everyone in this environment. And lucky to have their watch here in this seat. Jake Marshall, 5.17. Jack Robinson, 0.7. Zeke Lau and Jacob Wilcox yet to get started here at the 25-minute mark. Zeke Lau and Jack Robinson had a crazy battle when it came down to qualification at Sunset Beach a couple of years ago. Both were looking for spots on tour. Both were looking for the win, and it came down to a collision at the Vans World Cup in 2019. And next thing you know, Zeke was in second. Jack got the win, and Zeke Lau had to think about falling off the tour. He used that as fire, and he's already come back. But it was one of the most dramatic scenes we saw when we knew there was a lot on the line, Makua.
Yeah, that was a pretty crazy event right there, and you know, you live, you learn, and you know, Zeke came back stronger than ever. Like I said, he's winning right now. He's in perfect form, so I'm sure he'll give Jack Robinson a run for his money this year on tour.
It's going to be fun to see those heats and those battles continue as we look at Jacob Wilcox. Flying down the line, he took one pump, but you can just see all that energy. You can just sit there, and this wave has so much power. It's going to send you down the line with a force. Couldn't find a section to work with, so that's going to be the challenge today. After all that hard work to stay into positioning, all that paddling, and then if you get a wave where you don't complete a maneuver, that's going to be hard to swallow.
Yeah, you said it perfectly, Joe. Positioning. You know, positioning is going to be key today. Positioning, wave selection is going to be very, very key to get an open face wave, get those big turns, and get the rewards from the judges on those big maneuvers.
Looking at 23.5 on the clock. Priority is with Ezekiel Lao. We talk about his comeback, but he's had good performances on the championship tour. Bells Beach is actually one of his favorite stops on the calendar. Big open ocean, right-hand wall. He's made the final series there in the past. Here comes Zeke now. Snaps it right under the whitewater section. Hits it hard off the top. There's the climb in the whitewater. Such a smart competitor. First wave on the board, getting some completions done. He'll be in at least that second position behind Jake Marshall now.
Yeah, that was a you know, very similar wave to Jake Marshall. Little glimpses of Portugal there in those snaps and those challenging conditions on the waves. But nonetheless, Zeke Lau really poised and patient here off the bottom. It's a nice jam under the lip there. Comes around again, really just lays into that top turn. And a little foam climb here for the execution at the end of the wave.
Has such a strong performance in waves like this, and he's featured that layback ever since he was a little kid. How do you like that move?
Well, that's a favorite move of a lot of Hawaiian surfers. You really get to lay back, like right there, getting the fins up above the lip. The layback, if you see, they lay back, they put their hand on the back of the wave so they kind of know where they are without looking backwards. Put a lot of pressure on that back foot, transfer that weight over to the front foot so your board doesn't go flying in the air. Transfer it over and try and get that shoulder back over so you can get yourself repositioned over the top of your board and ride out of it.
I suppose the whole wave system, wave pool technology is really changing the game. If people start getting access to try maneuvers over and over again. Surfers, you always have to wait for swell, the right conditions for certain moves. When you were growing up, would you just try to pick a maneuver you really wanted to master and try that as much as you could in one session until you perfected it?
Yes, definitely, Joe. You pick certain maneuvers out at certain times in your career, and you work on those. You know, you try and build upon what you have, what you already have down. And for me, to all of you watching out there that want to get better at surfing, because I get a lot of questions. How do I get better at surfing? I really think the fundamentals of a bottom turn. The bottom turn sets up any top turn, regardless of where you're at. So I think the most important turn that people don't work on enough is the bottom turn, Joe.
It's true. It's such great advice. You know, as a kid, too, you want to try airs real quick and everything else, but those fundamentals are so important. Jack up and out. That was a priority wave, so that's how hard it is to find a piece of clear water at the moment. It's like a river just working against you to push you out of position. Total day of fitness. Jacob Wilcox finding something to work with for turns. The first that he's executed today. Scores for Zeke Lau in a 6.23, so better than Marshall's. And that puts him out in front. Here he goes again. Just fading. Nice patience for Zeke Lau. Squares up off the lip. Stretched out bottom turn. There's the fade again for Lau. And a speed float. Well put together. And in a day where it's hard to find a decent canvas to throw down some turns, Zeke's making it look fairly easy. But how's this section for Jake Marshall? Deep off the bottom, front side wrap complete. Whitewater section and a wild end section maneuver will take down Jake. And that was a powerful section shutting down on Marshall, not holding back. And Zeke and Jake will still be in the top 2.
Yeah, Joe, Zeke, beautiful way to just put some points up on the board, you know. It's not a big high-scoring heat right now. You get yourself on the board, you build your house. Right here, this move for Jake Marshall, I think, is very crucial. Could have been a really big score had he completed this ride, but he just got stuck under the lip there. He didn't go high enough up on the lip. It kind of did a little hiccup. So he thought he was at the top. Unfortunately, he did not complete that ride. Zeke Lau just gliding in. Just a flying Hawaiian on that one. Arms wide open, smashing the top. Nice wrap back into the power of the wave. Beautiful speed float to finish it off. Zeke Lau looking very strong, very solid as always, putting some more points up on the board, Joe.
Zeke's made the switch to Koro surfboards recently. It was so fun how he chipped in so early. Looked like he was snowboarding. Just was able to fade and set up the lip. Really well done there for Zeke. 4.83. His high mark still to 6.23. Marshall's last still factoring in. Those two guys in the top 2 at the moment. All focus on Jacob Wilcox to see if he will be able to qualify for the championship tour next season. Let's catch up with the local boy in the quarterfinals. Shion Crawford's with Strider.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Shion. Shion, you must be super excited to still be rolling through this event here at your hometown.
Yeah, I'm just super stoked to just surf at my hometown and just represent Haleiwa and just make it to all the way to the quarters. So stoked.
Any words from Shabat before you got out or going out into your next heat?
Oh yeah, I gotta thank him so much. Like, he's my coach and been with me for like a couple years. So yeah, super stoked for him.
And what kind of board are you gonna ride?
My 6'2", brand new. Just got it like yesterday or 2 days ago, and I rode it today. It was pretty good. So yeah.
All right, unreal. Can't wait to see you surf, man. Good luck.
Thank you.
Shion Crawford, so stoked to be in this event, a junior in high school at Wailua, and taking some time off class to compete against the best in the world. And he mentioned the name Shibata, Jason Shibata, one of the best, one of my favorites to surf Haleiwa, longtime pro surfer that's been giving back and mentoring the up-and-comers as we see some bombs coming through. A ton of energy today that's not going to be slowing down for a while, Makua.
No, we'll have power on offer all day. We'll have beautiful rides out here in Haleiwa. Power to match power right now. Ezekiel Lao out in front with a 6.23 and a 4.83. You know, Jacob Wilcox is the real story here, looking to get a 7.54 to advance. And that little wave that he caught, Joe, I think that was either positioning or just a bad move, but he definitely has to throw caution to the wind right now and really get his board up in the lip and get some critical maneuvers done.
16:40 on the clock, and Zeke Lau still leading. Wilcox needs a 7.54. Jack Robinson needs an 8.57. The two surfers from WA in 3rd and 4th at the moment in the first heat of the quarterfinals. John Florence coming up next in quarterfinal 2. You're watching the Michelob Ultra Pure Gold Haleiwa Challenger. These are the updated rankings. Every name with a Q on it means you've qualified. That's what you want to see pop up. If also your name is in white, means you're still in the event. So we've got more qualification statements to make. Will Joao Chianca hold on to his spot? Will Jackson Baker hang on? Will Carlos Munoz qualify for Costa Rica? Those guys have been knocked out, but they're still holding qualification spots. Sammy Pupo still in this event, just right above the cut line. And look how far back Jacob Wilcox is, 23rd. If he makes it into the next round, the semifinals, he will actually move up to be equal with Sammy Pupo. Again, Pupo hasn't surfed in this round yet, but that's how close this will be and how important it is for Jacob Wilcox to survive in this first quarterfinal of the morning. Back to action here, Jack Robinson. Fresh off the win in Mexico, he's gaining confidence. He's turned into a man the last few years of his life. Happily married and happily enjoying the end part of this wave at Haleiwa. There's that layback. Cool move to fit into a tight space. It's interesting too when the wave changes in size here at Haleiwa. You've got a bigger board sometimes out the back, and then you got to fit your big board into maybe a small 1 foot section with all that speed. I really like that creative line that he used to finish Bukua.
Yeah, Joe, well, you said it right there. All that speed will carry you through with that bigger board into that smaller section, so you can lay down those big turns. Here we go, up and riding Jacob Wilcox.
Wilcox, nice easy pace. First swing off the pockety section there, had a lot of turbulence that he had to go through. And another awkward section will have him slide out. A lot going on today. Obviously the waves have a different type of energy, even compared to yesterday on the rising swell. Jacob, though, has started so smooth in his early round heats with some big connections. This one looked really tough to surf, Bukua.
Yeah, definitely wave selection here was, not the best. He's really got to get some scores on the board, so I'm sure he was feeling the pressure to catch this wave. Little bobble up there in the lip, and, Jack Robinson, definitely with the silky smooth style. Nice down carve, laying back. Another nice grab rail. Gets a little caught up there getting back to the powerful section, but here you go, Joe, what you were talking about earlier. Setting up that inside section on a longer board, putting a beautiful layback right in the perfect part of that wave and finishing that wave off beautifully.
Jack and Jacob bring the best out of each other. When they're back home in WA, they'll go up and down that amazing coastline and just put on battles. Every single day, they're trying to one-up each other. And there's certain waves where, Jack Robinson's got the box on his front side, Wilcox has to take it on backhand, and there's opposite lefts way up the coast that they surf, and, turning groundbreaking performances. You see that with brothers, you see that with best friends, where they probably have to thank each other the most for having a peer that they could have pushed them more than anybody else in the world.
Oh yeah, well, I want to thank my brother first and foremost. Going through some of the things that I've been through in life, he's definitely got me to I gotta keep going, I gotta keep up with this little bugger, because he's on fire. He's smashing up all the craziest waves there are right now, and I know exactly how that feels to have a front sider and a back sider, and going up and down the coast and having those battles. But right now, Jacob Wilcox is in a battle for his career.
And another great example of that, front regular and a goofy foot brother, Conor Coffin preparing. He's got a younger brother, goofy footer Parker Coffin. And Glenn Micro Hall broke his back in competition at restaurants and had to recover, got himself back on tour, and he's turned into a super coach. Said his last year on tour, he still went through a lot of back pain and realized he might have a new career. And Conor's been happy to be part of the Micro Surf Academy for many years now. Conor's been turning in some big carves. He even found a good barrel yesterday. For that heat, he's got John Florence, Sheon Crawford, and freshly qualified Australian Callum Robson.
Yeah, this is a big heat coming up, Joe. Conor Coffin definitely on fire. John. I mean, what can't you be said about John? Sheon Crawford, the story with Callum on that one, but up and riding in red.
Big drop for Marshall. Almost looked like he was going below sea level by the time he got down to the bottom of that beast. No turns there, but the drop was so significant. So we look at that clean carve off the top for Jack Robinson. Nice vertical coming down with the lip line. controls a healthy combination. Now 10 minutes on the line. Sometimes fans have these, thoughts going, hey, two good friends in the water, one who has a lot on the line. Will there be some help from the other competitor? A lot of times you just have to take care of yourself and your own vision. It looks like that's what Jack's doing here.
Yeah, Jack Robinson takes no prisoners, whether it's your friend or a foe. He's out there, he's getting the job done, and you see right there with one big, right here, really straight up into that critical part of the wave, free falling back down for a beautiful finish. Jack Robo's looking silky smooth, Joe.
Such a great approach. I think when he was younger, you always thought about him in slabs, always thought about what he was doing progressively as well. And he'll always remind you his favorite thing to do is lay down a carve going as fast as he can. That feeling that you can get, especially in Hawaii, when you have a powerful wave and you can lay something down as hard as you can, is what feels the most rewarding to Jack these days. And he's got a 7.83. Robinson's in first. Zeke Lau to second. Jake Marshall now needs a 5.9 to advance, and Jacob Wilcox needs an 8.89. Judges rewarding that performance for Jack Robbo.
Yeah, you've seen the difference in Jake Marshall's wave and Jack Robinson. They're similar style waves closing out at the end. Jake Marshall opted to go down the line and try and race it, where Jack Robinson really just took his time, got two maneuvers into the closeout, and got scored.
Such a clean read for Jack Robinson. And seeing Jack and Zeke in the top two reminds us of that final at Sunset that we just relived. Rolling in now, Wilcox. Backhand work is really not helping him out this morning. He's had a couple of awkward falls. It's hard not to think about the pressure that he might be feeling in this situation. We remember back in 2019 when he was in a position to qualify, and Kelly got the wave with 30 seconds on the clock and got the 6.93 to knock him out of the event. So he's had some close calls in the past, but a lot of experience at the big show as well. He's had over 10 wildcard call-ups to the championship tour when he was just a young teenager. So just like Robinson with a young, big profile, Wilcox was exactly the same.
Yeah, well, having those wild cards, there's not really any pressure. You're the wild card, you're the spoiler. But when it comes down to you solidifying your spot for sure on tour, a lot different pressure, Joe. You know that some people are cut out for pressure, and you can see right now his nerves are definitely getting the best of him. He's only got 7 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. He needs an 8.89 to advance, and right now he's looking like he's a little nervous.
And looking at, every day being different in the ocean, real steep north swell that we're seeing at the moment, it'll be interesting to see what it's like out there backhand. He's surfing against three guys that can be on their front side in this heat on a challenging ocean. Typically, that's what you'd prefer in conditions like this.
Yeah, well, you see the likes of Kelly Slater, Andy Irons, they make it happen backside, front side, any side. And when it's time to get big results under big pressure, they make it happen. And up and riding right here, Zeke Lau.
Zeke Lau rolls in, wide open face. There's that front side hook to start. Speeding into the whitewater section, will just flow right through. Hoping for another maneuver here. There's a nice vertical. Drills the whitewater section and stays in control. So Zeke Lau loving that one. Needs a 7.11 to take the lead off Jack.
Yeah, that was a beautiful wave, Joe. He definitely rode that to the best of his abilities, and at the end of the wave, he really liked the way he performed, and that's why he gave himself a hand.
And you'd think he doesn't want to get second in this heat to Jack. He wants to win this heat into the semifinals.
Yeah, this heat's a little more personal. Nice big carve up in the top there. Speeding down the line, and a nice kind of down the line speed turn to get around this section, Joe. That bottom turn straight up into the lip there. One more time, fins free, free falling. Give him a hand, ladies and gentlemen. Ezekiel Lao really taking control of this heat as well.
Not easy sections to make look so rippable, and he's done that. There's so many changes that are happening under his feet, especially when you're getting that shallow part in that toilet bowl section. And Zeke had such a knowledgeable read on that last wave. Scores will be coming through. 5:40 still on the clock. Quarterfinals called on early this morning by Travis Logie and Marty Thomas. Next rounds are on hold as they'll keep an eye on the conditions. Could either be semifinals for the men or the round of 32 for the women. So everyone is on deck watching this heat unfold. 5.13 for last of Zeke. He won't take the lead, but protecting second, which is just putting more pressure on Wilcox. Jacob needs a 9.19. He's done well on his backhand at Bells Beach. That was Wilcox, his best result that he had as a wild card, where he made the quarters. Knocked out Kolohe and Dino after Kolohe started off the year #2 in the world. So he's felt those pressure moments, and that backhand has gotten him out of trouble, but a 9.19 on one wave. Let's see if he can do it.
Yeah, Joe, I mean, these are challenging conditions, but it can be done. We've seen, you know, the judges reward for one big turn, 7s, you know, almost 8s already. So if he can get a wave and hang 2 big backside slams, I mean, I don't doubt his ability to get that 9.1. It's just up to the ocean right now and the conditions on hand.
Let's check out the heat recap from this first quarterfinal. Ezekiel Lao back on tour, surfing with so much confidence. He said he's not done yet. He wants more out of this season, even though he's already back on tour next year. And he's certainly surfing like he wants to win. 6.23.513, and this man looking extra smooth this morning, Jack Robinson.
Yeah, Joe, really laying into it. Silky smooth turns, right back up into the lip for a big finish. You know, Jack Robinson and Zeke Lau, they're definitely going to be battling it out in this heat.
As we see Jack, just with his calm style and approach, is able to lay back to change up the flow on that opening carve, then grabs the rail in the next effort. Like how he's switching up that front side carve, adding some style to it as well. 7.83 and a 5.5 as the kid from WA is out in front. Layback hack to finish. 3:30 to go, but that's just mounting more pressure on his buddy from his hometown of Margaret River. Wilcox needing a 9.19. We said if he made this heat, he would then be tied with Sammy Pupo for that last spot. And on the other end, if he doesn't survive, he's thinking about starting from scratch again next season to qualify.
Yeah, I think he'd be thinking about Christmas with his family before that, enjoying the holidays and trying to get right back at it as soon as possible.
So much energy here on the north shore of Oahu. Driving down this morning, you can see every wave just bombing, cars pulling over at Waimea, and getting down here to see some wild attempts early in the morning, the free surf. There wasn't that many takers, just a couple guys were sampling their boards and seeing what was going to work today. But yeah, serious rip, and just staying in position is the biggest challenge that we have on offer. Jack Zeke handling it really well. Even Marshall, that first wave he started off with a 5.17 is keeping him in the mix. 2:20 to go. And rolling into this one is Jacob Wilcox, needing to break down a 9.19. Backside snap complete on that effort. Down to the bottom, there's the wrapping turn. Deep off the bottom, there's the vertical, good timing there. And this one will continue to kind of bend down the line. Wilcox is even looking for one more turn, down to a minute 50. A 9.19 is a massive number. Looking at the time on the clock, Makua, does he have enough time to get back out there with the last spot in priority to maybe get one more wave, or is it too late?
Well, like I've seen Kelly Slater against Timmy Reyes once upon a time at the Pipe Masters, you can never count anybody out in under a minute. But right here, Jacob Wilcox really just trying to chip away at that score and give himself a chance and cut down on that 9-point ride that he needs. Nice, beautiful swooping turns. I'm going to go out on a limb and say this will be his best ride. Definitely nice jam up in the lip, like you said, right there for timing. And just trying to finish it through the inside here. Not much on offer on the end of this wave. But he'll be back out there with a minute left. And Haleiwa, if you get caught in that rip and one comes to you on the end, he definitely has a chance to catch a wave in this next minute, Joe.
3.43, his best wave so far, like you said, chips away on that big 9. Now he needs a 7.93, so still a big number. It would have to be the best ride of the matchup. Now with 45 seconds to go, you can see the rest of the pack out to sea. Zeke and Marshall trying to stay in position, trying to protect their spots in the top 2. A very tough situation for Jacob Wilcox in regards to qualification.
Joe. I think Ezekiel Lao needs to definitely be on point here and not let Jacob get one of these waves, because if he does, he definitely has the talent to get that 7.93.
So true. In 15 seconds, Zeke still a little bit out the back. Not much heading Jacob Wilcox's direction. And we're going to run out of time. A tough ending to the season for Jacob Wilcox. If he would have made this heat, he would have been tied with Sammy Pupo. He's knocked out of the event and for qualification for next year. But with such a strong talent and ability in all conditions, he'll be back ready to go next season. We also lose Jake Marshall. We'll see him at the CT level at Pipeline at the end of January. And Zeke and Jack Robinson build their story and their rivalry into the semifinals. Coming up next, two-time world champ headlines the matchup. John Florence will be out at Haleiwa coming up next. John Florence yesterday looked lethal. A couple of big sevens in different ways. He had put a lot of different turns together on this wave, showing how much control he has on that rail, on that ghost model that he rides from John Paizel. He always sets the bar and what it takes to rip Haleiwa to pieces, and also featured that big layback hack that looked incredible, Makua.
Yeah, right here, definitely real cautious on this, taking his time getting up there and just jamming it. Biggest turn of the event we've seen so far. Got rewarded by the judges on that one, Joe.
It is such a reliable maneuver for John Florence. He's been scored heavily with that crazy layback and powerful waves. Hits it in the craziest section. Comes down with big scores. As we dive into the story of today in the quarterfinals, John Florence setting up his first hook. Beautiful carve. Big section, he'll float it. Looks glued to that surfboard. Knees are looking solid. And he's already off to a good start in this second quarterfinal. As the top two from the last heat, taking some time for the local crew. Jack Robinson has a lot of fans here at Haleiwa and looking really comfortable on that Arakawa surfboard. Hopefully we'll get more heats with himself and Zeke throughout this event here at Haleiwa. As we want to welcome everybody. Thanks for watching the last Challenger Series event of the year. Joe Turpel, Makua Kai Rothman, and joining us, Strider Raspberry Wazalewski. Morning, Waz.
Good morning. How we doing?
Oh, fantastic. Energy in the ocean is something that you feed off. You don't even need coffee when you see it looking like this. So
I don't think anybody needs
downstairs?
coffee if you're going to go into that water. You're feeling the energy of that water. I mean, just being down there with Travis when he was making the call this morning, the tide just super high last night, came all the way up underneath the scaffolding. So, you know, there's a lot of movement on the beach. You can just feel the energy. And then you look out there and you see what these guys are having to deal with, and you get chicken skin just thinking about having to be in that current, getting sucked into that bowl, all that action on your head out there. I mean, you probably know, Makua, just being in the water out there is a full-time job. You do not stop moving the entire time.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like you said, that power driving past Sunset Beach, the sand on the road, rock piles, sand on the road, Chun's Reef, sand on the road. The swell is here, the competition is on, and we're on, Joe.
Oh, it's so good to see a bit of survival work just to be in the right position. And John's always made that effort look easy, and challenging conditions all around the world. You always reference Margaret River, where he's just gotten 9 after 9 after 9, where people are struggling to get over a 5. He just finds a nice, happy place when the ocean looks like this was.
Yeah, I think, you know, watching him before the heat and watching this crew around him and everybody to support, there's so much going on over there for John that I'd almost be nervous just hanging out with him. There's so many people around him, but you know, I think he's getting in a rhythm. You just get out there, you catch a wave, you can't sit. I think that's probably the game plan, is just catch waves, get out in the lineup, start moving, start riding waves. The more waves you ride, the more rhythm you catch.
There's the rhythm, 3-6-7 on the opener, and then into a 6-6-7 here, Makua.
Yeah, John Florence is just on a whole nother level than everyone else. I mean, you said there's another, you know, so many 9s, but as long as his knees hold up right now, he should be all right.
And also getting in the mix, Sheon Crawford, 4-6-7 on this wave was.
Yeah, you know, it is so hard to ride the waves with all the current and all the lump, but the local boys knowing exactly how to tackle it, and it's fun to watch these guys. They're riding short boards out there. They're not riding big boards, so they're fitting their boards into the curve really well.
It's interesting. You're trying to find the balance, right? It's not something not so small where you're going to get taken away by the current, but you don't want it too big where once you're up you can't perform, Makua. You got to find that happy place, and every surfer sometimes varies on what their preference would be today.
Yeah, definitely, Joe. You know, a lot of people are used to riding a bigger board, and they can perform on it. A lot of the other guys need to find that little more step-up size board so they can really put their maneuvers together and get the big scores.
It's interesting how, you know, with computers getting involved with shaping in the last decade or so, how they can put like a big wave board and shrink it down into a smaller size. Strider, it's really interesting how Paisel can work on a computer and create a model called the Ghost and actually take bigger boards and shrink them down into what would be like a 6.0.
Yeah, it is incredible. It's baffling that they can sit there on a computer and figure out ratios and really just kind of just squeeze it down. But, you know, it's odd. Each board that comes out, they're all different. No two boards are the same. It's almost odd the way that you can't really replicate boards perfectly yet.
It's so interesting. It's like you have a board, you want to get it every time, but there's something really amazing about finding a magic board. And a board that looked really great was the Arakawa that Jack Robinson rode. Jack's with Shannon.
Thanks so much, Joe. Jack Robinson, congratulations. First heat of the morning. Talk to me about conditions out there and how you're able to come out on top.
Yeah, it was tricky. Like the current's raging right now, and yeah, you're just constantly paddling. And I thought we were going to be on yesterday, like straight after. I was like, oh, okay, just get ready to go back out and survive. But yeah, if it was a little more west, then it'd be better because we'd probably get more waves to ride. But yeah, just got 2 waves. You kind of got to keep it real simple today.
Well, you looked really good out there. Talk to me about that shift in mindset, you know, thinking you're going to head out tomorrow, getting ready to go first heat of the morning today. How are you feeling coming into competition, and what's it like having to make those adjustments?
Yeah, I just try to be ready, really. Just no matter what, like you never know what they're going to do. So, I mean, we surf out here when it's really big all the time, like on the big swells, because not too many people out. So it's like, it's a good time to get out there. But yeah, I was ready for whatever. It's good. Yeah.
Great. Well, your equipment's looking good. Keep up the good work, and we'll see you in the semis.
Thanks.
Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Shannon. Yeah, and great question there, Shannon. It is so interesting in pro surfing where a lot of athletes prepare for game day. They get the result that day. Everything just lines up into that day, whether it's a fight, whatever it is. It's not like, okay, you did well, come back tomorrow. There's a lot of time in between that you've got to manage. And how can you turn it off or on or stay in that zone to make sure that you don't let off the gas? There's so many performances. You see huge heat totals and then you almost relax, and then the next round you're trying to find that fight again. It is a marathon, not a sprint, right, Makua?
Yeah, well, it's all about what you're doing when the contest isn't on. That keeps you in that mind frame, keeps you in that rhythm to perform, you know, with all that time in between. A lot of the surfers, you know, really pushing on their fitness. And right now you can see Conor Coffin, talk about fitness level, just jamming that turn in that pocket. Speed, power, and flow. That was a beautiful ride, Joe, for Conor.
Finished number 4 in the world this season. His best year to date, making big finals through the Aussie leg of the tour. As you can see, a big mountain of whitewater taking Conor away out of our screen. A lot of energy there, but yeah, that rail work for Conor is going to make a lot of sense on a big Haleiwa wall today, was.
Yeah, he's a power surfer, and you know that's what he relies on is digging that rail into the wall and pushing through. So that low center of gravity, really just getting everything that he can to give it a big gouge in the face. But right here, you can see him. I don't know if he's coming in. I think maybe he's just readjusting. We've seen a lot of adjustment out here, riding all the way in and getting into the current and going back out. Because if you try to paddle back out when you're inside that bowl, you just get smashed. And we saw Xian on his wave bouncing to the shoulder as far as he could to try and make it to the channel so that he didn't get caught inside. So getting caught inside out here, just come in. Just turn around, belly right in, get in the current, go back out. Because trying to waste your energy to paddle through that is just going to drain you, take time, and you're going to put you in the back seat in this heat.
Isn't it interesting when you surf for the talented athlete how good they are at just mastering a wild ocean? Sean Florence into a cave, and he'll kick out. But a lot before even riding the wave, of understanding where to be at the right time, understanding your relationship with the ocean. And these guys spent a lot of time perfecting their craft. We haven't seen any numbers from Callum Robson, but he got the news that he officially qualified yesterday. And he had so many messages pouring in.
Xian getting on the ski right here. We saw him hopping to the side, trying to get to the channel, didn't make it. The set got him, pushed him down. Might even see John doing the same thing in a minute if he got through the back of that wave, you know, trying to pull through the back, and then that next wave might have caught him.
Yeah, Strider, like I was saying earlier, a lot of these waves are positioning waves. You know, they might not be catching the wave to get a score. They want to catch the wave just to get back out of where they're at, back into the channel to get back into pole position.
So we'll see how Xian makes that adjustment. It's just been all happiness out of every interview you've seen out of Xian, because he's been absolutely ripping through the early rounds. We'll dive into the deep stats powered by Hydro Flask. John Florence, 8 CT career event wins. His more recent one at Pipeline. His first one in Brazil, where he did a big full rotation to beat Joel Parkinson back in 2012. It was his first full year on tour. Remember, he got called up at the mid-season rotation with Gabriel Medina and Miguel Pupo. And Medina at that stage was winning before John. He was 17, won in San Francisco, got a win in France. And then once they had their first complete year, which was deemed their rookie season, that's when John finished ahead of Medina on the rankings and created yet another great rivalry in our sport, Makua.
Yeah, well, you see that great rivalry come down to the end last year, or the last time, at Pipeline, and John got the better of that situation, Joe winning his first Pipeline Masters.
Yeah, and it was cool to see the two on the podium. They've been through a lot, they've been compared a lot, and they had a really, really cool embrace of going, let's do this again sometime. It was two guys at the top of the sport sharing the lineup at Pipeline. Florence looking to better a 3.67, and it's not even easy for John to find some clean water out there. More waves on the way. Conor Coffin. Frontside wrap, his last to 6.43. He's looking for something solid here. Wave starting to bowl out, weightless. He can't control it. He'll go down. Such a gnarly section to work with, Strider.
Yeah, it's so unpredictable on a good day. And then you throw in like a north day like this, the north swell direction, it's just creating more current and more things for you to deal with. So these guys are going to try and hit that section a little early, try and get out in front of it. And you saw him, he was just a tad bit too early, so he dropped out of the sky on his floater.
Looks like we'll see Callum Robson here. Throws down a solid frontside turn. Deep off the bottom and drills that. Solid lip here at Haleiwa. And fits in a clean frontside wrap. So getting caught with the current, delaying his opener for quite some time. Now he gets to let go of some big turns. But yeah, the great news yesterday, seen around the world, Callum Robson will be a true rookie on tour to battle in the world title race. And the whole idea of a rookie is completely changed. I mean, we can just go back to the Morgan Siblick story of last year as he finished number 5 in the world. Rookies are kind of bred differently now. They've got a lot of knowledge passed down to them, a lot of great coaching corners, and I think Callum's going to do great on tour. What do you think here, Makua?
Yeah, really just getting his board up in the lip on that first turn. Right here's the money turn. Really slamming that section. And to me, Joe, this was the best ridden wave so far this heat. I'm going to go out on a limb and say, if it was up to me, that would be the highest score of the heat so far. Really getting up there, just laying back on that back foot, redirecting his board, free falling out of the sky, recovering, nice bottom turn into a nice finishing wrap right here. He's really getting his feet in the wax. And I'm starting his heat off a little bit late, but nonetheless starting it off well.
It's like that. It only takes top 2 scoring rides, and he'll be right into the mix with that aggressive performance. And Strider, he was one of the names for me at the start of the Challenger Series where I was like, I need to find out more about this guy. A bit of a dark horse, and sometimes those stories are our favorite in pro surfing, as now he's going to have a huge profile next year.
Household name is born. And you know what? I just look at these guys coming on to tour that, you know, have just been their battle. They're warriors, and they're going to work, and they're trying their hardest to do something. And then there must be such a pressure valve relief when they get on tour. I mean, I can't even imagine the feeling, you know, to getting there. Guys work their whole lives and never get there. So, you know, hats off, and I'm stoked to see this guy, meet this guy, watch him just throwing down some epic turns out there. And it looks like a good call from Makua Rockman on best score of the heat.
It certainly is. 7-0-7. He's in third. Robson doesn't need much to battle with Connor and John in the top 2. We'll see if he can do it right after this break. The Michelob Ultra Pure Gold Haleiwa Challenger is brought to you by Michelob Ultra, the official beer of the World Surf League. By Shiseido, the official sunscreen of the World Surf League. By Hydro Flask, the official insulated drinkware of the World Surf League. And by Sambasan, the official acai of the Haleiwa Challenger. Quarterfinal action is on here at the Michelob Ultra Pure Gold Haleiwa Challenger. An interesting season this year with 4 big Challenger events from Huntington Beach to Portugal to France, and now the closer here at Haleiwa with this brother duo entertaining us at all the waves up and down this coastline. Griffin Colapinto, one of the youngest Triple Crown champs, one of the most popular surfers in the world from the way he surfs and from his personality. Always laughing, always happy. His younger brother, but he's bigger, Crosby Colapinto, was actually maybe marked as one of the guys to beat after his early round performances. He looked unstoppable.
Yeah, Joe, the Colapinto brothers definitely standouts, you know. Griff always with his nice smile, good attitude, very well spoken young man, can go very far and has a big, bright future. His brother right behind him, you know, very standout kids, and nothing but love for those guys, and looking to a beautiful career for those two.
And it reminded me of Griffin's moment at Haleiwa when he first qualified, because we saw a lot of those interviews yesterday. Strider, remember when Griffin finally got the news that he qualified, Rosie went down there and she's like, "You have done it." and he just started laughing. He had no words. It was all laughter. And, you know, you actually didn't need words in that moment. You got to know him as a person, how much it meant to him, but how much fun he was also going to have living this dream of traveling around the world. You can't forget how much fun that is. It's to surf perfect waves, but also doing your job as well and winning heats.
Absolutely an amazing road to take, getting on the surf road. Let me tell you, just like, I mean, you see that, you're just driving down the lane, all of a sudden it just says go surfing on the exit. You're like, yeah, oh yeah, for sure. I mean, would you not? These guys are going to go surfing for the rest of their lives now, and they're going to get paid for it, and they're going to be surfing these competitions and having the ups and downs, and, you know, creating their own crazy 4x4 road of their own. But it's just like, I just get chicken skin thinking about it. When I was a little kid, you know, I got to see that sign. I took the exit, and just like all of us, we're on the same road, and we all jumped off, and here we are. And I couldn't think of a better place for humans to be.
And it's like there's this idea of retirement in some sports. It just doesn't relate to surfing. You don't just put your boards away after a contest stop. It's something that you do for the rest of your life.
Yeah, surfing is a passion. And being able to get paid to do what you love to do, you know, getting paid for your passion. And there's a lot of great jobs out there. And I'd have to say that surfing around the world, at the world's most beautiful beaches, the most exotic places you could ever go to, has to be at the top of that list.
Stratty, do you remember your first check that came in the mail for surfing?
I do.
Pretty special moment.
I do. I remember getting a nice little payment and just feeling like I had arrived, so to speak. You know, the funniest thing about it is, and I think that we can all relate to this, is no matter, you said it, I think it was, whether you're getting paid or not, you're doing something you love, and you're never going to stop doing that. And so retirement is kind of out of the question. You're just going to keep surfing. And, you know, when you get a bonus of getting paid for it, you know, that's probably, you know, as good as it could possibly be. So
that's pretty cool.
I'm a good moment for surfers out there. And I think a lot of people finding that feeling from surfing as of like COVID in the last couple of years.
And also the places you get to go, the friends you meet all around the world. It's a special life that Conor loves as he's out in front here of that section. Wrap into the pocket, speed jam. That board gets buried underwater. And the Coffin family looks on. Younger brother Parker on the right. His dad Rich has been getting in the water quite a bit lately.
Mom's
Krista,
checking the scores right there.
She is. She's busy.
She's on the WSL app right there. She's trying to figure out. Look, Parker, you got a 5.
That is awesome. Such a great family. Always so kind. Conor talks about his upbringing too. You know, his dad really started surfing because his kids liked it. It wasn't like, hey, this is what I do, you're going to do it as well. They found love in it, so he's like, well, I better get started too. And they just would have sessions at Rincon. They'd start traveling really early, and both Conor and Parker seemed to be good immediately.
Didn't his dad like start showing him videos of Tom Curran right away? And
then they would just see Tom down the street, and they actually became great friends with the Curran family. And you just kind of have to have a good style if you grow up in that part of California. Being on a wave that long, you got a lot of time to be exposed. And Conor, first, I think, and foremost, was going, okay, I got to have a great style if I'm going to grow up here.
Yeah, definitely that coast produces a lot of talent. And don't forget, Joe, they spend a lot of time in Tavarua as well on some of the best waves over there in the South Pacific. And, you know, Dad's no fool. He knows where the boys need to be at what time. And it just goes to showing his boys surfing how great they are.
With a lot of speed and momentum is Callum Robson. He'll have to step off, needing a 3.19. So that really could have been one major turn, because he's carrying the best number of the heat, the 707.
Not a lot of separation in the scores there. Like Xi'an only needing a 5.60. I mean, there's not much on the board.
Here's Xi'an now. Throws in the carve. Another quick slice. A sleepier wave speed-wise, but he's able to frame up a couple open face hooks. The 1.17 will be gone with 6:15 to go. It reminded me of that moment where young surfers accomplished a lot. More recently, Finn McGill getting into the main event at Pipeline. First performance, you know, young Xi'an's just a junior in high school and into the quarterfinals at a major event. What do you think here, Makua?
Yeah, he's just trying to get that score. He's trying to manufacture a score out of, you know, the waves on hand. And like you said, Strider, there's not much separation in this heat, and these competitors really have to remember one big turn in a closeout section on one of these more northerly direction waves could get them in the excellent range. So, you know, I know getting out in front and getting out into that open water is preferred, but one big snap, one big slam in that closeout section, and you're off to the races.
How tired do you think those guys are getting out the back there? You can just see them in the, like John, he's out there. He's the furthest guy out the back paddling in that current, just on a treadmill. It is just a constant. The paddle battle is real.
It's crazy how you have to learn to love every part of your job, and that paddle effort is something that John is so naturally good at. He spends time paddling, and Griffin spends time psyching up all the local groms.
Surfers in the final 16.
What a great way to get a little healthy, youthful energy before you start your match. Griffin will have Ian Gentile, Kalani Ball, and Kanoa Igarashi in quarter number 3. And I think those moments where these groms got to meet one of their heroes, they're going to remember that feeling of giving Griffin a fist bump, and they're going to be in the event someday.
Oh yeah, there's talent right there on the beach, and you know, don't think for a second that one of those kids aren't going to be in this event surfing one day. And I remember Joe, you know, being that young kid when Derek Cole won the Pipe Masters and the world title and everything back in 1993, and Johnny Boy Gomes and all the heroes, the Dane Kealohas that we got to hang out with. It really, really inspired us to be who we are today. And, you know, Griff going over there, fist pumping those young, you know, up-and-coming surfers, it makes a whole difference in their lives and in their careers.
It's so cool. It's a moment that you'll never forget, meeting your heroes in person, as we see Callum Robson go over the falls. Just didn't have an entry into that wave, and he'll take that ride. The hard part is time management now. He's had a couple of attempts to try to get into the top 2. Still just needs the 3.19. Hopefully he'll use that current to his advantage. Florence finally rolling in again. Trying to get rid of that 3.67 for a long time now. There's the carve. Wanted to make sure he pulled that one off. More speed to burn and an aggressive hack on the oncoming section. What a read for Florence. Paisel looks calm. He's seen that before. What'd you think, Was?
Well, we saw that, you know, yesterday on that big section. It's one of his go-tos, but like, those legs of his, man, he's pushing back hard, and I love seeing the attack mode. I mean, he was eyeballing that section. He timed it perfectly, and to do that on the playing field today is really hard. Yeah, it's really hard to time your surfing today, as you can see him roll in right here. The current's pulling up that face so hard that he almost gets sucked back into the whitewash and loses the wave, regains composure, sees it, eyeballs it down the line, and then just lays into it, just pushing as hard as he can on that tail. It's super impressive to watch this angle. Look at this, bang, puts that back arm in for stability and just plants his foot on that tail pad, pushes as hard as he possibly can against it.
Yeah, you know, John right there. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am. Come another day. John Florence up in the lead, and we have Sheehan Crawford up and riding.
Just feeling his way through that top turn section. Didn't really commit to a maneuver, and he'll have to step off, so nothing changing for Sheehan. Numbers in for Florence, a 4.53. So judges probably saw him get stuck on that first turn. I mean, the whole entire score was probably just that huge layback hack. One judge went as high as 5. I'm kind of leaning towards that end because it was a pretty radical move with 1:50 to go.
Yeah, if I did that, I think I'd give myself a 10.
But I guess, you know, obviously the big 7 he got for a layback yesterday, the section was much bigger. And that's going to be a huge example of judging today. Looking at the size of a section, they want you to be on the big waves that are coming through today. So John surfed that wave up. You'd probably say maybe that wave looked like a 2 for most people and turned it into almost a 5 with his ability there.
Yeah, well, Joe, had that been on the outside section, I think we would have been looking at much higher scores than his wave yesterday. But Conor Coffin trying to protect his lead right here with 1 minute and 10 seconds left.
Quick fade, he'll grab the rail. Staying super low. There's so much water moving and turbulence on the open face. That ride's going to cut short. Situation remains the same for Conor. John first, Conor second. Conor Coffin played spoiler in the world title race, beat Jordy Smith in the semifinals, and that helped John celebrate his first of 2 world titles back at Super Tubos. Callum connecting on that first section, only needs a 3.19. Throws down the carve, a very important ride. Floats off the top, and the freshly qualified rookie's looking for more.
Wow, Joe. All I can say is wow.
Small inside section. Callum's feeling like it's enough. Only chasing a 3.19. Conor might be in trouble here, Strider.
Oh, the Mad Hui just taking it down right there. Are you kidding me? Finding a wave like that in the end of the heat and just going to town, big carve on the face. He could actually take the lead in this heat.
Yeah, well, you know, he waited to the final moments of this heat. It just goes to show he's qualified, he's ready, and he's putting on a show. He wants everybody to know his name.
There's a bigger picture for Callum Robson that he's painting for. So he qualified. He could have relaxed today and celebrated because the big job was done. And for him, he's like, no, I've got unfinished business. Take another look, Makua.
Yeah, I don't think his job is ever done. You know, he's a rookie coming on tour, and he has a lot to prove. You know, really putting up a beautiful score on this wave. I'm going to say with a 5-point ride going all the way into first place, Callum Robinson taking out that heat over John Florence.
What a move for a new name on the scene. Callum goes all the way from the bottom of the rankings to the top in this heat. John to second, eliminating Conor Coffin. And also the local boy, Shion Crawford, on that wave at the buzzer. So impressive. And he got that 7.07 early, and that made all the difference. We'll take a quick break. Quarterfinals continue. Griffin Colapinto headlines the next matchup. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Michelob Ultra Pure Gold Haleiwa Challenger, quarterfinal number 3, and Ian Gentile is up and riding in some unruly Haleiwa. The Maui boy trying to make the best of the mess, and let's see what he can do. That's going to be the opening ride for Ian Gentile. So glad to have you with us. I'm Kaipo Guerrero, joined by former CT competitor, 2016 Quick Pro champion, and the pride of Ewa Beach, Keanu Asing.
How's it going, Kaipo? Thanks for having me in here again. Thank you, guys. Excited to be here.
Yeah, it's been great to have you. Keanu, when you pulled up to the beach today, what did you see?
I really saw some challenging conditions. Yesterday, I thought was, you know, some of the most challenging Haleiwa I've ever seen. And then I seen today, and I was like, wow, it's even harder today. It seemed like the swell's a little bit more north. That tends to kind of bring the swell kind of in a direction where it creates a rip that goes right through the lineup. So really challenging to find just any type of scoring potential out there for these competitors.
Yeah, head on a swivel and get those paddling arms going on the treadmill. One person that did that really well was the winner of the last heat, final seconds. Went from third, actually went from fourth to first. Callum Robson, he's going to be doing the 22 Champion Tour, and he's with Shannon Hughes on the glass.
It is official, Kaipo. Callum Robson, congratulations. You're officially going to be a rookie on the 2022 Championship Tour. You must be thrilled.
Yeah, I'm so stoked. It happened yesterday. I found out, I got the call off Travis, and then I was over the moon. And I knew one of my good mates, Liam, qualified as well, so it was just awesome. It was an awesome day.
It seems to be an amazing resurgence of Australian surfers. There's obviously so many of the greats that are still on the Championship Tour, but how does it feel for you knowing that rookie class is graduating as well out of Australia?
Yeah, back home at Surfing Australia, they're doing a great job of really pushing us all to travel together and band together and support each other, so it's been working well. Like, everyone's here to support each other, and yeah, it's awesome.
Well, it's all paying off. Talk to me about that buzzer beater finish in this heat as well.
Yeah, it was hectic. I had a few waves where I just like fell off. I was just having a shocker there. I was just like, so I had to take a few deep breaths. I only had like 2 minutes to go. I was like, all right, I can get a 3. And then luckily Conor went off the first wave, and then I was like, oh, it's got to be one underneath it. So I like paddled in and got that little double up, and I was pretty nervous on it, but I was stoked to finish.
Well, I'm sure Mom and Dad at home would like to hear something from you after that big advancement onto the Championship Tour.
Yeah, my mum will be stressing after that last wave. She hates watching the buzzer beater ones, but yeah, so everyone back home, how you going? And yeah, Evan's head is stoked.
Well done. We'll see you in the semifinals. Back to you guys.
Callum Robson making a name for himself. And Keanu, I think back to someone like a Morgan Siblick that came onto the scene, qualified for the Championship Tour. A lot of people didn't know about him, but by the end of the year, we sure did know about him. One guy we know about, Kanoa Igarashi, got this wave during that interview.
Yeah, and look, Kanoa is just, his execution is just impeccable. He's always on the best waves, and his strategy going into heats is probably some of the best. He doesn't make very mistakes, and as you can see there, he just starts off the heat, just a modest score, 4.43, but somewhere to kick it off. Him and Ian Gentile started off with 2, 4-point rides. As we've seen, Ian, he's been on a roll. He's been on a tear. And, I'm just super happy to see Ian kind of getting his groove on. He's kind of finding his waves and really putting these waves to the test. And, looks like he's got some great boards under his feet as well.
As we look out to Ian Gentile, 25 years old, from the Valley Isle of Maui. It was a prodigy when he first came on the scene as a 12-year-old, Andy Iron saying best 12-year-old in the world when he dropped the YouTube clip. Been on and off a competition, but we can say with confidence right now, Ian Gentile is back on the adjusted leaderboard today, number 39 on that leaderboard, and he continues to improve and climb the ladder with every single heat he advances through. Oh, and a bad start for Griffin Colapinto going over the falls there, Keanu.
Yeah, just, easily to be put out of position today. The current's really sucking towards Puena Point, as you look in the background. That's a little bit more north of Haleiwa. So the current really drags you back there. As you can see, Griffin kind of just getting stuck in the lip right there. Sometimes when we're riding smaller boards, it's easy to kind of find ourselves in critical situations like this. And yeah, just kind of having a nice warm-up there for the heat.
22 minutes and 42 seconds as we see Griffin Colapinto is what we call a double qualifier. He's already qualified for next year's tour via that number 6 in the world on the Championship Tour. Adjusted coming in here on the leaderboard, number 3 on that leaderboard. So what Griffin Colapinto is doing is he's bumping down that cut line for the other qualifiers. Again, to remind everyone, we take 12 men and 6 women from the Challenger Series to join the crew on the 2022 Dream Tour, the Championship Tour.
And Kaipo, I was actually thinking of Ian Gentile, just because he's actually pretty close. Him and Billy Sterman still going in the heat draw today. They're back-to-back on the rankings. You know, with a great result. I'm not sure exactly what number that is, but they could find themselves on the championship tour.
Right you are, because, you know, at 39 today, Ian Gentile, you need look no further than Conor O'Leary, who won the Challenger in France and jumped up 94 spots on that leaderboard. So for Ian Gentile, he's going to need a win, but it's possible. And big news, we'll get through some of the news after this ride of Gentile. He kicks out. Another news to ponder right now is that Jack Robinson, coming out of that last heat, actually jumped into the top and ahead of Sami Pupo. So that actually has bumped down that as a double qualifier. That has bumped down that cut line again. So we have a third double qualifier in that top.
Wow, there's a lot of shaking up to do on the rankings, you know, especially when you have these double qualifiers and, you know, championship tour competitors. It really shakes up the kind of the field. And the quarterfinals having, I think, we have Kanoa, Griffin, John, you know, a lot of these guys that are already on the CT. It really shakes things up for just a lot of the heat draws.
And the missed time there by Gentile. This is our first look at Kalani Ball, the Australian out of Stanwell Park. Again, looks like he's on his trusty 6'4", a little bit more length, and it served him well yesterday in competition. Again, that longer rail line looking very steady, Keanu.
Yeah, I got to speak with Kalani just before his heat, and he just was talking about, you know, how tricky it was this morning, and he's still around that magic 6'4" that he was riding yesterday, and I just was complimenting him and just how well it looked, you know. We don't get to ride very big boards when we travel around the world, so it's a treat when we come to Haleiwa and it's tricky conditions, the waves are bigger, we get to ride some of those type of boards, and you know, as you see, Griffin Colapinto just looking for some open face right here with a huge turn.
Oh, and so unfortunate. It looked like he was on his way with a huge gaff, little rail grab to stabilize, but Haleiwa got the best of him on that one. Would have been a big score if he was able to pull that off. Just walking the tightrope, if you would, Keanu. Griffin Colapinto.
Yeah,
one more look at it.
This is a pretty interesting approach. I really love the way Griffin stays patient. You know, he's really subtle like movements on his bottom turns and huge opening turn, kind of just riding on the back and, you know, super bumpy face out there. So it makes it challenging to kind of stay on top of the water. But Kalani Ball, I think this is going to be a pretty good score for him. He opens up really nicely. You can tell just by the waves that he picks. It's just really smooth and allows him to get his open face carves and turns on. Like I said earlier, I was talking to Kalani Ball earlier, and he just, how much time he's been putting in out here. And I was talking to him, and I just was like very impressed with the wave selection, his positioning, when to kind of reposition himself. It tends to get hard to kind of understand the lineup out here and the kind of behavior that Haleiwa brings every day. So he's been putting his time out here, and you can really tell that it's working for him, and he's been putting in the hard work, and you know, it's paying off.
Kalani Ball's got an interesting story. Australian, born and raised, but his parents love Hawaii. They're big fans of surfing, and actually a lot of motivation for his name because they were a fan of Kalani Robb. So Kalani Ball, Kalani Robb, and so that's nice that mom and dad were surfing fans.
I love that.
He's the Australian Kalani.
Yeah, I love that. Who doesn't love Kalani Robb, right?
Right. Yeah, hard not to love Kalani Robb.
I wish my name was Kalani sometimes.
You got a good one, Keanu. I'd take that one to the bank. 17 minutes, 40 seconds on the countdown, and is Ian Gentile in the lead with a 4.6, just followed by a 1.73. Kalani Ball, we were just talking about him. He has the highest single wave score at that 5.5. So Kalani Ball, again, putting himself in a really good position at the beginning of this heat, Keanu.
Yeah, I really like just how he's been putting together these heats. He's really, like I said earlier, he did all the homework, and when it comes time to put the jersey on out here, he's very comfortable, especially coming up against some heavy hitters like Kanoa and Griffin, which are WCT competitors at the moment. You have to bring the best of your best. So, you know, Kalani really sticking to his guns and staying confident in what's under his feet and what's in his mind to kind of produce the best kind of surfing he has.
Kalani Ball came to Haleiwa. When we look at the leaderboard, in 109th place right now in the current standings. He's climbed up to 67th place. I don't know if Kalani Ball will actually have mathematically a chance at that qualification, but an impressive display here at Haleiwa will just help him get momentum as we look into 2022. And everyone wants a title here at Haleiwa too, because then you go down in Haleiwa history.
Oh, absolutely. You know, everybody that enters an event is aiming for a win or, you know, better yet, a podium. So, you know, Kalani Ball maybe not in the talks of, you know, hitting draft day and graduating to the championship tour next year. He's still in the heat draw, and he still has a chance to win the contest, especially with the surfing he's been producing. It's very applicable for him to get there. And, you know, being here finals day, whenever that finals day may be, it's important for just us athletes to kind of know that, hey, look, like my ability is right there. I belong on finals day, and I have a chance to close out the event and aim for a win.
Take that win. It'll last forever. I mean, I got a 13-year-old title from Marble Royal over here, and I still shine the trophy.
Absolutely, you got to. You got to be proud of your trophies. I'm still running the 2016 Quick Pro France. I've been aiming to get another one ever since.
There you go. Hey, you're not done yet, guaranteed. Well, we're halfway through the heat as we look out towards Avalanche and the north aspect of this swell as it's come around the islands and has more of a northerly flair to it. It's still in the extra large category. We're not getting the brunt of the swell tucked away here at Haleiwa Ali'i Beach Park, which makes it rideable, but this north swell is creating that treadmill that we can see the surfers constantly paddling in, not really ever getting a chance to just sit up on their board.
Yeah, that rip that you see everybody kind of packed up in there right now, it honestly feels like you're pulling a boat, like a real size boat when you're out there. You're moving backwards, but you're paddling at the opposite direction. So it's funny how it works like that, but there are some really, really extra large waves at Avalanche right now. And, you know, these competitors are probably keeping an eye on that and knowing that that's what's coming their way soon.
All right, well, as this swell hits and we see a little indicator, we're going to take a break. We'll be back with more action from the Michelob Ultra Pure Gold Haleiwa Challenger. We are in big wave season until March 31st. Remember the Quicksilver Jaws Big Wave Challenge. Peahi beckons you. Back on the beach here at Haleiwa Ali'i Beach Park, we got the Go Kanoa crowd and the supporters of Kanoe Igarashi. He's out there in the green jersey. White jersey here, Kalani Ball, the young Australian who has been gliding through heats, rolling through heats, if you would, here at Haleiwa, and another well put together wave for Kalani Ball. I'm Kai Pugaro, joined by Keanu Singh. That was a well-surfed wave, Keanu.
Yeah, Kalani Ball just getting on the ball again, getting the ball rolling every single time. He's been on insane waves back to back to back, and I really want to watch this one back because he put together a series of unreal turns. Vertical right there, kind of resetting his line right here, kind of coming to the inside bowl, making sure he's early for this toilet bowl section. Big layback jam and riding out. And, the judges are going to take consideration of how critical these turns are, going vertical, just like that, making sure he's still on his surfboard, not falling off. Very consistent.
And maybe it was the size of the wave here that we're watching in the replay. He got a 5.07, but with a great finish like that, well-timed, like you said, Keanu, I think that score could have been a touch higher for the performance that he put in there. But nonetheless, Kalani Balls in first place with 11 minutes and 10 seconds counting down.
Yeah, very modest score. I don't think the judges wanted to go too high on that. Could be wave size, like you said, but the maneuver choice was perfectly executed, and 507 is not a bad score. He has 2 5s in the lead, and only 2 waves. So he definitely has a good opportunity to kind of focus on bettering that 507, taking his time and looking at his lineups out there and making sure that he's putting pressure on Griffin and the rest of the field.
A point that you made, that Kalani Ball actually got to that finishing turn early and was able to complete it. I think that's a good point to make as you break down surfers' choice of maneuvers. Yeah,
it's very important, especially on a day like today, very challenging conditions. Completing your ride is getting a complete score, and days like today, very easy to fall off your surfboard, kind of getting an incomplete score. One mistake like that will take you, way out of the heat, out of position, make it more challenging for yourself. So just staying on your board and making a complete score and complete maneuvers, I think that's a win in itself. So, Kalani Ball having two good rides, and, he has something to build off of.
Looking on the water, and the treadmill continues. If you would, everybody at your home break, especially if you surf a beach break, just imagine this wave as a messy right-hand rip bowl on steroids, like the Hulk version of a right-hand rip bowl, isn't it, Keanu?
Yeah, absolutely. As we see Kalani Ball here on the toilet bowl section. See, this kind of wave choice, it's not like he's looking to better on his 507.
Yeah.
That choice right there and the decision making was to just reposition himself, make sure he's not getting the brunt of these kind of set waves, and trying to stay away from that, just so he kind of saves his energy and doesn't really kind of have to wear those waves on the head and get, drilled and have to come around and recycle around into the toilet bowl. So I'm really, really impressed with Kalani's decision-making and repositioning.
Great decision-making, and anyone can relate when you're surfing that kind of currenty rip bowl. Sometimes you got to just keep on catching waves in that scenario, in that surf setup, to stay in position. In those rip bowls, if you sit for too long, a lot of times you'll get pulled out of position, and it's really hard to get back in.
Absolutely. As we look at today's conditions, it's very much so like a boxer, right? You can't really be looking for the knockout shots and the knockout hits. Obviously there are waves that are going to give you those knockout scores, those 8-point rides, the excellent kind of surfing. But sometimes it's not bad to work on your jab, to work on your bobbing and weaving, just like Kalani was doing. So I think it's not a bad strategy to kind of bob and weave, come in and out. What I like about some of the strategies that people have when Haleiwa is this big, they tend to surf Haleiwa, which is called inside out. So they come and they start off on the inside bowl, then they start to work their way and broaden their kind of knowledge within the playing field, and kind of open up and maybe go a little bit deeper, kind of search for one that's back there, which we call the bathhouse, right? It's kind of where the bathroom is on the beach, and we sit in front of that. That's kind of the lineup zone. So sometimes when it's very north like this, it tends to pull you really quick. So surfing inside out, working on the scores inside, and then kind of opening up kind of tends to work for some people.
Great insight from Keanu Asing as we're at 7 minutes and 15 seconds on the countdown. And it's the guys on the QS, the grinders, Ian Gentile and Kalani Ball in the top 2 in advancing positions over the Championship Tour surfers, Kanoa Igarashi, Griffin Colapinto. But mind you, Igarashi, you can see in the 3rd column on your screen, 1.91 is what he needs to jump into that 2nd place and advancing position. And Igarashi, with that green P by his name, indicates he has first priority. So Kanoa Igarashi, Keanu, in a good position, but he's going to have to pull the trigger on the appropriate wave at the appropriate time.
Yeah, that's correct, Kaipo. You know, with priority, it's very, it weighs on you a little bit. You know, you have to make the right decision. With that P next to your name, you have to make sure you're riding the correct wave. You don't want to be riding a kind of a rubbish wave and take yourself out of the position to get the winning wave. So, you know, the next decision by Kanoa is going to be super important. You can't count out Griffin Colapinto either. That guy, he pulls excellent scores out of nowhere. So this heat is still very interesting. Ian Gentile, he's in 2nd. Nobody really has a real grasp on this heat yet. So it's, to me, it's still really wide open. Kanoa, I think, when you sit for a little bit of time, it kind of tends to build up that kind of emotions and nervousness.
Digging into the deep stats on Kanoa Igarashi, powered by Hydro Flask, 1 career event win. That was in 2019 at Karama's Bali. 76 total heat wins, and we look at his career heat win percentage, just a little under 50% at 45.51% of the time Kanoa Igarashi wins a heat. On this Challenger Series, Igarashi 3rd place at the US Open, 3rd place in the Challenger at France. So that put him in a good position and helped a lot of the other guys on the Challenger Tour, because he is one of those double qualifiers at number 2 on the leaderboard currently that bumped that cut line down.
Kanoa is very impressive to me. I think the thing that stands out with Kanoa to myself is his consistency and how he finds ways to make heats at any given moment. He always tends to find the best waves, and he makes heats all the time. That's like a part of his DNA, is to just make heats and pound out through the contest, you know. As we see Griffin Colapinto, just on a smaller wave here. But
a big turn for Colapinto. Pairs that up with another wrapping turn and a nice finish. So Keanu, Griffin kind of finding one underneath, like you said, surfing inside out. That's going to bode well for Griffin Colapinto. A 5.2 will take him into 2nd place and advancing position. Ian Gentile wants to hang on to that 2nd place. Ducking and weaving through the warbles here at Haleiwa. Gets to some open face and pops the finish. Little bonus on the inside here just for some flair, and he's going to take the treadmill out through the toilet bowl area.
Yeah, with 4 minutes to go, now we're kind of seeing it kind of warm up in the back, you know, back end of the heat. Super interesting. I really like the move by Griffin, kind of coming inside and finding this wave. Ian Gentile really trying to back up that 4-point ride he had. And this is going to be, you know, just a modest kind of score, but something great to back up his score line. Nice opening carve, nice finish, you know, just connecting the dots and making sure he's also, like I said, repositioning himself and kind of making sure he's in line for the next wave. Here's Griffin, a little smaller of a wave, but still, watch this turn right here. All on rail, just, you see all the chunks of water out the back, just real silky smooth style, nice layback to throw a little bit of different flavor in there, and he's going to find a pretty decent score. But I really, really love this turn right here. Just opening up the shoulders, holding it on rail, and like I said, all that water just being thrown out the back is just, that's how you know there's a lot of power going into that turn.
And the 4.8 for the effort that you see on your screen on the replay for Colapinto, and he will remain in 3rd place as we wait for the scores for Ian Gentile to drop. Let's get an update. We got some news from the beach with Shannon Hughes.
Thanks, Kaipo. Down here with Travis Logie from Tours and Competition. What's the call for the rest of the day and heading into the rest of the waiting period?
Yeah, good news, Shannon. We're going to keep going with the men straight into semi-finals and finals, so we'll crown a winner today, this morning. And then women's round of 32 on standby. We'll make a call on whether we're going to continue to the women's, probably around the start of the men's final, but all signs are pointing to go, so it should be a big day.
Exciting. Thanks so much. We'll go back to you guys to finish out this heat.
Exciting? That's an understatement. We're going to have a champ claim today at Haleiwa. I am very, very excited as we see Kanoa Igarashi finishing off his wave. But hey, newsflash, you're watching right now, or if you have friends who are not watching, you want to let them know and you want to stick around because we're going to go all the way through today for the men's at Haleiwa. Replay here of Kanoa Igarashi.
This is a beautiful wave. Like I said, he doesn't make very mistakes. And this turn right here, that's going to be the meat and potatoes of the score. That last turn was so critical. And when you end a wave like this, is super important. It kind of gives the judges the last look at what they're trying to give you, the score, right? So that's what they want to see. Real critical surfing and complete. Standing on his 2 feet just like that. So
feels like a big score to me.
I think something's brewing, and it's going to be a really big score.
All right, we're waiting for the score for Kanoa Igarashi. 6.73 rockets Igarashi into first place. Kalani Ball drops to second place. Ian Gentile now on the hot seat. Needs a 5.97. And Griffin Colapinto with first priority still in the conversation. Needs a 5.77. We're at the 1 minute mark. Tense times, Keanu.
Yes, this is very intense. I thought Kanoa's was going to be a little bit higher, but I'm glad they actually kept it kind of lower. There's a lot of room for improvement, you know, with today finishing today. So I think they want to try and keep the scores just a little bit lower and not try to open it up too much. I actually thought that was a correct score, just watching back and thinking about it. But yeah, this heat ain't over. You know, 30 seconds, it only takes a couple seconds to get a wave. So as you can see right there, Kanoa kind of calling it a heat. Looks like he's going to come in. He feels very confident with his heat total.
As he should. Yep, save that energy, Kanoa. You're going to be in the semifinals. That's going to follow these quarterfinals. Down to 15 seconds, and Griffin Colapinto can turn this heat. He's got first priority. He's out there in the red jersey. 10 seconds. He's going to have to paddle for this wave. And it looks like the standings are going to remain static as we near the horn. And it will be Kanoa Igarashi moving on into the semifinals, along with a young Australian who's been stamping his name all over Haleiwa, Kalani Ball. Ian Gentile, Griffin Colapinto out of competition. We're going to take a break, but when we come back, quarterfinal number 4 will be in the water here at the Michelob Ultra Pure Gold Haleiwa Challenger. Kanoa Igarashi fulfilling some fan requests with some autographs on the beach as he successfully surfed quarterfinal number 3 for a berth in the semifinals. And that red buoy outside the Haleiwa harbor has been bobbing up and down, indicating large swells in the ocean. Kuiper Girl, along with Keanu Singh, to talk you through quarterfinal number 4. And we're going to start off here with Liam O'Brien. And that was a big lip glide on a meaty wave.
Yeah, meaty section and a pretty solid wave there. You know, big turn, big wave. I like it. You know, coming from the 2020 official rookie. 2022, right. Excuse me.
Another look at it.
Yeah, here we go. Liam O'Brien just opening up his account. Big section, really just throwing it up there. Really trying to surf critical and throw a lot of risk in there. And that's really what the judges want to see, is that kind of risky surfing.
So we'll be waiting for that score for Liam O'Brien. You see just a fractional score on the scoring bug in the left-hand corner of your screen. That's up and out for Billy Sterman. 4.33 checks in for the start for Liam O'Brien, 22 years old, from the Gold Coast of Australia. And like Keanu, like you said, he's going to be a rookie on the 2022 Championship Tour when we get things kicked off at Pipeline.
I'm really excited to see Liam get on tour. You know, seeing new faces is just very refreshing. To see how they're, you know, going to come on tour and make their impact and show what they got. You know, it's like draft day for these guys. You know, coming into this event, the one thing they want to do is graduate to the Championship Tour, which Liam got to do yesterday.
And Liam, battle proven on the Championship Tour. Just this year, he took a 3rd place finish at the Championship Tour event, the Rip Curl Search at Rottnest. So he's already shown success on the big stage. So I can't wait for Liam to have an entire year on that Dream Tour.
Yeah, look, Liam is definitely proven to be on the Championship Tour. He belongs, and he knows that. And to watch him have a full year, it's going to be really exciting to see what he can do.
Yep. We had a winner of the last heat. Chains out for Conor Coffin. He's on the glass with Strider Wazalewski.
Thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, down here, Igarashi. The chains are out, and the surfboard and the lip on that last wave. Nothing like waiting right to the end to get the best wave.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, days like this, like, you don't really make a plan. Mother Nature kind of creates the plan for you. So, yeah, I wanted to catch more waves, but I got a little bit lost out there, and the current was taking us pretty far out. And it's just like, it's hard to find the one where you feel like it's gonna be a clean one. So, yeah, it was difficult, but I mean, it's Haleiwa. It's classic North Swell Haleiwa.
Are you excited that today is gonna be finals day?
Yeah, I mean, you know, waves are good. Hopefully, maybe the current will calm down a little bit, and I feel like it's getting cleaner and cleaner. So, yeah, just take it wave by wave and try and find the clean ones.
Board looks good. Looks like a regular short board. Is it a step up at all?
It's like a ½ inch bigger. It's a 6.0. It's probably pretty small on the small end for today, but I just wanted to see if, it was kind of fun. I rode a big board yesterday, and it's not as fun like when you're surfing. I mean, it's easier, but there's something about riding a small board and being able to surf hard and see if the fins hold in.
All right, well, congratulations. Moving on through. Can't wait for your next round.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
So as we got to that interview, we saw Conor O'Leary tear apart a wave for a 5.43, and the Goofy Foot Australian goes out into the lead. Here's a replay of that 5.43.
Yeah, real vertical the first turn right there. You know, really just trying to find his feet. I talked to him earlier this morning. He didn't have a free surf, and he kind of just was telling me that, you know, come this far into the event, I don't really need a free surf. I'm pretty warm, and I know what to do. Coming out of the gate swinging, first wave, 5.43. So you can tell he's confident in where he's at, you know. Pretty interesting heat right here. Conor O'Leary, Liam O'Brien solidified himself on the Championship Tour. Samuel Pupo on the bubble, and Billy Sterman with a long shot. Well, not really long shot, but a little bit further out than Sammy.
Yeah, as we look at Sammy Pupo, he's right on that bubble, has not caught a wave yet. So he's applying some pressure to himself right now in this jumbled conditions. We've already seen some scores get put through. There he is, Samuel Pupo, 21 years old, and the younger brother of Miguel Pupo, who just made the cut on the 2021 schedule to move into 2022 for the Championship Tour. Also, both Miguel and Sammy sons of Wagner Pupo, who was an outstanding Brazilian professional surfer in his own right. So second-generation pros as we look at the Pupo clan.
Yeah, just a family of shredders, isn't that right? You know, I bet Miguel's watching this heat, and he really wants to see his brother get through this one and really solidify himself as alongside, you know, Liam and Conor to be on the championship tour. I talked to Sammy yesterday, and he was a little lost in the lineup. He said he waited too long, and he kind of was a little out of position, a little deep on waves, and he kind of had to get recycled a couple of times, and I think he got saved yesterday. So from the jet ski to kind of reposition himself, and, you know, he had a harder time finding those kind of open-face waves, and, you know, towards the end, he found himself in a detrimental situation when Wiggly Dantas got that last wave, so he had to sit there, watch, and wait for the scores, and he was really stressed out after, but very relieved yesterday to get through that day.
Yeah, interesting for Sammy. It wasn't until this round that he's actually gaining points as he came into this event. So that is the upside for Sammy Pupo. Like I said, just walking the tightrope of qualification. We'll see how all the math goes through. Fourth place in this heat, equal 13th, which is 3,400 points. Third place in this heat is ninth with points of 3,600 points.
A lot of points to be taken up today. You know, it's going to be really interesting to see who comes out today with, you know, where they're going to be seated. Today is the finals day. This is it.
This is it.
This is it. So the next couple of heats that we see, we're going to see how the rankings fall into place and who's actually going to be on the tour and who's going to have to come back next year.
Kaipogaro, Keanu is saying, and I hope you're enjoying the show because we sure are. We made the announcement that it will be finals day for the men's after this quarterfinal number 4. We're going to roll into the men's semifinals and straight into the men's finals and crown a champion today on the sand at Haleiwa Ali'i Beach Park and give you the full spectrum, the full news of all of the qualifiers for the championship tour for the men's going into 2022. So we're going to have a lot of big news today. Stick around for the rest of the show. 20 minutes and 10 seconds on the countdown. O'Leary out in front. Liam O'Brien in second place, all by way of single wave scores. It's been a quiet heat compared to some of the other heats. Keanu, what's going on out there?
Yeah, it kind of seems to be the tide is changing. The tide is kind of almost cleaning it up a little bit, almost taming the behavior of Haleiwa. This morning had a lot of morning sickness, a lot of water moving. As you can see, the lineup's cleaning up a bit. You know, everybody's kind of finding those open face waves, and here's Sammy Pupo.
Waited a long time for this wave. Nice start for Pupo. Second gaff, loses the fins but regains control. Important wave for him as he sweeps through another cutback. It tapers off and gets the finish before just falling off on that bonus. That's not going to cost him much. Nice start for Sammy Pupo.
Yeah, you know, Sammy, I was really interested to see his kind of reaction after yesterday. You know, having that really close heat, I was really interested to see how his reaction was going to be, you know, and taking his approach to this heat. You can tell he's a little bit more calm. He kind of, you know, opened up this heat with a pretty good score right there, it looked like. So I'm impressed. I'm impressed with the pressure he's surfing with and completing waves and kind of rising to the occasion, you know, especially knowing what he needs to do for the event and kind of producing.
Liam O'Brien, meanwhile, gliding through sections here. That's some difficult water, and he's able to stand up out of it for the completion. Liam O'Brien.
Wow, that was unbelievable surfing right there. You know, we see somebody surfing in Sammy Pupo that potentially has a lot of pressure on his shoulders, and then we see somebody like Liam O'Brien with all the pressure off his shoulders. So two different, you know, perspectives in wave riding and approaches. I really want to see that replay. That was insane surfing right there.
More sets indicated by Avalanche on the left of your screen. The outside break from here in the corner of Haleiwa Ali'i Beach Park. And the water's churning up. We're waiting for two important scores, one for Liam O'Brien and one for Sammy Pupo. Conditions starting to clean up a little bit as the winds start clocking around. We still do have that jumble from the wind night before. Here's the replay you were looking for.
Yeah, this is Liam O'Brien on a really solid size wave. Big opening first turn, really staying patient off the bottom and picking his sections, gliding through the lip right there and and another one in the toilet bowl. Surfing like this, I'm not a judge, but to me, that's the type of surfing that gets you the excellent type of scores. Look at this right here. He just throws it and like lip line glides right there. And then this one right here, huge, huge turn in a critical spot into the toilet bowl. Getting a little bit stuck in the trough and just hangs on. He got some strong legs right there, man. And here we go. Here's Sammy Pupo. Like I said, he was surfing with a lot of pressure. This is his first wave of the heat. You know, just trying to ride over those bumps. This turn was pretty interesting. Got a little stuck and slid out a little bit. The fins kind of didn't engage. And right here, just trying to look for just to complete it. And just like that, that's a complete score.
Live action here with Conor O'Leary on the backhand. O'Leary winds up off the bottom and a nice hook off the top, well timed. Gets a little frothy section on the end. A little late there, but makes it through. Again, nice finish, throws the fins out the back. So battling back and forth in the second half of this heat. Conor O'Leary, we're gonna look for that score too. Still waiting on Liam O'Brien. Sammy Pupo on his first wave, a 6.33. But a couple of important scores still not in the books as of yet, Keanu.
This heat is getting really interesting as we see some scores trickling in for Liam O'Brien, a 7.83 on that last wave. The gloves are off and the boys are swinging, and they're making Samuel Pupo earn his spot right here. And as we see Conor O'Leary just going through the motions, not the biggest wave, but really, really nice, swoopy, clean surfing. This turn was really sick right here, this one coming up. Fins out the back, drift the tail. Real critical surfing. You know, I'm really excited to see what kind of score that's going to be.
Waiting for the score for Conor O'Leary. He has a 5.43 already in the bank. 5 minutes and 30 seconds. We'll be back with more, and we'll bring you the score when we return to Haleiwa right after this break. Welcome back to the Michelob Ultra Pure Gold Haleiwa Challenger. And Strider Wazalewski's got some news on the beach for us.
That's right. We're down here. We've got a new entrant into the World Tour. We're talking big dog status right now. How does it feel to qualify? You got to feel good. We got a new piece of the storm moving into the Brazilian storm.
That's right. Yeah, it feels amazing. Like the challenge series this year was so hard, so tough. Like those 2 losses in Europe event. Like if I made like a quarterfinal, I would be a qualifier already. So like let things out to Hawaii is like a really hard job to do. But yeah, I don't think like there is any better place to clinch like the spot on the CT than Hawaii. So like I'm really, really happy. All my family is already crying at home, so like I'm about to cry. So yeah, it feels amazing. I like speechless right now.
Well, it's probably a dream come true, and you got Sammy Pupo out in the water right now. He's looking to qualify. The more the merrier for you guys on tour.
For sure, Sammy has to qualify with me. I don't want to do this alone, and he's my partner in crime, as you said. So like, yeah, cheering really hard for him right now. He already got a 6.33. So like hope to back it up this score really good and like clinch his spot as well.
All right, well, I'll let you get back to watching the heat. Congratulations, a huge move on the tour. Can't wait to see you in the big leagues.
Thank you, thank you.
Chumbinho, Para bench. Congratulations to Joao Chianca and his berth on the championship tour. There's his guy, his partner in crime, as he would say, Samuel Pupo. They've been touring all year together, trying to crack the big leagues. This happened during the break, Keanu.
Yeah, here's Conor O'Leary, you know, keeping the ball rolling. Vicious first turn, staying patient off the bottom. Nice float, kind of tricky section, a little separated, but finishing it off really well. You know, this guy has some serious power. He's a really large guy. He's a heavy-footed southpaw. I really love the way Conor O'Leary serves.
Hey, there's our Hawaiian Shark Tours boat coming through. Double hull for stability in the rough waters outside of the islands.
Comfortable in the victory at sea kind of action. I can't believe they're riding their boat out there. That's pretty insane.
Yeah, those are made for Hawaiian waters. 2 hulls are better than 1 when you got some bumpy seas. And you know what? You can look back in history all the way back to ancient Hawaiians with the Va'akaulua, which were twin-hulled canoes, which is actually how Hawaii got settled from our motherland over there in French Polynesia, Tahiti.
That's correct, Kaipo. You know, a lot of history here in Hawaii, and you know, it's so much history and historic. You just, like, when you're here and you know you're from here, and just everybody that comes here, it's just, there's a lot of energy.
Yes.
You know what I mean? There's a lot of energy. I don't even know how to explain it.
we got a lot of mana here, and a lot of times you can feel that energy, whether it's on the land or in the ocean or the combination of the two, or even if you're high up, Amauka, you know, in the Mauna, in the mountains, you can feel that energy. And us as locals, we feel it, but I think everybody who visits this special place also feels that. I mean, we're the most isolated, inhabited land mass in the entire world, smack dab in the middle of the Pacific, and this is what we have to deal with every day.
Yeah, that's it. Just beautiful. Beautiful island, that's all.
So 10 minutes and 15 seconds on the countdown. Sammy Pupo, we're talking about his qualification. He's hanging tough with the 6.33. He's got second priority. Liam O'Brien in the lead with a monster number of a 7.83. Back that up with a 4.33. Conor O'Leary, the pressure's off for O'Leary and O'Brien. They've both qualified for the championship tour, and they're surfing freely out there in the number 1 and 2 positions. More waves moving through here at Haleiwa.
Yeah, I'd like to see Billy kind of get going here. He doesn't have any, you know, substantial scores. I'd really like to see him kind of fight his way back into the heat. He has priority right now. Sometimes, like we said earlier, sitting with priority tends to kind of add a little bit of pressure. And, you know, sometimes Haleiwa, as challenging as it is today, you really want to kind of get the ball rolling and kind of find a rhythm. I think that's kind of the main goal, is to finding a rhythm. Kind of like how Conor has been doing, you know, in this heat. He's built the 5.43, 4.93, 5.27, stuff to kind of build off of and kind of keep his rhythm going in the ocean and riding those set waves, or not the set waves, but kind of when the sets come and the flurries come, make sure you're on some of those waves so you're looking to kind of better those scores.
Pretty interesting as I'm looking out on the ocean here as we have a bit of a lull. It's been a flurry of waves throughout the morning. The swell will continue to drift north as it passes the islands, as well as we're forecasted with a decline in the overall swell. So maybe that's going to start affecting the consistency out here as we look towards the rest of the day. The current ever prevalent here, and looking across Haleiwa Harbor to Hua'ena Point, where most of the energy is getting focused on with this northern aspect of the swell.
That was unfortunate just there. Billy Sterman with priority. Missed that wave. Now he goes down to 4th priority.
And an opportunity for Sammy Pupo now with first priority, needing a 4.37 for the young Brazilian. He's hanging tough, but positioning. It's a jigsaw puzzle out there.
Yes, it's that's correct. It's tricky out there, especially with the outgoing swell. It doesn't look like it's an outgoing swell, but the peak of the swell, you know, happened already. Sometimes when you see the downside of the swell, it tends to slow down the energy, you know, out here at Haleiwa. It takes a lot of lulls, and it doesn't really necessarily have too much flurry. So when they do come, you have to make sure you're ready when it does and perform.
Sammy Pupo, he's no doubt seeing that whitewater out at Avalanche right now, so he knows it's going to be about 90 seconds or so before that energy is going to hit Haleiwa Ali'i Beach Park, and here it comes. Decision time for a Pupo. Here he goes. First wave of the set. Carves through that turn. Winds up. Waves looking pretty shouldery. Has to go for a roundhouse cutback. Make it 2 roundhouse cutbacks, just biding his time. Really needs a little inside section. Throws it with some aggressive layback snap. Give him a bonus too for Sammy Pupo. Not a giant number, 4.37. Did he achieve that, Keanu?
I'm gonna have to say he might have. I think he will. You know, I was interested. He went the first wave of the set. Usually kind of tends to be bumpy, but it worked out for him pretty well. As we see Billy Sterman on the second wave of the set. A lot cleaner, a little bit saucy, a lot of foam on the face, but nice ride for Billy.
Going to be an important exchange between the two of them, really battling on the live leaderboard for qualification right now. 6 minutes, 10 seconds, and we're waiting for 2 very, very important scores in the frame of quarterfinal number 4. Let's take a look, starting with Sammy Pupo.
Sammy Pupo on the first wave of the set, a little bumpy, but nice open face carve. Kind of like you said, it's shouldered off a little bit here, but he keeps staying in the power source and kind of weaving his way back and forth, making sure he's ready for this section right here. Throws a nice layback jam. And just the end turn like that right there is, you know, I got to say it's going to be really close. And I don't want to say it's going to be or not going to be, but it's going to be really close. Billy Sterman, a little bit cleaner face, kind of foamy from the first wave of the set, but nice and complete, you know, finding himself back in the heat, you know, fighting his way back in. I really love that decision-making from Billy and from Sammy Pupo.
Back to live action and the waiting for those scores. Just at the 5-minute mark here, tense times out in the lineup, waiting for the beach announcers to give us the numbers out to the lineup to give these surfers their position and requirements in this heat. Judges taking a long look at it. Again, Sammy Pupo, the guy right on the line, needs a 4.37, and scores are coming both high and low for that. A 4.5 barely gets Pupo into second and advancing position right now, Keanu.
Yeah, the judges took their time and they really wanted to get that result right. What a heat, right? This is close heat. Man, good for Sammy. You know, good decision making, got the score, sitting in second. What do you do now with 4th priority? It's going to be super important to kind of have these guys get out of position. But here goes Sammy on that last wave. Nice opening carve. Just like I said, that bump just kind of bothers me a little bit. It makes it a little bit harder to ride, but he did really well at just kind of staying with the flow of the wave. I really like how he threw this in there to kind of make sure that the score will be enough to get him there, you know what I mean? So good decision making by Sammy. That was impressive.
And here we go. Let's take a look at Billy Sterman. This is a 5.2, Keanu.
This is a 5.2, and like I said, the difference between the 2 waves, a little smoother face. Billy, you know, trying to fight his way back into this heat. Nice vertical surfing right there, and just finishing off in the toilet bowl. Kind of seems like the waves are taming down just a little bit and kind of being a lot more control. You know, this morning was really out of control, so I think the surfing has been a lot better.
All right, down to 3 minutes and 25 seconds, really to put quarterfinal 4 in context. If Sammy Pupo is able to make it out of this quarterfinal into the semifinal, he's going to qualify for the championship tour. Ultra important and a tense final 3 minutes in quarterfinal number 4, Keanu.
Could you only imagine what Sammy's feeling right now? 3 minutes to go, 4th priority. You're in second.
You just want Conor O'Leary just to spare you. Conor O'Leary needs a 5.41, or Billy Sterman can do it with a 5.64 and just, you know, send you to Heartbreak Hotel, potentially.
Yeah, like do you paddle up to Conor and say, hey, you want to give me umbrella deal? I'll buy you a beer later. Like, you know, what do you do here? It's 2 minutes, 35 seconds to go. Deal or no deal.
Now, that doesn't mean if Sammy doesn't make this heat, all of his hopes are lost. But to guarantee that spot and qualification, he does need to make it out of this heat into the semifinals. We're down to nearly the 2-minute mark, and I see not a lot of action out the back. What do you got for me, Keanu?
So just looking at the rankings right now, Billy Stearman is the only person that's kind of the closest to Sammy Pupo. So I think Sammy's kind of looking at this.
He's got two ways at it, right?
Yeah, he has a couple different ways to kind of make his way to the championship tour today. You know, we have Kalani Ball a little further down in the rankings, but still in the draw, so that kind of keeps it interesting. Yeah, very, very interesting, different couple ways that we're looking at the rankings here.
Currents running. I don't see a lot of whitewater outside at Avalanche on the outside as the indicator for sets coming through.
I really wanted to get a camera on Jackson Baker. I seen him earlier up in the competitors area, and he's like, I'm so nervous. He's like, I haven't slept too good. So, you know, he's got his list in his hand, maybe just
doing a lot of math. He's doing a lot of math right now. All right, down to a minute. And it looks like there is a wave, maybe a medium size for today, wave coming through. First priority with Liam O'Brien. He's driving the heat. He's in the lead and he has first priority. He's in the driver's seat and he can really control this final 45 seconds with his decisions. So you talked about Jackson Baker. If Stearman was not to make it out of this heat, it's going to be looking really good for him. He's likely to qualify. We'll make that official when we get the final map, but it looks like that's another part of this scenario. If Billy Stearman unable to make it out of the heat, it's going to bode well for Jackson Baker. Sammy Pupo, he wants to guarantee his spot, and he's 10 seconds away from being a part of the cast and crew of the 2022 Dream Tour. And let's make it official. Sammy Pupo is on to quarterfinal number 2, along with Liam O'Brien. And the action is hot here at Haleiwa. It's finals day at the Michelob Ultra Pure Gold Haleiwa Challenger. A happy Sammy Pupo.
As you can see right there, he knows. He knows.
All right, we're gonna go to break. I would recommend you not go anywhere because when we return, semifinal number 1 will be out in the water.
Welcome back to the Pure Gold Haleiwa Challenger, stop number 4 in the series. And this is a crazy day because so many surfers are qualifying for the championship tour. And John Florence, one of the greatest of all time to come out of the North Shore of Oahu, has just opened up with a fiery performance for semifinals number 1. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth by the 1988 world champion Barton Lynch. Barton, it's great to be finally sitting in the booth with you.
Yes, long time. We've got to share some great moments like the Olympics together, but to be in the booth and to see this semi-final, which is, it's a final in itself, isn't it?
Oh, it really is one of the most, exciting heats I think that we're going to be able to see throughout the day. Having John Florence in the mix, Jack Robinson, Zeke Lau, and Callum Robson, as we see Jack driving into that first turn. Nice looking set opening up in front of him. A little bit bumpy on the face there. You can see him just hanging on in that second turn. And now looking for that powerful gouge to finish with the layback, and he goes down.
Yeah, unfortunate there. He had done a lot of work and it was a bumpy, lumpy one. It's nice to see the ocean is settling down. The conditions are settling a little bit. Still massive out there, but definitely heading in the right direction as we head towards the finals.
Yeah, it's looking like it's going to shape up to be a fantastic finals day here at Haleiwa. And Kaipo Guerrero down on the shoreline with some exciting news. Kaipo.
Thank you, Shannon. And this is when I love my job. This is when I can congratulate guys that I've seen since he was a kid. Sammy Pupo, you're now a part of the 2022 championship tour. I want to hear your feelings.
Oh man, it's been such a long journey. Even though I'm young, but I've been competing in the QS since I was 15 years old. So it's been a long road, and man, it's crazy. I'm so happy.
You're going to be joining your good friend, Shumbino, Joao Chianca. Both of you guys are going to be on tour together. Let's talk about that.
Man, we've been talking about that since we got good results in Europe. And it just doesn't feel real, man. I just hugged him, and I cannot believe it's real. With my best friend on tour and also my brother, so it's like a dream, man. I cannot believe it.
Dream's not over. You're in semifinal number 2. Your thoughts going forward? You can win this thing.
It's such a relief now. I feel like I can surf to my fullest. I was so nervous, and now I can just surf my best and hopefully get better waves. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Congratulations to Samuel Pupo.
Wow, joining his brother and his best friend on the championship tour. Barton, what an incredible feeling he must be experiencing right now.
Yes, I've seen Sammy for a long time. He was with the Hurley team a long time ago when I was doing coaching with them, and he was a little kid, and he showed that potential, 5 to 8 years ago, and now he's realised it. A long time coming, but he's a young man, and he's going to scare a lot of people on that CT, that's for sure.
Oh, it's so exciting to see that hard work pay off, competing since, his teen years. And we've got some of those teenagers that manage qualification earlier in life, and then those others that it takes them a while to get to that space, to be able to find their spot finally into the championship tour.
And it doesn't matter how the road goes, that's one thing as a competitor, is you've just got to accept the road for what it is, keep that faith in your destiny and keep the focus, and he's done that, and dreams do come true, as Kaipo said.
Well, it's pretty wild. The rookie class is just growing bigger and bigger, heat after heat. We're going to see so many rookies on the men's tour, and it'll be exciting as we get women's competition underway, possibly later today, and start seeing what the rookie class could look like on the women's side as well.
As well, and I think there's every chance we will see the women's surf this afternoon as these conditions stabilise a little bit. So, and look at that score of John Florence's wave.
Well, he's opened it up pretty strong. It's looking okay. It's coming through as an 8.70, Barton.
And the wave itself was like a 5. It was a very average sort of wave. It was a 2-turn combination, but the speed and the power that he gave to that wave and to that moment was undeniable, and the judges just had to drop that massive score, but it shows the experience and the confidence that he has. I know that he went out Waimea yesterday afternoon, and oh, here we go, up and riding.
Up and riding. Callum Robson, newly qualified for the 2022 championship tour as well. He just found out yesterday afternoon. And there he is driving into that first turn, so he had to really just race around that opening section, and now it's starting to give him a nice wall on that inside to work with as he puts on a strong performance and continues to prove why he deserves that qualification.
Absolutely, great ride, complete ride, utilised every opportunity in it, and we'll see that on the replay. things did feel like they started to pick up the further down the line he went. And we know that the judges, looking at that 8-7, that two-turn combination of John's, the judges do love it when those turns go seamlessly from one into the other. There was a little bit of downtime, so I don't see Callum's wave going as high as John's, but it'll definitely be a good score and might be the second best wave of the heat.
Well, talk us through this one from Callum.
Carves out of the top, and there's a long wall in front of him, and you can just see him highlining and trying to get in front of the whitewater. He does there. The bottom turn came from way behind it, which gave him that opportunity to hit it while it stood up. And again, he gets it. This is where that energy and tempo in the performance picked up a bit. The earlier you do the turns on the wave, the better the judges like it, the bigger the score.
Well, John Florence proved that, didn't he?
Look at this smaller inside wave. Watch that first turn. Watch the speed in this second turn. Whoa, he just flew out of the lip and just glided through that turbulent whitewater with such incredible power and control. The first turn was a lovely layback snap that is sort of textbook for John. And watch how far he projects out and across that whitewater. So clean, so smooth. He just turned a 4-point wave into an 8.7 with the level of his surfing and the talent that he possesses.
Oh, I love that breakdown, Barton. Incredible performance, incredible opening ride from the local, John Florence. He's had a win out here back in 2016. Also with the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing going digital last year in 2020, he was not only the overall winner for the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing, but he took the win here, he took the win at Sunset, and he took the win at Pipeline. Absolute incredible performance, where we saw Jack Robinson actually walk away as the fan favorite vote from last year's Triple Crown. And no surprises to see John with those kind of results in his history opening up this way.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I was going to say, Jamie Mitchell, the big wave legend, told me he was out Waimea yesterday afternoon. He saw John paddled out, and he said he was amazed at the talent and the skill that John showed at Waimea last night, a sensitivity to that place as well as he has here in Haleiwa and a Pipeline and all of those Triple Crown venues.
Well, 20 minutes on the clock and some exciting news. There is only one spot left for qualification on the men's tour. At the moment, it's sitting with Carlos Munoz from Costa Rica, but if Kalani Ball, who's made it into the semifinals, can win the event, he is looking to overtake that spot.
Nervous day for Carlos then, and a nervous day for the Costa Ricans as they sit and wait and see their favorite son's outcome.
It's pretty wild thinking of that Latin American crew now with Luca Macinas, who represented Peru at the Olympics. He actually double qualified for the Olympics and was able to hand that spot away to someone else also to get their name in the mix, proving his worth here on the WSL side of things and getting himself into the championship tour to represent Latin America. It would be so special as well for Carlos Munoz to join him in flying those flags.
Indeed it would, and speaks to that international spread that surfing has now. There wasn't so long ago, there were a few nations that sort of dominated the sport, and now we have people coming out of all these little corners and areas of the globe that we didn't even know had waves or didn't know that had surf culture, and it's really broadened what our sport is now.
Yeah, it's incredible to see what the Challenger Series has brought within that regional qualifier, and to really give some of those surfers that opportunity to do well in their home regions, also financially making it slightly easier to afford getting within those events and being able to travel, and then having a shot at qualifying here on the Challenger Series with those 4 events that we've run this year. And yeah, it's really exciting to see some of those faces changing up and bringing some fresh blood.
And innovative times, isn't it? And innovative times call for for you to look in and probe around and see what you can do to make the sport better, and how you can increase its viewership and all of those sorts of things that need to happen, I suppose, as a business and as a professional sport. And we see that happening on all sorts of levels. Look at the river there that the competitors are paddling in, so much water.
They really need some strong shoulders today.
Ooh, you sure do. And I mean, that's where the advantage for the locals come in, and even Jack Robinson in that sense as well, because he spends a lot of time here, is that this is normal. This is a normal day really on the North Shore during winter. And sure, it's a big swell, but there's a lot of them that come through in that winter period, and this does become normal to those guys, and it gives you such an advantage to be able to look at a crazy lineup and go, oh yeah, I can deal with this. I've done that before.
Well, you can see our surfers out in the lineup just having a strong paddle to keep themselves in position. as you have mentioned, Barton, and the guys in the booth so far today, that current is just absolutely wild. And in this heat, we've got 3 of those surfers that really know this break well, and a John Florence, a Jack Robinson coming out of Western Australia, but spending so much time here at home on the North Shore, and then Zeke Lau as well from Honolulu. So you've got those 3 surfers with all of that experience behind them. For both Zeke and Jack Robinson, they have got to be so hungry also to get themselves on the list of former champions or current champions of Haleiwa alongside of John.
Yeah, once your name can be on any of those lists, really, a winner's board for any of the events on this World Tour. It's such a big deal, and one of those things that helps you sleep better at night when you retire and you move on into the the next chapters of your life. You look back and you go, wow, I actually won that event, or actually I did well here, I did well there, and it really is, they are the childhood dreams to have that sort of success, and when you get the chance to live it and then get the chance to watch other people live it and see it come true, it's an emotional thing.
And it would feel so special, specifically here on the North Shore, as we've got a big wall of water moving through the lineup. Here at Haleiwa, Callum Robson takes a drop in, that wave just bumpy on the face, really slopey, and not offering that critical section for him.
Yeah, he was in 4th priority, so you may as well have a look at it, and sometimes they can be repositioning moves as well and get you across and inside your opponents, and he did nothing lost there, so worth a try with 4th priority.
Well, coming down to 16 minutes on the clock, a slow heat to start things off. John Florence currently dominating, but we've also got another big announcement. Kaipo Guerrero, what a fun day for you to be down there chasing up some surfers.
Thank you, Shannon. And you know what? We're going to have a new face on the Championship Tour 2022, and that new face is Jacko Baker. How you feeling?
Oh, I'm still in shock. I'm over the moon. It's something I've dreamt of for a long time, and this past week has been number crunching and one of the longest weeks of my life. But to be standing here now chatting to you, it feels pretty surreal. So I'm so excited.
I know you haven't had a ton of time to digest this, but looking at the tour schedule, do you have a favorite stop you're looking forward to?
Sunset. I really enjoy Sunset. It'll be good to test myself out pipe. I've never really got too many waves out there before, so I guess now it's time to put the work in at places I'm not too comfortable at. So I'm in shock. I couldn't even tell you the calendar of events right now. I'm just thinking about the first 2 and getting through those. And like I said, it's a dream come true. And the amount of people I got to thank is incredible. It goes from my girlfriend to my dad to my sister, everyone, to my girlfriend's family, Adam Tripaz, Merriweather Surfboard Club, everyone that's helped me to get to this point. This isn't just for me, this is for you, and especially to my mum upstairs. I hope I've done you proud, Mum, and miss you so much.
Merriweather, you can be proud. Jacko Baker's on the tour. Let's give it up.
So excited. This is exactly the sort of guy that the Championship Tour needs, is a face like Jackson Baker's.
Look how happy he was, and it's interesting to see that, in a moment of self-adulation, he can think of his mum and send his love upstairs to her, and the whole of Newcastle will be celebrating because he's a Novocastrian and a proud one, and that city has had incredible surfers throughout the years, and now they've got another one on the tour, so congratulations to Newcastle. And for me, I've worked with Jackson, I've worked with Kalani Ball, and to watch all of these young kids come through, it's so cool, and what a great day this is for surfing, to see all the new faces come along.
Oh, it's just so special. We're so proud of Jackson for making it there, and for his first event on the Championship Tour to be the Billabong Pro Pipeline. It starts on January the 29th, well, the waiting period starts then, and what a way to launch themselves into professional surfing of that level.
Right at the deep end, and it is that chance to catch some waves. As he said, it's tough to get out there, and there's a very strong pecking order at Pipeline, and so when you get out there with only a few other people and you've got priority, it's an opportunity to see what you can do.
Barton, do you remember the first time you competed at Pipeline, or maybe even the first time you surfed there?
Yeah, I do remember I remember both, but I remember my first heat. It was on a 1981, and it was an extremely crazy day where Steve Beaver Massafella ended up headfirst into the reef.
Wow.
and was on the beach. I'm sitting there, I'm in the 4th heat, and the first heat, Beaver Massafella goes down and gets taken to the hospital by helicopter. Then Chris Salundi, a great surfer and artist, went double knee first into the reef, and he came out and helicoptered, and I was sitting there watching this go on with the heat coming up for the very first time at the pipeline as an 18-year-old kid, and it was terrifying. Still to this day, I look back at that and go, that was a terrifying day. So, you know, there's places where you grow, where you learn, where you face your demons, and that's what you have to do.
I mean, I've got fear inside me right now just thinking of what you would have been going through in that moment, that experience. 13 minutes on the clock, and another wall swinging through. Here we go with priority, Zeke Lau, the local, already requalified for the championship tour for 2022. Drives into that first turn, now eyeing up the second, and that wave's a little bit softer, so he's patiently gonna wait out for that inside section and just lay it down, and just making sure to get that ride out with 12 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. We've got scores to drop through for last, actually first of Zeke Lau. It's been a slow heat to start. John Florence currently sitting in the lead. More action and scores to drop through right after this. Well, back in 2018 at Bells, we saw an impressive struggle of a paddle battle between Zeke Lau and John Florence.
That was one of those moments where you're up against the favorite, the best surfer in the world, and you have to give him something else to think about, because if you just let him go surfing, you might not get through. And Zeke Lau chanced it all, and it was it's one of those moments that people talk about. It was controversial, but it proved Zeke's determination to succeed, and he was willing to do whatever it took and everything he had to try and get past John Florence.
Well, it pays off. Look at that sort of surfing coming through on one of the best right-hand points in the world. And what a crazy dynamic. Two professional surfing Barton to be thrown in those situations against friends, against allies, and then to have to know only one of you gets to pick that wave. As we got a paddle there and a pull out.
And that might have been a loss of priority for John Florence. We'll have a look. He had the priority. He's gone down to fourth priority. Big mistake from John.
And Jack Robinson driving off the bottom. Beautiful arc to start off with. Now doing those kind of couple of pumps to make it around the section, lays back into that second turn, and just looking so sharp with that equipment under his feet. Now eyeing up that toilable section to finish off with, throws the fins completely out of the water, and he'll ride out clean. That was impressive surfing, Barton Lynch.
It sure was. 6.43 for Zeke Lau on the one before that. There's the crew there supporting Jack Robbo. Confident, strong ride. Potential there for that to come in ahead of that 6.43 maybe.
All right, Zeke Lau on his second ride, looks for the barrel. Is he gonna come out of it? And he disappears in the whitewash. Looking for something different. Waiting for those waves to stand up with something a little more hollow on offer as well. We saw some of that yesterday morning.
We're definitely seeing the swells dropping and the conditions moderating. We've seen lulls in this heat. It took Zeke Lau 18 minutes to get that first wave.
Callum Robson just goes over the handlebars.
And before you know it, John Florence is back to the top of the priority roster and hoping not to paddle for a wave he doesn't catch this time, I'm sure.
Absolutely. Well, he's already got that 8.7 on the scoreboard, so to set the scene, John Florence in the lead with an 8.7 and a 0.63 as his throwaway score. Zeke Lau currently sitting in second with a 6.43 and just a 1.80 for that attempted barrel. Doesn't come out of it. Callum Robson sitting with a 5.5 on the scoreboard in third. He's chasing a small score of a 2.74 to get the advancing position. And we're taking another look there at that loss of priority for John.
Wow, you don't see that very often. Big mistake.
And Jack Robinson chasing a 3.41 to get that advancing position, but have a look at this last one.
Completely capitalizing on the mistake from John. Beautiful layback, rail driving carve there to a nice wrapping cutback. And this last turn, it had some points in it too because he risks everything. You fall here and it's not going to look too good in the judge's mind or eyes, but he pulled that off. You can see the determination and an 8.33. Great ride.
Zeke Lau had a look at this one as well.
Snaps out of the top, waiting for it to stand up again. Another little snap there. Coming down through the inside and a nice closeout, layback gouge. It's a go-to for the natural footers out here today.
So situation has changed as Jack Robinson's dropped in an 8.33. He's jumped into the lead above John. John now having a look at this wave. Nice looking wall standing up in front of him. Eyes up that first big section, lays into it with so much precision. Goes in under the lip on the second turn. Now looking for that solid finish.
Wow.
Goes down on the end. Still some cheers coming through from family on the shore.
Yeah, unfortunate fall there at the end, but a lot of great work done before it. That's going to see John through, you would imagine, even though there's 6.50 on the clock still. That was going to be a second good score. He's looking so strong.
Exactly. He's only needing to replace that 0.63 at the moment, chasing a 4 to advance.
Yeah, look at these turns. Bumpy, lumpy wave. His rail work is so supremely good. He just handles stuff that other people can't handle. And he just makes it all look easy. Unfortunate there, and you could see there was almost a moment where he went, "Oh, got this," and he stood tall. And he went, "Oh, no, I didn't. I stood tall just a little bit too early." So unfortunate right at the end there, and that'll have an impact. But these earlier turns were so committed that it's going to be a good second score, and it's going to consolidate his position in the lead in this heat.
So scores to come through from this one from John Florence. This heat, all 4 surfers will be competing on the 2022 Championship Tour. Of course, Jack Robinson and John Florence already requalified from the tour this year in 2021. And then Zeke Lau and Callum Robson securing their positions. Callum specifically as a rookie now here in the Challenger Series.
Yeah. First score drops for John's wave. We can see it on our screen. It's a big one. You can see it too. Look at the scores.
It's an 8.5. Just shy of his 8.7 to open up on.
Wow, dominant performance. Only ridden the 3 waves.
And thoughts, had he finished that in section and rode out clean?
Yeah, could have been heading towards a 9 perhaps, but great work. And you know, when the rail goes through the water, if that rail and the board's quivering and you can see it sort of wobbling around underneath the surfer, that's not good rail control. When you watch John's rail and you watch him get it up on that rail and drive it through the water, it's so clean, it's so precise, and it's so positive. There's just no doubt in it whatsoever. Here he goes again, quick in and out.
Has a look there. Hits eject. He's sitting in 4th priority, so he's got that freedom to just stay busy. And I get the sense as well from John that he is just so happy to be back in competition, to have that jersey on once again. It's been a long year for him. You know, he competed at the Olympics, but since pulling out of Margaret River in that semi-final, we haven't seen him back in the jersey, and you get that sense from him that he is just having so much fun out there. As we see him take off here as well, just a quick kick in and out. And eyeing up, just trying to find an opportunity to get another good wave out there.
Just to surf, hey? Just to ride some waves. And I think the interesting part with 4 minutes 15 is the battle between Jack Robinson and Ezekiel Lao. Callum Robson down in the 4th needs that 7.67, but Jack's got 2nd priority, and Ezekiel Lao has 3rd. So no surprises to see them close to each other, and I can't imagine that Jack's going to give Zeke too much room at this point in time, because his job really is to, you know, a lull would be fantastic for Jack because no waves means no opportunity, but if an opportunity comes, he's going to use that priority to block Zeke and make sure that he doesn't get that. The thing that Zeke can do here is sell him on the first wave although Callum Robson's got the priority, so he might wait for a second or third too, because the first waves have been bumpy or lumpy, so it's going to be a super interesting use of priority here right in the back end.
Yeah, especially with such, so few seconds left on the clock, 3 minutes, 25 seconds to go. And that rivalry continues to unfold between Jack Robinson and Zeke Lau. Zeke had a look at that, decided not to go, and now down the line, John lays the rail in. So much power, so much speed. Now having a look at that in section. What an incredible, impressive opening turn.
Oh, so powerful, so strong. He is potentially, we've seen it from him before, but he's surfing as good as he has ever surfed, and a fit John. And throughout the whole year, there's, he will keep the Italos and the Gabriel Medinas and the Felipe Toledos who sort of lead that Brazilian storm or that Brazilian charge. He'll keep them honest because he's right there with them. Beautiful big turn. Really, he's just surfing at this point. He knew that wasn't going to, change anything in the heat's context, but he's just looking for waves, looking to ride them. And look at that. It's like a turn in a video, not in a heat.
Just such an incredible display of great surfing from John. I mean, that's it, feeling good, feeling comfortable, back in New Jersey again. So happy to be out there competing at a wave that he knows so well, where he's taken victories here at Haleiwa, at a wave with so much consequence to it, and that requires so much knowledge, so much understanding of the timing to be able to do turns like that in those right sections.
Yeah, yep, absolutely. He's just done it so many times, hasn't he? And since he was a little kid, and especially here on the North Shore, that there's a comfort level that's hard to beat.
Well, Zeke Lau sitting in that question mark position. He's chasing a 6.74 to get the jump over Jack Robinson. His opening ride was a 6.43, but he hasn't been able to find anything else beyond that. He's sitting with that 1.80 on the backup. Zeke has made it into the finals here back in the past. He's had that third place finish as his career best result at Haleiwa. Jack Robinson currently sitting in a great position, though, to keep his name in the mix as we see that set rolling throughout the back.
That's what, while you were talking, I was like, oh, there's something coming. I could see something coming. They're going to get a chance. They're going to get an opportunity, and the sets do have, 2, 3, 4 waves in them, so there might be the chance for everyone to get one that would give the judges a tough job, but make it great for us.
Down to 90 seconds on the clock. And that patient game. So Callum Robson had priority there, decides not to go. Having a look down the line on that wave, just deciding it wasn't going to give him that scoring potential of a 7.67.
And a pretty good call, I would think. Second wave smooth. Look, these guys hassling. Robbo's used the priority to block Zeke. Zeke's going into second priority now, and he's got time.
All right, we got time on the clock with 30 seconds to go. Jack Robinson did get just the upper hand above Zeke in their first heat this morning, both advancing through, but Jack in first, Zeke in second. John Florence now up and riding on his final victory lap. Lays it in, big jam on the first turn, and comes up into the foam on the second, and he'll ride it out, checks the clock, and knows that that was a heat well served.
Yeah, and he's through to the final, coming in. Some time to relax during that second semi-final. Always like being in that first semi to give yourself that bit of time. And it would look like no one got a chance, so maybe the standings stay as they were.
Well, there we go. Scores to come through for last of John Florence. It's going to be a good one for anyone else, but for him, it's not going to factor into his top two, a 6.63. John Florence, Jack Robinson, the first finalist for the Pure Gold Haleiwa Challenger. More right after this.
Welcome back to the Michelob Ultra Pure Gold Haleiwa Challenger. John Florence, straight out of the water and straight into the finals. Is it safe to say that John's back?
I don't know. I'm stoked to be here. I'm stoked to be competing.
2016, you took out the title here. What's the chance of you doing that again here in 2021?
The finals, so my chances are better, but still a lot of surfing to do, and it's tricky out there, so we'll see.
We'll let you get ready for the finals. John Florence, once again, the finals at Haleiwa.
Well, a man, a few words, but feeling confident heading into the finals, Barton.
Yeah, well, you don't want to really, you may as well wait until the job's done before you start declaring anything. And, he has been in supreme form, and he looked fantastic out there, and he was creating all sorts of opportunities for himself without priority, which is a daunting prospect for other surfers.
We're now into semi-final heat number 2. Kanoa Igarashi, Kalani Ball, Liam O'Brien, and Samuel Pupo. Exciting news as Liam O'Brien and Sammy Pupo have qualified for the 2022 Championship Tour. Liam O'Brien found out yesterday. Samuel Pupo just found out today. In a very exciting moment for Sammy's parents, as they can actually watch the broadcast now, I think, and relax because that pressure is off. And both of their sons will be competing on the Championship Tour next year.
It must be such a stressful situation as a parent. I sit there and watch my son at a skateboard lesson, and when he's rocked faking, I'm moving. I can't stop. I can't, you get so engaged in your children's, in their lives, and it's so hard to step back like that and let them live their life and make their mistakes and learn their lessons and just let it be. And I'm sure there's a lot of proud parents around, and I bet the Ball family, Stanmore Park, are sitting there with the biting nails as we speak.
Well, it is a very exciting time as there's a single spot to qualify now on the men's side of the draw. At the moment, Carlos Munoz from Costa Rica is sitting in that qualifying position, but if Kalani Ball can advance through this heat to the final and take a win, so he's got to win the Haleiwa Challenger, he will take that last qualification spot.
Stranger things have happened.
It's crazy coming down to, the final events like this. Being in Hawaii, it's so great. Again, that conversation is happening here on the North Shore, that it's the testing ground for surfing. Barton, you've experienced that so much in your own career. And, moving later in life now, coaching here and getting that experience in that time here on the North Shore, for this to be the battleground for both the men and the women to gain that position onto qualification.
It's always been the proving ground. It will always be the proving ground, and career needs to have highlights here.
Kanoa Igarashi, the Olympic silver medalist, drawing that line to start things off with, lays into that first turn, puts a lot of power into it, drives off the bottom, and just slides out the tail. Not sure if it was the wind, if it was the board, if it was the wave, Barton, that just took him out of that one.
Yeah, one of those. All of those, or perhaps something in your mind, a little thought, a little moment of distraction, perhaps. But there was rail engagement or disengagement, more to the point, that happened there. And we'll see it on this replay. Shannon drops in. Look at the way he's pumping his board across the face, building speed, like he's on a small wave, drives the run. You go, oh, things are looking fantastic. All the signs are good. Gets into that lip, and you could see the board across the top, and the rail wasn't engaged enough, and it just started drifting. Here it is. Drives, pushing out, and you see that warble at the back end of the board there, and it just twitched, and the rail disconnected. He lost his control, and an unfortunate mistake on a wave that was going to be a keeper score.
Yeah, that was looking to be such a solid wave coming through the inside, and probably a surprise for Kanoa to lose his footing there.
Absolutely, he didn't expect that for sure.
Now to reset, still plenty of time on the clock, just under 25 minutes. And it's been an exciting day of surfing. Of course, after this, we're going to run into the men's final. We've already got our first two finalists in John Florence and Jack Robinson. John looking for another title here at Haleiwa. Jack Robinson so hungry to take out this specific event. He's already taken out Sunset, and he's got that hunger for Pipeline as well. We've got so many different nations represented here at the Haleiwa Challenger. And you can see that wind direction now blowing through, straight offshore.
Straight offshore, clean, grooming the surface of the water like a groomer on a snow field. And the conditions, it's significantly smaller. I feel like it's almost half the size of what it was when we got here this morning. So we were expecting this swell to drop really quickly, and we're seeing it happen in front of our eyes.
Yeah, it's exactly what the forecast was showing, which is surprising to see that the swell could actually decrease that quickly, Barton.
It's bizarre. It really is.
Liam O'Brien now up and riding on his opening ride. Nice smooth down carb to start things off with, and a big check under the lip. He'll kick out, feeling more relaxed paddling out into this semifinal now that he's got that qualification.
Yeah, it's almost harder to focus then because the job's done and you're on gravy. A 5-point ride for Kanoa Igarashi. Very high score, I think, for that. You know, the first turn was beautiful and the second turn wasn't even considerable. So what you're looking at there is the potential for 5 points out of one turn, which would give, you know, a lot of the other guys this idea of, okay, I need to finish my rides. You can see Liam here staying in control and getting the completion, knowing it's early in the heat, wanting to get a score that will create a foundation.
So Kanoa opening up with that 5.0, and that finishing section for Liam looked great.
Yeah, beautiful control. Could have maybe made more of that first section perhaps and had a two-turn combination. I'm sure the judges and the score would have went higher if he could have done that.
Certainly something for Liam to think about as he paddles himself back into the top of the peak. And more exciting announcements. Kaipo Guerrero down there with Luca Macinas.
Yeah, actually a historic announcement. Luca Macinas will join the 2022 Championship Tour as the first ever male surfer out of Peru. Big congratulations, and I want to get your feelings, Luca.
So stoked. It has been a really hard week watching the contest. I didn't do well in the beginning. I lost in my first heat, so it's been hard watching the contest. Like, it was not up to me, it was up to the other guys. So stoked to make this happen. This has been my dream like since I was a little kid, and I think this is gonna inspire a lot of kids in Peru. I think it's really huge in Peru right now, all of this. So stoked to represent Peru in like the biggest stage, and I'm happy. I'm stoked to be here in Hawaii and qualifying.
Big history, surfing history in Peru. We could look back to Felipe Pomar, Maximo de la Rosa, as well as Sofia Milanovic. I'm sure you have some thank yous because you have a whole nation that's going to be proud of you.
Yeah, of course. Sofia used to compete where there used to be a city in Manquera, that's where I'm from. And I used to see her like all the time, and she was like my inspiration at that time, and she inspired me so much to achieve my dreams. And yeah, I gotta thank her. I gotta thank anyone that gave me the motivation to do this. So I'm super stoked to represent Peru, and thank you guys.
Everyone congratulate Luca Macinas on the championship tour.
A huge congratulations to Luca and to all of Peru for Luca now to join that historical, you know, those names like a Sofia Milanovic, the 2004 world champion. She was the very first Peruvian world champion for surfing, but also the very first Latin American world champion. And now Luca Macinas is going to have that opportunity coming in this year to represent Peru well and to represent Latin America overall.
And what a year he's had. He got to go and represent his country at the Olympics. Now he's qualified for the tour, so 2021 will be a year that he'll remember forever.
So exciting. He double qualified for the Olympics, which just proved his ground there for competing in Tokyo. He was also the flag bearer alongside a Peruvian teammate, Daniela Rosas, who was competing on the Challenger Series. I saw her out in the lineup. Pupakea getting some time in the water. She wasn't in the cut, didn't quite make that cut to the top 48, but she's another one of those young names, another prodigy of the Sofia Milanovic legacy coming out of Peru. And it is really great to see those sorts of names starting to come through within competitive surfing of this level. And now some scores have come through. Barton Kanoa sitting in the lead. Kalani Ball drops in a 4.9 for his opening ride, and Liam O'Brien with a 4.70.
Really interesting, you know, perspective there of the judging and understanding it. Kanoa's wave obviously scored on that first turn. In the critical part of the wave, and we know that the first turns score higher, and that must be the only reason that the 4.9 and the 4.7 are below it, because it was their second and third turns were equally as good as that first turn perhaps, but at the sort of later part of the wave, and so that's why those scores maybe came in underneath Kanoa's, but very tight at this point.
Yeah, so important for those surfers to capitalize on the first section, to really risk everything. So we see our surfers having a look there. Kalani Ball down on the inside. and just patiently waiting for the next right set to roll through. Kalani is such an interesting story. His journey here to the 2021 Challenger Series. He actually broke his leg in 2020, was out of the water for 6 months. He's then made the comeback and went on a surf trip earlier this year, a 3-month surf trip with Jacob Wilcox, fellow Australian, to WA, where Jacob is from, Kalani Ball, just from the south of Sydney and Stanwell Park. And he had to cut that trip short to fly back, both him and Jacob, to compete at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, which was a QS 5000. And had they not competed in that, they wouldn't have qualified for the Challenger Series this year.
Right.
So great to see them making that call, getting back. It was a late announcement that that event would run, and it changed up some of those rankings on the Australian Regional Qualifying Series, and it gave Kalani that opportunity to make the decision. All right, he's gonna go back, he's gonna try competitive surfing, give it a shot one more time, try and keep his name in the mix to get that qualification. And here he is with his best result out of the Challenger Series so far, at probably the most challenging wave, one of the most challenging waves on the world, without a doubt the most challenging wave on this year's Challenger Series.
Yeah, without question, and I dare say it'll give him the confidence, and regardless of qualification or not, the seeding for next year to have another go at this.
Well, a strong paddle now from Liam O'Brien. Setting up that first turn, goes in big under the lip, nice hook to start off with. Good couple of pumps to gain some speed and momentum coming through into the lip on the second. Answering straight back, Kalani Ball driving into that first turn. Setting himself up well, goes for that big layback. And more vertical on the second, and puts that little jam on to finish. The crew upstairs, Australians, the Kiwis cheering on. A couple of Australians out in the lineup. And we'll take another look at this one from Kalani.
I'm excited, straight down the face. Nice, sort of just a normal snap. This is where things started to get crazy, and that extra tweak at the end of that turn meant he was right in the pocket, and it created this perfect timing for those last 3 turns. Watch this one. This is the one, lays the back arm in, and watch where the nose gets to. Points way back towards the whitewater, which means this bottom turn comes from behind that whitewater, gives him a nice steep face to hit, and then he gets the last little, and another little layback on that last turn there to finish it up. Going to be the best wave of the heat so far. He's got to make the final to keep the dream alive. He's going to go into the lead.
And then we saw this run from Liam O'Brien, having a look at that first turn.
Yeah, nice first turn. This one stayed open as well. And these guys didn't have the priority in this situation, so they did really well to find those waves. Only a 3.5 there for Liam, but again, a second score, and starts to keep that pressure mounting on Kanoa and Samuel Pupo.
Well, there we go with that last wave for Kalani Ball. It drops in as a 6.67 for the average, and it jumps him up into the lead above Liam O'Brien and Kanoa Igarashi. So Kalani Ball currently sitting in the lead now, keeping that dream alive, needing to make it into the finals and win the final for an opportunity to take that final qualifying spot on the men's side of the draw. Liam O'Brien down into second, and Kanoa with that single score of 5.0, being patient. But Sammy Pupo out in the lineup somewhere, wearing green, sitting with priority, has yet to catch a wave with under 15 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, half the heat, there he is, just waiting patiently. And when you know that no one's scored a 7 yet, that you don't feel like you're out of it. Obviously that 6.67 is the first keeper score. You go, well, that's one you could hold on to right through to the very end. But it looks like there's some sets coming through as we speak, some lines. Looks like there's a few waves in the set. And it does look like the second waves of the set are the ones you want to catch if you've got the priority.
Yeah, great insight there from Barton Lynch. You've had such an impressive history here on the North Shore as well, taking a win back in 1988 out at Pipe, the year that you won your world title. And here we go. Liam O'Brien setting up for that first turn. Just throws it all out there, puts that tail really on. And that board just flips out underneath him. So that was first wave. And now Samuel on his opening ride after qualifying for the 2022 Championship Tour. Jams 2 great turns together, big wrap back into the pocket. And he'll go for that finishing foam climb floater. And what a great start for the Brazilian.
Well, he waited 15 minutes and he made the wait worthwhile. That will be the best wave of the heat so far, I imagine. And exactly, you know, it's only best 2 rides. So, you know, we watch all the other action, all the other people catching rides, but they don't count, really. And that's going to ensure that they don't really count, because that was beautifully served. The control and the management was you know, control of the fear and the time sitting was done really well.
As we take another look at that one, check out the spit on that first section.
Well, he missed, you know, quite a lot of opportunity, but it still gave him quite a lot of opportunity. Nice off the top. This turn's a money turn, powerful, strong, snap in the pocket into another wrapping carve, and then through the inside, he could see it gurgling on this shallow reef. Just times a beautiful floater, made it look easy, and it's certainly anything but that.
Wow, look at that first section. Incredible performance from the Brazilian. I love that jam on the second turn.
Yeah, perfect control, great style, use of the rail, and look how shallow it gets right here. And then he just manages this floater so perfectly, projects over into the clean white water, pulls it off, and there's the score.
Well, there's excellent surfing. An 8.10 comes through for first of Samuel Pupo. So patient. About 14 minutes on the clock when he took off on that one, and now he's looking for the backup score. Kalani Ball, Liam O'Brien currently sitting in the lead. And Samuel Pupo having a look at this one now, looking to put a backup score on. Now that he's got that first wave, he's feeling loose, he's feeling fired up to get himself into an advancing position into the finals. Goes in for a huge critical section to finish off on. And he's going to put a second score on the board behind that 8.10. We've got scores to come through. We've got waves to come through. More action. Stay tuned right after this. Down to 10 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, and Kalani Ball needs to keep himself in the mix. He needs to make it to the final and take a win, and he could qualify. Well, he will qualify if he does that, if he makes the win here, the Haleiwa Challenger, for the championship tour this next year. If not, Carlos Munoz will lock in that final position, Barton.
Yeah, pressure cooker of a situation. Obviously, you've got to get through this to win the event, and it's kind of feels like a long way away at this point in time. So I'm sure Kalani's just focused on that next wave and trying to make the most of these opportunities. And the interesting part here is how quiet Kanoa has been. 20 minutes in, and he's ridden the one wave with the fall at the end, and he's still sitting with that priority. And I suppose he's seen sets earlier in the day that he's gone, that's what I'm looking for. And as this swell's coming down, those waves that he's waiting for don't exist anymore. And so he's kind of found himself in this waiting game that hasn't paid yet.
Yeah, that's such an interesting point. He's sitting there with priority. He's chasing that 6.58 to advance. And he is actually the only championship tour surfer already qualified for next year that competed in all 4 events here on the Challenger Series this year. He is so hungry to take out not just a win here at Haleiwa and get his name on that list of incredible, you know, men that have come before him, but actually to take out the win of the very first ever Challenger Series, which Zeke Lau is currently leading and Kanoa is sitting in number 2 on.
Oh, interesting. It's, you know, I wonder how much of that is in his mind, how much of it he thinks about, or whether they're, you know, you're kind of living above and beyond that and you're in another world and this is just another contest and you've done well anyway and let's see how it goes. It's interesting what the different people bring to these moments. But for Kanoa, You know, 8 minutes 45 is a long time still, so there's plenty of time for 2 rides, which is kind of, you know, with that 5, he only needs that high, you know, high-scoring ride to get into second, and then for first, that's still within reach as well. So it's been a quiet, slow, sleepy heat for him, but the fireworks may be yet still to come.
We still got plenty of time on the clock. 8.5 minutes to go. Kanoa chasing that 6.58 to get a backup score on the board. Open up with that 5.00. Liam O'Brien also sitting with small scores at the moment, just hasn't been able to find that rhythm that we've seen from him in previous heats throughout this run at Haleiwa. He's also chasing that high 6 to get that advancing position over Kalani Ball. And for Samuel Pupo, what an incredible performance for him as an athlete to be sitting there, Barton. You've been in that situation, I'm sure, many times, having to hold that patience, wait for that right wave, and then for him to open up on an 8.10 after sitting patient for 15 minutes. That's amazing.
Yeah, it is amazing, and it's one, you know, I always say professional surfing is a personal development course that you go through, and you go through so many highs and lows, and it's an emotional roller coaster until you learn the tools to be able to deal with that. And the losses teach you that. They give you that resilience and that ability to bounce back, and it's not a game for the weak or those are lacking in courage.
Putting himself in position out there now in the lead, Samuel Pupo with that 4th priority. And a lot has changed in the lineup for sure, Barton. Since we showed up this morning, it is looking like a completely different playing field.
And even looking over towards Avalanche there, you see how the water's just settled. Now, it was this tumultuous storm-like ocean before where it was all up and down and stuff was going everywhere, and now it's just got that nice, the wind's blowing offshore as we said before, and the swell's settling down, and it's becoming rippable. And earlier this morning it was survival.
All right, use of priority now. Kanoa Igarashi on his 2nd wave. Up into the lip, throws that tail out on that first turn, goes in for a 2nd, just places that board in exactly the right position, connects together for that 4th little finish on the inside.
Interesting to watch Samuel and Kanoa with the priority, long sits, long waits, but both of them made them count, and it was worth the wait.
Sammy now up and riding, goes in for that first hard turn, comes in right from behind the pocket, straight up into the lip.
Hold on.
Throws on a little bit of variety there and lets the tail loose. What an exciting finish this heat is turning out to have.
Yeah, things are looking very different right now for Kalani Ball. He was in 2nd place in an advancing position. I dare say when the scores of those 2 rides come in, he may not still be in that advancing position and may have some work to do.
Yeah, we're seeing that little bit of a difference start to come through. Barton, what did you like about this one?
Pretty much everything, Shannon. He drives, look where that bottom turn came from, allowed that vertical. It was a jab to the lip, and there's a power carve as well, and then straight into the last turn, and the way he handled that reverb of the white water coming back up was perfect. Look at this turn here, drops the back arm and just drives the rail all the way around. Absolute commitment. The judges are going to love this ride. You watch this reverb of white water come back up and threaten to knock him off his board, but it does not. Stays low, stays compressed, managed it beautifully.
Incredible performance. And then we saw this as the 2nd from Kanoa.
And I was thinking he's gone the first wave in a set, and maybe that's not the right move, but it was the right move for him for sure, because look how clean it was. And I love that little double combo up of that last turn and the flare of the tail in it. Perhaps Sammy Pupo gets the better of the exchange, but Kanoa's going to have enough to put himself into that 2nd position.
Well, this score drops through as a 7.60. Incredibly impressive couple of turns to start off with, but just like you, Barton, I love that finishing section, that seamless combination.
Drops down here and sees the lip coming at him so quickly, and you see that little tweak in the back leg, and that control and style was beautiful.
Yeah, just, you know, so much control, like you said, right there, looking really comfortable, looking like he's okay with whatever the ocean throws at him. With 4 minutes on the clock, we're gonna go down to Kaipo Guerrera down there with Travis Logie.
There you got an update from Tours and Competitions. Travis Logie, what's the update?
Yeah, Cubs, we're going to keep going and go straight into the women's round of 32 after the men's final. Waves are pumping. It's come down a little bit, but it's cleaned up, and it's going to be a great day.
Can't walk away from this. Right after the men's final, we'll get into the women's competition.
Stoked. I am so excited, of course, to see the men's final, but to see the women finally out there. The round of 32 will be hitting the lineup as we see Sammy Pupo. Nice little check to start off with. Gains some speed, really wraps that rail in, you know, kick out on the finishing section. But Barton, that wave doesn't really matter because he just dropped in another 8. So he's got an 8.1 on the scoreboard and an 8.03.
Yeah, solid in his advancement through to the final. Young Brazilian, and through to next year's World Championship Tour as well. So real positive day for Samuel Pupo. Remember this one forever.
It's certainly going to be one of those that he can reflect back on, and the entire surfing world will reflect back on.
And when we look at the surfing he's done, he could win this event quite easily. You know, you look at how great John has surfed so far, but then you look at Kanoa and Samuel Pupo, perhaps with 3 minutes to go, moving through to the final. Kalani Ball have something to say about it, and he's looking for a 5.94.
I couldn't agree more as far as Sammy's scores. I mean, John's highest scores of today were that 8.5 and that 8.7 that he got in his semifinal. He wasn't able to find those bigger scores outside the 7s in his opening round this morning in the quarterfinals. And Samuel Pupo is really right there, right on the edge of getting into that score line that John had, as we see him just jamming it through, going totally vertical. Such quick, precise surfing, throws the tail out, goes for the little spinner on the inside section. And he is just looking so comfortable out there.
He's having fun, isn't he? And at a point, you've got to think, okay, I'm going to stop here. I've done enough. I'm going to get to the beach. I'm going to take some time. I'm going to get ready for that final and he's just made that decision. I think we see him turning around with a couple of minutes to come in. I think that's the right idea. You've got to get yourself ready. The job's done in this one. Start putting your mind, jab, punch, jab. He just beat the hell out of that wave if it was a boxing match.
Oh, that was wild. Goes for that little reverse on the inside section, and we've got another score to come through. Kanoa Igarashi, though, he does not want to go down in second position. Huge floater to start off with. Patiently waits for that second turn, and that tail just releases on him.
Same mistake as on the very first wave, where that he kind of leans so far off the rail of the board that the rail doesn't come with him, and it ends up flat on the surface of the water and skips across.
All right, so scores to come through. Kalani Ball now using priority, chasing a 5.94 at the moment. Great opening turn, times the second one well. 2-turn combination. He's gonna check his watch, decide if he needs to go back out to the lineup again with just over a minute on the clock.
Well, he should. He should just get out of that white water now and be paddling. He looks like he's actually going to come in with a minute to go. With so much on the line, I would not be doing that. I would be staying in that water until they dragged me out of there and said, no, you've got to come, you've lost. You know, that's kind of almost acceptance, but where does that score come in, a 5.94? It's possible.
All right, Kanoa Igarashi up and riding again. Straight up into the pocket. Nice looking wave on this inside section. It's gonna go around for one last little finish into that toilet bowl. Just lays it out. And Kalani Ball, we're waiting for that score to come through now. 30 seconds on the clock. Kanoa's last score of 3.2 doesn't change the situation, but we're now waiting for this to drop in.
And that could up the ante a little bit. We'll see. Here's the score for Kalani.
There was, he chased a 5.94. He got a 5.53. It's not enough to move him into the advancing position. Kanoa also increases the requirement by dropping a 6 and increases that second place position. But now Liam O'Brien chasing an 8.90 on this final wave, looking to keep himself in the mix. Nice 2 turns connected together, but looking unlikely to be enough to get him that advancing position.
Yeah, no, Samuel Pupo and Kanoa Igarashi advancing through to the final. Surf against Jack Robinson and John Florence.
What a finish. What an exciting day here at the Haleiwa Challenger. And that jet ski assist to get Samuel Pupo into the shoreline. An impressive heat, a couple of 8s on the board for the Brazilian. More to come, the men's finals hitting the lineup right after this.
Nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go louder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back when I catch fire.
It's been a very busy morning for Sammy Pupo. A lot to celebrate as he will be on tour joining his big brother next year, competing in the world title race starting January 29th at Pipeline. For now, he's got to take a quick rest, grab some water, grab a new jersey. He'll be in white in the final of the Michelob Ultra Pure Gold Haleiwa Challenger. 30-minute final with some of the greatest that have put on big performances from the early round. Joe Trappell, big wave champ, long-time competitor here at Haleiwa. North Shore local boy Mukuakai Rothman. This is where the buzz is in the air. You can see the trophies starting to get stacked up below on stage. And now these four have a chance to be a Haleiwa champion.
Oh yeah, even I'm getting excited here, Joe. You know, getting back, watching these guys surf their heats, all the pressure. You know, everybody pressure off now. It's time for the finals. Everybody that's in the finals done the hard work. Now it's time to go out there and have fun.
Kanoa Igarashi in green will get the lift out there to prepare for a big opportunity to call himself a Haleiwa champ. When you've gone this far, sometimes they say it stings the most when you don't go all the way to #1 in the final heat of an event. Kanoa's finaled at Pipe, but now he's building his legacy if he can put his name on that prestigious list. We also have John and Jack Robinson together, Makua. They advanced out of the first semifinal, which was incredibly stacked. It was John getting up to what we expect from him, and also Jack Robinson right behind him. How'd you see this one play out?
Oh, look at John just so in form right there. 2 huge turns off the top. I mean, you don't get better surfing than that, Joe.
So in rhythm was Jack and John trading big bombs, so much open face. And what's really evident to me is the style of Jack Robinson, how he can change that open face car from a grab rail. He'll lean back on one. He's really thinking about putting variety on this big open face.
Yeah, so much versatility in this young man surfing. Changing the narrative. It's not Jack and Jill, it's now Jack and John out here in Haleiwa.
They finished top 2. More John. Can't get enough of that layback power hook. The best in the game, and attacking sections that a lot of surfers would try to go around.
Yeah, John just knick-knack, paddywhack, give a dog a bone, and it's his day today.
He's feeling so comfortable in the final wearing red, going for his second Haleiwa title. Let's hear from Marty Thomas with Kaipo.
Thank you, Joe. Regional Tour Manager Marty Thomas. Give us a conditions update, Marty.
It's pretty good out there, Kaipo. We had big, surf this morning, a little out of control, but those southeast winds kicked in. The surfaces are offshore. We got solid 8 to 10 foot surf. I mean, it's firing, and it's going to be really good for the girls too. So we're looking forward to a great final, and then we'll get into the women's round of 32. It's going to be a great day to finish the rest of the day.
I agree. It's going to be a full day of surfing here. We're going to crown a champ for the men's, and then we're going to switch gears into the women's competition. It's a beautiful day here, and it's just getting better.
We are with you, Kaipo. We love the excitement from the beach, and Marty Thomas, a longtime contest director here on the North Shore of Oahu, former top 10 in the world, is not afraid to look at hard conditions and understand what could come later on in the day. People arriving this morning, there were some competitors thinking it would be off. Look, we've got a finals day crowning champions, and the women will be out there right after this final with Carissa Moore, a 5-time world champ, Olympic gold medalist, kicking things off for us in this next heat. It's a 30-minute final. Florence versus Robinson versus Sammy Pupo and Kanoa Igarashi. Predictions from Makua coming into this heat.
Well, first of all, I want to say kudos to Marty for making a good call. You know, downward trending swell. You know, winds getting better throughout the day. Perfect for finishing the men's and the heavy stuff. Moving on to the women's, a more manageable surf. And, you know, of course I got to go with the Hawaii boy, John Florence. I mean, that's automatic.
When you think about it, the performances, obviously what he's done in the world, he's definitely setting the bar here at Haleiwa. And we've got some big news, especially for Costa Rica. with Kalani Ball not making it into this final, it is official. Carlos Munoz is on the championship tour.
Yeah, Viva Costa Rica, man, and Carlos Munoz putting in long, hard years, going through a lot, you know, persevering through a lot of things and getting himself on that championship tour. Congratulations, my brother. I'm so proud of you. Right on.
Latin America was so happy when Luca Macinas qualified for Peru, and now adding Costa Rica from Central America. That is going to be some great representation, and you're going to hear Pura Vida quite a bit from Carlos starting off at Pipeline. And Florence is the defending champ heading into that world title race. Jack Robinson, number 12 in the world. Kanoa Igarashi finished number 8 in the world. So we've got some big championship tour names in this heat, and rounding it off is a rookie for next year, Sammy Pupo, who's living up to that Pupo family name.
Oh yeah, Joao. For me, I'm so excited to, this is my first finals to announce with you, and to have Sammy Pupo really stamping his name, becoming a household name today. And it's been a while, I think, since we've seen a brother duo on the championship tour.
And really cool that he just stayed so calm with all the pressure that was on top of him. You know, Miguel has wanted to see his younger bro on tour. He's shadowed him for a long time. I'll never forget going to Tahiti, surfing one of the other reef passes, and there was this little Grom, and it was Sammy. He had a camera in his hand, and he was doing big full rotations. He was so polite, saying hi to everybody. And we just kept going, man, this guy's got a future. We realized it was Miguel's little brother, and he learned so much just by being next to his brother, preparing, kind of seeing the big arena. So when he was there himself, it wasn't a huge surprise. He kind of was familiar with that CT locker room already.
Well, coming up under a brother like Miguel Pupo, the likes of Gabriel Medina, Felipe Toledo, that Brazilian storm that was brewing a while, he definitely was tailored by those guys. Up and riding, Joe, John Florence on his first ride.
Two-time world champ looking for a second Haleiwa title. Florence just rotates out the back. So priority will start getting underway. Remember, before a wave's caught, it's old school. You just paddle, get deeper. That's sometimes when you see some hassling at play, just to decide when you want to take a wave. That's that old school part of the heat, which I still love. You get to see that excitement of who's going to try to take that pole position and play the alpha dog of the heat.
There we go, John spinning on the inside on a little one, Joe, just getting back to his feet, getting back to position, I believe, just getting his feet in the wax. And going back to that old school mentality without priority. That's one thing I love about the Big Wave World Tour. We don't got to worry about all that priority stuff. Sammy Pupo up and riding, Joe.
Big hammer there, crushes a solid finishing move. And Makua, I heard you with some hoots in his last heat. Really impressed with the power that he's been putting down at Haleiwa today. Great start there. He's going to take the lead with that effort.
Yeah, Sammy Pupo ain't playing no games right now. He's here to take names and let them recognize who he is and who they'll be dealing with next year on tour.
Let's have another look. What'd you like about that turn?
Well, just really tight, critical turn in a super critical spot of the wave. Coming up, blasting it again for a beautiful finish right here. Little bobble there, but really look at his arms, how he positions his arms to get his weight back over his board, straight back up into the lip one more time, making sure he's over his board, getting low there in the whitewash, Joe, to complete that ride.
Really impressive start from Sammy Pupo, who looks like he could be on one of his father's surfboards out there. Kanoa Igarashi in motion. There's the start with the snap on the whitewater, fades to set up that turn, stopping that one short. Going for the punt on that inside section, he'll fly away. So Igarashi with his warm-up complete. That'll send priority to Jack Robinson. With 25 minutes to go, Florence has started with a 1.7 and a 1.0. And the best looking number so far goes to the young surfer from Brazil, Samuel Pupo. 2 big power turns to show that he's not just an air guy, he's grown. He has turned into a man, a 6.83 straight to first.
Yeah, beautiful score there. You know, these other competitors are all championship tour surfers. Sammy Pupo has something to prove in this final, Joe, and he's doing it now.
Great to see the new representation from Brazil is where, well, Joao Chianca entering the tour. And it's great to see Sammy's power. And I think for Chianca, the biggest thing that stands out for me is his power as well that he's going to bring to the championship tour level.
Oh yeah, those guys got the airs on lock, and now with that power game, that rail game they got going, it's beautiful. And good to see all those Latin American surfers coming together. You know, Costa Rica, Peru, Brazil. There's a big contingency coming from that part of the world, and it just goes to show how, you know, how into surfing they are and their culture.
This morning we got here, Makua, and it definitely looked very challenging. The current was severe. Guys were getting caught inside. Well, now that we have the wind changing in a more favorable direction, does the task get any easier, or is it still that huge demand to stay in position and perform today?
Joe, it doesn't matter what way the wind's blowing. The current is always going the same way, and it's always going just as fast. So positioning, wave selection, and really coming off the bottom strong and hard is going to set up that big maneuver in the critical part of the wave.
Kanoa's last 2.17 fell on the rotation on the inside. I caught up with him in the parking lot yesterday, and he couldn't believe the size of the sets that were pouring through on him at the start and then in the middle of the heat. But he enjoys that feeling. He likes to be around that power. He actually wanted to surf more heats yesterday because he was feeling the rhythm of what looked like an unruly ocean. And that's something he's really been paying attention to, spending a lot of time in Portugal. He gets a lot more big days than he would at Huntington Beach. So he's going, I'm staying put here. I want to surf bigger waves more often. And the cool part about Portugal, you can find a wave by yourself fairly easily these days.
Yeah, I mean, Kanoa, you're more than welcome to paddle out with us anytime it gets really big on the outer reefs and feel some of that real power. But having that mindset coming from Huntington Beach is very good to see. It's good to see them evolving into their own, becoming more comfortable in more powerful situations, and being more comfortable here on the North Shore, Joe.
Yeah, it's all about that comfort level. You talk to guys like Kanoa. I mean, we always hear it famously from the big wave crew that you're with, working on your deep breathing, your breath holds, putting yourself in uncomfortable situations to try to mimic what it's like in real life so you're prepared for anything. And surfers on the championship tour, I think, realize, especially with fanning, that they need to have that same kind of conditioning when it comes to competing at any stage in the world. It helps you with being calm under pressure, and also knowing that if a bomb comes in your heat, you can look at it a different way.
Well, to call yourself an elite athlete in any sport, you have to train hard, you have to eat right, you have to sleep well, and you have to do everything it takes to be an elite athlete, period. So these surfers are no exception to the rule, especially 5-minute break between semis and finals. Sami Pupo's up there, and I think he's putting the most pressure on these championship tour surfers, knowing that he's going to come up against them next year on the tour.
As you look at the fans coming out here, yesterday they were coming down rain or shine, and word got out that women are coming up next as well. So parking lot's getting full. Ali'i Beach Park has a lot of families ready to meet their heroes and to see how this final is going to play out. Igarashi on the move here, snap to slide. It's a very reliable maneuver for Kanoa. One turn, kicks out. Needs a 4.67 to move into the top two. But that kind of snap to tail release brought him to his first victory at Karamas a few years back over Jeremy Flores.
Yeah, he's definitely patented that move, and I think that maneuver and that wave was all about positioning. He's in last priority. He has no pressure, so he's going to catch a wave and try and stay in rhythm. Right here, off the bottom, really slides that tail and drifts it across the lip, comes around the section, and unfortunately just has to kick out there. One move wave from Kanoa, but like I said, he's just trying to stay in form, stay in rhythm, and get back out there and find something under priority.
4.0 for Kanoa, who kind of has a lot of backyards. He was able to win the U.S. Open in back-to-back seasons and had all his childhood friends there to cheer him up the beach. And then when he was participating in the Olympic Games, host country Japan, and that's where he's representing on tour, it was amazing seeing how big of a figure that he is in Japan and how emotional that road to almost getting gold but getting a silver medal was for Kanoa. His life changed. He became the GQ Athlete of the Year this year, which really meant a lot to him.
Yeah, Kanoa, like I said, has been putting in the long, hard work, you know, and he's a good-looking boy. He's marketable. He speaks well. He has a great attitude, and it all shows in his surfing. When he's out there, he surfs with passion, he surfs with fire, and he always puts on a good show for the fans.
And his confidence came early. You know, that whole story where he opened up a spot for Ezekiel Lao, and heat by heat, he had to go all the way to the final to achieve that. You're going to final at Pipeline, and he's a rookie on tour. He kept going to Zeke saying, I got you, I got you. And it was so confident, and he made that happen. Double qualified, spot opened up for Zeke. And that moment, I just realized that he has bigger goals than anyone else could imagine for himself with his career.
Yeah, becoming the superstar that he is today. Watching that unfold actually at the Quicksilver House, I was standing there and watching those heats go down. It was a special thing to watch teammates root for each other. And, you know, Kanoa, you know, what can I say? His surfing did the talking. He didn't have to say anything out there. He went out there, he proved that he belonged at Pipeline, and here we are today in the finals of the Haleiwa Challenger.
How different does a final feel, Makua? Champion at Sunset Beach, you've done all the hard work you get there. Are you playing with your mind like, don't worry, this is the last heat? Do you feel different knowing that you can almost see the finish line?
Well, for me, it was like a Sammy Pupo kind of position. You know, everybody was championship tour surfers. Dan Ross had just qualified. Mick Fanning just won the world title. Leo Neves, God rest, you know, God bless him, and one of the great competitors out there at Sunset. You know, it came down to the last wave. Everybody else was comboed. I was the only one that had a chance, and I kind of paddled off on the side and just sat there and said, you know, it's a crazy long story. I really don't want to take too much time, but I was in Israel at the Wailing Wall, and I said a prayer there one day and asked for a wave to come and, you know, be there for me when I need it. And out of nowhere on that wild day at Sunset, that wave popped up, and I just kind of tapped into that mindset of, you know, if today is my day, it's going to happen. And the wave popped up, the rest is history, and I got the score and became the World Cup champion.
That is a beautiful story, and I love that you took the time to share that with us, because there is this idea of having a relationship with the ocean and that connection. You know, the stories in the past of the greats, you know, like famously with Tom Curran, was like he could will waves to come with him. There's this spiritual connection that runs deep with a lot of the best surfers in the world, where you think it's over and then the ocean will give you one last shot and could change your life, change your career. What a special day to reflect on. At the moment, we've got Sandy Pupo, 6'8", Kanoa Garashi, a 4 and a 2.17. Florence had a couple of looks, still in the 1-point range, and Jack Robinson still waiting to get started. He's been doing a good job to put in so much time at every venue on the North Shore, and I think that's what the biggest message has been for me. Jack, usually famous for what he does in very hollow conditions like at Pipeline, and I think he probably surfed Haleiwa last winter more than any other spot on the North Shore.
Yeah, I came in from one of the bigger swells of the year to tow Haleiwa, because usually there's no one out. Big west swell, it's maxing, no one's out there, and I pull up, and it's Jack Robinson and Shading Picaro out. And I'm like, no way, I came here to tow just on the way into the harbor. And of course, he's out there. He's been putting in time on the North Shore for such a long time. And to see Jack evolve into, you know, the surfer that he is today, not just those heavy, slabby waves, but, you know, showing there in Mexico, he got it all, and he's out here to prove himself.
And that relationship with Leandro Dora is really special. Iago Dora's father started signing up for some coaching with him. They're basically like family now, and with Jack's wife from Brazil, he's learning Portuguese as well and spending a lot more time in Brazil. He actually snuck in a trip there with his wife to spend some time with their family and also surf with Iago in the lead up to this event. And now he's happy to be here on the North Shore, looking for a major win here at Haleiwa to join the greats. For Florence, he's looking to become a multiple-time Haleiwa champ to join the legacy of multiple-time winners. You go to Sonny as the best. Out here, you look at Kaipo Hakias as a guy that surfed this wave so incredibly well from the island of Kauai. Back to this one. Jack Robinson, snap to start, throws down a beautiful top turn, almost goes out of control, and throws down the final turn on a very challenging section. First score out of the way for Jack at the 15-minute mark.
Yeah, that was a beautiful wave, but now we have John Florence up and riding. Let's see what he comes up with, Joe.
Florence off the bottom, big front side power hook. His best start so far in the final. Wrapping turn looking solid. He'll drop down a step and kick out. And now you'll see the paddle battle between Robinson and Florence. This will be interesting to see who gains third priority. Florence has done the paddle across the Molokai Channel with Kona Johnson in the past. That was through his injuries. He started to fall in love with his recovery and paddle training. You want to spend time in the ocean when you're hurt, so you'll go for a paddle, he'll go for a sail. As long as he's in the water, he's going to be happy.
Yeah, John definitely had to overcome some injuries, and spending time in the water paddling did well for him. Here he goes up and riding again at one big turn that he's famous for out here in Haleiwa. Can he pull it off, Joe? Yes, John Florence with an amazing turn and an execution.
Blowing the whole board out the back. Already seeing Conor Igarashi throwing down that first under the lip jam, and he'll get tangled up on his finishing move. Don't see Kanoa misread sections too often, and he falls on that final turn when he was trying to improve on a 2-1-7. But how quickly did John just put himself back in this final, Makua?
Well, John, that was a major turn. We definitely got our work cut out for you, ladies and gentlemen, to bring you those replays in a second. But John Florence laying it down like I haven't seen him do all day.
Let's watch this last one for Kanoa real quick.
Yeah, Kanoa just speeding down the line. Little check turn up in the top and gets a little discombobulated here, bucked off at the end. I don't think that'll be in the top 2 for him. Here's John. This is John's one turn. I mean, look at that total commitment, fully extended, fins out the back, staying low and riding out of that one, Joe.
You just don't see moves like that done this way too often at Haleiwa unless it's Florence in the water. Complete board release and a layback to complete it. That's that element of surprise where you're seeing one of the most gifted athletes in the world, and the crowd loves it. John's wife, Lauren, is celebrating. You can see the whole Florence family there. Ivan in the back, all supporting John throughout this event at Haleiwa.
Oh, yeah, I mean, you know, the Florence crew is real tight. You know, everybody comes together. I know Nathan's over there on Maui, but everybody else is here cheering on John. And, you know, what can you say about this young man surfing? He's out there, he's ripping, and he's on fire.
And you talk about all the brothers being so unique. You know, obviously all talented with skateboarding as well. Ivan's got such a great career going. Nathan spent a lot of time with you guys at Big Waves, and man, he is just so built and hooked on his conditioning. And then you see John just riding his bike up Pupukea all the time and paddling in the water and finding his own training regimen to prepare for moves like this. 7-7-7 for Florence on his last wave. Back for more in the final after this. You're watching the Michelob Ultra Pure Gold Haleiwa Challenger, now with 10:30 remaining on the clock. John Florence, 7.77, dropping another wave, and we've got some catching up to do during the break. Sammy Pupo getting this ride, Makua.
Yeah, Sammy getting his board up in the lip right here, Joe, really coming back. Nice, beautiful jam up there. Oh, and just slips off. Real uncharacteristic for Sammy. John up and riding.
Driving through a big frontside reverse to start. Layback power hack on the second effort, pulling into the pit, and now one more section. Sky high, tail high reverse, and he does ride out. Talk about heating up, Makua.
Look at this guy, so much board control right there. See how he moves his feet up, moves his feet back to the pad so he can get back up to the lip, jam this layback turn, dropped his wallet, forgot it, picked up the money in the barrel, and John is just on fire. Like I said, some people are just on a different level, Joe, and he's showing it right now.
And then John just inspiring the field to send it here in the final. Kanoa Igarashi trying to feed off John's momentum that he just threw down. This is what he did here, Makua.
Yeah, little bobble right here, coming down the line, getting ready. Oh, beautiful little corrupt flip. And these guys are getting cute out there with those little moves, but yeah, look at that. Beautiful hand positioning, whips the board around, lands in the lip, free falls down. Beautiful wave, but look at John Joe, 10-point ride. What can you say?
A 10 and a 7.77 for a gigantic heat total in first. We saw him throw away one of his 7-point rides and then made Haleiwa look like a skate park. Going from big tail blow reverses, big hack in the pocket into the barrel, and then a bigger air on such an awkward section over the toilet bowl. A 10-point ride in the final. Doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah, John's right here just showing the young Sammy Pupo, you want to play with the big dogs, this is how we play, and it'll be like that all season long. You know, those guys are kind of him, Gabriel Medina, Felipe Toledo. They're up there in that upper echelons, and it just shows that, you know, they're on another level when they surf.
You always have a few guys in certain eras of time, from, you know, going back to Dane Kealoha to the guys that came before, to Martin Potter. The list goes on and on, where guys are leading the sport and setting the bar, you know, leading up to the Kelly Slater era of changing the game of surfing. And Florence is hanging on to that responsibility really well with good rivals like Medina, like Italo. As we have another look, take us through, Makua.
Just right up there, spin it to win it. You know, John has so much board control, big power hack into the barrel. I mean, coming out, and now he's just showing off. Over here, we would call that the bingo, bango, pickle, mango.
And that equals 10 points. First turn was so aggressive. Individually, every turn was brilliant.
I mean, he's just a brilliant surfer. You see how he moves his feet there, Joe? That's really important. You know, getting the feet up to the front of the board, complete that maneuver, straight back on the grip there for another big hack. I mean, the judges, you know, you see in the judges' scores, a perfect ride is a perfect ride, and there's many ways to do it, and John got it done with futuristic moves, barrels, and big hacks all on one wave. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. That's what a 10-point ride looks like today.
Just shows how talented he is with his footwork and upper body. Didn't grab, just showed how much control he had. And that wasn't just an easy landing. You have water move in different directions, and if John's hooting himself after a wave, it's probably going to be a 10. Frontside slash on the mid-face. Pulls in for a moment is Sammy Pupo. When you hear the crowd explode, that inspires all four of these surfers in this final, knowing they have a shot at going for a huge title. It's going to be pretty miraculous if someone could come back now. For Kanoa, he's comboed. For Sammy, same situation. Jack Robinson needs to break down a 17.78 combination in 6:15 on the clock.
Joe, can you answer me one question?
Of course.
So it says 10.01 to go to first. They both have 7.77s. If Kanoa gets a 10, how does that work when you break that down?
That's right. So that's a tie-break situation. When you have the exact same scores, you have to go then to the third highest score. Oftentimes a tie-break is decided on whoever has the single high. If they're the exact same, you'll have to go to another wave that they aren't using. In this case, it would go to John since he's throwing away a 7.10.
Oh, there you go.
It's interesting how it works, because top two system, you don't see those exact ties happen too often, or even exact ties in the final. But the crazy part is the last time John won this event, it was a tie-break decision over Frederico Moraes.
Yeah, that's why I brought that up. I seen that on the screen, and I figure out, you know, people out there watching really want to know what the difference is between, you know, when the competitors have the same score, how does that tie break down?
It's a pretty rare thing, especially in a final. I remember a heat with Adriano and Mick that decided in a tie-break decision in a final at the CT level. That was the only time that had ever happened in history of the championship tour. So a pretty rare thing. Right now, John out in front, Kanoa in second. Looking for a 10 as we see one of the all-time greats, an Olympic gold medalist, 5-time world champ. So excited to be competing here at home, as she has Alyssa Spencer, Pauline Adu, and Zoe McDougall.
Yeah, this is not another one of those John Florence heats. Carissa Moore is on another level right now, Joe. She's a gold medalist, she's a world champion, and she is the ambassador of Aloha to the world for us right now.
The beautiful mural that's in town is so incredible, with Carissa and the great Duke Hanamoku, Hawaiian gold medalists. One of the prettiest things you see. It's about on a 15-story building, and Carissa was so honored. One, to be on there, but I think even more honored to be right next to the Duke. 4 minutes. Rolling in, Kanoe Igarashi. Smooth off the bottom, under the lip hook. Kind of had the lip in his face and did that turn well. Hard off the bottom again and attacking that inside section. He knows he has to serve for 10s. Solid performance for Igarashi.
Yeah, Igarashi is definitely stepping up to the challenge. He's putting himself in the critical parts of the wave and really doing his best surfing right now.
As we have more motion out the back, Jack Robinson. Full roundhouse cutty to start. Big layback blast right in the heart of that open face. Already had the 7.33. That'll be a solid second scoring ride with 3:15 to go.
Yeah, you know, just because John has 17 points, there's a lot of ways to make 17 points out here, especially with, you know, they can go for 2 9s, you know, an 8 and a 9. But, you know, Jack Robinson up and riding, just trying to manufacture a bigger score, coming around, looking really loose and comfortable. I think those days off in Brazil paid dividends. Big blast off the top there. Unfortunately, there was no finishing maneuver. You know, right here up in the pocket, just laying it back, just like John Florence. That big layback, Sonny Garcia patented hack. Taking a page out of one of the greatest of all time, Sonny Garcia. Had that wave had a finishing maneuver, I think his score definitely would have went up into that super excellent range.
Yeah, Jack and John are looking sharp. They've had a few heats together recently where they push each other quite a bit, especially in a powerful ocean. Jack and John have joined forces in the West. John loves going to Jack's backyard and filming movie parts, finding little slabs. They'll even take off behind each other with red cameras and come up with some of the most groundbreaking footage that someone with their talent can achieve. That last number for Robinson, 7.7. He'll take second above Kanoa with that effort.
Yeah, Jack definitely putting himself in the mix right here. Right now, everybody is comboed, Joe. And John with 1 minute and 50 seconds, I'm going to go out on a limb and say game over. And, you know, John Florence looking like he is going to be your 2021 Haleiwa Challenger champion. There is time on the board. Kanoe Igarashi on the paddle right now, Joe. Let's see what happens.
Kanoe Igarashi with now 90 seconds. Won't catch up to that wave. And that one's going to run through. The last champ we had out here was Frederico Moraes in 2019. John's title came in 2016, and that was the tiebreak we were speaking of over Moraes. John's up again, nothing to lose, all to gain. That big power hack, second turn, solid as well. Anyone that was wondering about his condition of the knee, well, look at that. He has learned in more ways than one to come back. His family's loving it. And he's about 50 seconds closer to achieving his second title here at Haleiwa.
Yeah, Joe, I mean, you give John that much confidence, that much leeway, he's going to take it to you. And he's pretty much the titan of the sport right now, especially in this event. You know, up and riding young Sammy Pupo with a beautiful performance out here. Nice big snap into the roof. You know, I'm just going to go out there and say a little too late, a little too less, a little too late. And 30 seconds left, ladies and gentlemen. Makua Rothman and Joe Turpel here on the call for the final day.
What a special day here on the North Shore. Remember, we had a lot to accomplish with qualification. Carlos Munoz took that last spot. Sammy Pupo in the water now. We'll see him as a rookie next season. Kanoe Igarashi looks like he'll probably win the Challenger season. Throws down another corrupt attempt. He pulled one off earlier, and he ends up going down. We're hearing the countdown from upstairs with 1 second to go. Now it is official. John Florence, your champion here at Haleiwa for the second time of his career. For Florence, he said it would have felt weird if he was not involved in this event on the North Shore. Started competing in the Triple Crown at 13 years of age. This wave means a lot to him. People think it's just pipe. He loves it all. And he showcased an amazing act, peaking at a 10-point ride when it mattered the most.
Yeah, John is just on a whole nother level. And I remember back in those days when he was competing as a young kid, I actually blocked for him the year I won the world title or the World Cup. And Neko Patarats wasn't too happy about that. But he's a representative for Hawaii right now. He's on the fire. He's on the tear. Your Haleiwa Challenger champion, John Florence, ladies and gentlemen.
Florence just adding his legacy to a very prestigious list of multiple-time champs here at Haleiwa. We'll continue the celebration right on the beach, and the women will get started coming up next in the round of 32.
John Florence with a remarkable performance to win this year's Haleiwa Challenger. To be cheered at the beach by his family and friends for his 9th win here on the North Shore. Barton Lynch, Shannon Hughes in the booth here, and what a special moment for John, especially getting that 10-point ride.
That was incredible, wasn't it? What a wave, what a surfer, what a champion. He is amazing, and the beach is just abuzz with excitement, and that was an incredible final. That 10-point ride, he kind of manufactured that just through amazing positioning, amazing skill to be able to find the tube into the air. That was just incredible.
It was just unlike anything that we've witnessed here at Haleiwa in a very long time. So excited to see John walk away with a solid performance. And now we are jumping into the women's round of 32, heat number 1, with Carissa Moore, Alyssa Spencer, Pauline Ado, and Zoe McDougall. Out in the lineup, we've got 2 Hawaiians, one from California and one from France, battling it out as women's competition is now underway. And first wave going to the Californian from Carlsbad, Alyssa Spencer, with an opportunity to qualify within the next couple of days as we see a nice couple turns. Solid backhand snap from Alyssa, her trademark maneuver, and feeling very comfortable on the rights here at Haleiwa to start things off.
Wow, that was great surfing. So strong, so powerful. The board looked perfect underneath her feet. It looked a little bit longer, but when you can throw a longer board around, it just makes the turns look that much bigger, and I love that start.
Yeah, incredible performance from Alyssa Spencer to start things off, and an even more incredible performance from John Florence, taking the win here at the Pure Gold Haleiwa Challenger. He's down there with Kaipo.
Thank you, Shannon, and I'd like to be the first to officially congratulate a 2-time winner here at Haleiwa, John Florence. How are you feeling?
I feel good, really good.
You earned that, John. A 10-point ride. You comboed the rest of the field. One of the most dominant finals that we've seen in recent history. That's got to give you confidence as you move on into the 2022 Championship Tour.
Yeah, so it's so much fun being here and competing and just being back in it again, going through the injuries the last couple of years, and it just feels good to be here. And I just want to say thanks to my wife and my family and everyone who's there supporting me, and Ross Williams, we've been working a lot, and my whole team behind me. It's been huge going through these last couple of years, and to be here winning again is awesome.
All right, I want to give some thanks also, John, and we want to thank of course, all of our supporters. A big thank you to Michelob Ultra, our title partner for the event, and thank all of our global partners, Jeep, Hydro Flask, Red Bull, Oakley, and of course, Expedia. Thank you to our event partners, Hydro Flask, Sambazon, Shiseido, Expedia, and DraftKings. And of course, we want to thank the entire community here at Haleiwa and as well as the North Shore. Give yourselves a hand. Thank you to the community here. With that, I would like to have Travis Logie from Tours and Competitions present you with the trophy. John Florence, your Haleiwa Challenger champion for 2021. Raise that up, John. Well deserved.
What a day for John Florence. Incredible performance, walking away as the Haleiwa Challenger, and another big result for him here on the North Shore, Barton.
Yeah, incredible. 9 wins here on the North Shore, equaling the great Andy Irons, and an amazing surfer. He's going to go down in history as one of the absolute greats, and the best may yet be to come. We've seen Kelly Slater into his 50s, and John's got that demeanor and that is just so calm. You know, you can see Kaipo was more excited than John almost.
Totally.
And it was it was a great little presentation, and what a amazing 10-point ride.
And a 7.5 dropped in for this first of Alyssa Spencer.
Talk about amazing. Look at the turns. The board looks, you can see the length on that board, and she looks so comfortable on it. And when someone's comfortable and riding a bigger board in the Hawaiian waters, it always looks great. The judges agreed. 7.5 is an amazing starter.
Great performance from Alyssa to kick things off early on, up against Carissa Moore, the 5-time world champion, the Olympic gold medalist, and a former winner here at Haleiwa back in 2008. Carissa Moore took out the title. It was then taken off of the women's calendar after 2010. And now they're back here for the first time in 11 years, Barton. The women have the opportunity to be back in the proving ground here in Hawaii and to see, will it be a local? Will it be one of the greatest of all time on the women's side walking away with a win here? Or maybe one of these fresher, newer names? We've also got Paulina Doe in the mix. She competed here back in 2010, the last time that it ran. And she found herself in qualification for her rookie year on the championship tour in 2011, out of results here in Hawaii. And then Zoe McDougall, another North Shore local, battling it out for a chance to win here in Haleiwa.
And they're all against Carissa Moore, quite possibly, you know, the greatest female surfer of all time. You've got Lane Beachley, Stephanie Gilmore, and then a host of other people back through history. But in the modern world championships, those guys have been dominant. And Carissa Moore, and I feel like, you know, we could expect a few more world titles from Carissa without question. She really feels like she's becoming comfortable with herself, with her position in the sport, and we're going to see some incredible surfing from her.
I couldn't agree more, you know, thinking of Carissa's past so far, her career that she's already opened up with, and now the future ahead of her. As we see Alyssa taking a second wave now, nice bowl opening up in front of her, nice sharp turn on her backhand, gets a little jam to the fins on the second turn and times out that finish perfectly. That extra length of board looking good under her feet, as you mentioned, Barton.
And just looks so controlled. That was great wave selection. That was a beautiful wave. Obviously, she wasn't in that sort of priority situation because she was the only person to have ridden a wave, so she was in 4th priority. And to be able to find a wave like that, turn in the performance she did, get a second score before anyone else has had a wave is a real, puts her in a dominant position in this heat.
As we take a look at that backhand attack once again.
Wow, I see that flare of the tail in that one. Full commitment and aggression in those turns. The judges are going to love that one as well. She's got 2 great scores and really is in a dominant position.
Alyssa's had a great start to the year as we take a look now at Carissa Moore. Driving in on her forehand. Eyeing up that first section, goes for a big kind of half wrap and then times it on a more critical section for that second turn, nice and vertical on the third. And she's gonna put her first score on the board.
going to be really, she looked strong, looked confident, and it's going to be really interesting to see where that comes in comparison to the 7.5 and reflect on how the judges are feeling about the forehand compared to the backhand. I always felt like this wave was a fantastic wave on the backhand, although we haven't seen the goofy footers have that much success here.
It's so true. It's so interesting on the goofy foot conversation. We have it on the men's side a lot, you know, with yourself battling it out here. We've actually got only 2 women on the women's record of wins here at Haleiwa. There were also goofy foots that took the win. So traditionally it's that regular foot with the advantage. We saw the great Chelsea Jorgensen get a win out here, goofy foot, as well as Nerdia Falconer. So those 2 as the only 2 women to get a goofy foot win out here.
So it hasn't been one of those for a while either then. And you know, scores for Alyssa Spencer coming through. We see that first one drop. She's going to have 2 scores in that 7-point range and put some pressure on Carissa early. I can't wait to see the scores for Carissa's drop and make some comparisons.
Scores coming through now for Alyssa Spencer, and it's looking to match that opening ride. It just betters it. She dropped a 7.5 to start off with and now has improved that scoreline with a 7.33. Barton, what did you like about this one?
Nice drive. You see the patience. She snaps out of the top. Not too round and wrapping arc. It was just a short snap and then a beautiful vertical re-entry. That turn was a money turn. It was really powerful, really clean in transition out of the lip to the bottom of the wave. And some interesting scores starting to drop. But Alyssa Spencer looking the goods so far.
Yeah, Alyssa Spencer is so consistent. Scores in for Carissa Moore, a 7.33 to get things going. Still waiting for Pauline Adu and Zoe McDougall to get their opening rides. But Alyssa's had a great start to her season. She actually already has 2 QS wins this year in 2021. Small QSs, a 1,000 and a 3,000, both on the east coast of the U.S. And she's sitting in a position to possibly qualify. As we take a look at our full rankings, we're currently in the round of 32, and here's our update. Our current live rankings, we've got 2 surfers already qualified, Barton and Brisa Hennessy and Gabriella Bryan, out of the Challenger Series. Then we've got 4 surfers still with opportunity to get their name above that cut line. We might see a double qualifier should Carissa Moore take a win out of here. That would drop down to maybe number 7. But aside from that, we've got some solid names in the mix. Katie Simmers, Luana Silva, India Robinson, Sawyer Lindblad currently sitting in that qualification spot. But anyone in white on that board, they are still in the mix and could qualify.
Well, it's interesting. We've talked about all the new blood on the men's tour, and it's the same situation, isn't it, out of the Women's Challenger Series into the next year's World Tour. There's going to be some new faces, and you know, for me, Caitlin Simmers, so young, so aggressive, but so unflappable. You can't, she's just an incredible competitor as well as an incredible surfer for someone so young. So that women's tour is going to be really fresh and exciting next year.
Well, Katie Simmers will be coming up in heat number 2, so be sure to stay tuned. She is right on the cusp. And that little wave just rolls underneath Pauline Adu with 17 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Alyssa Spencer currently sitting in the lead. Carissa Moore sitting in second. And you can see the women now, it's the first heat for them, Barton. They're just, you know, trying to find that kind of warm-up positioning. Where would their mindsets be, being that it's the first of their round? Well, we'll get back to that conversation because we've already got another set rolling through. No priority established yet between Zoe McDougall and Pauline Adu. Zoe with the inside position gets the opportunity to get her first wave out here at Haleiwa today. Great carve to start off with and gets caught behind the section.
Yeah, it was a nice carve, but that most probably wasn't the wave she'd waited for. I suppose, you know, well, nearly half of the heat had gone, so you start to get nervous and you start to get anxious and you go, I've just got to get surfing, and you end up taking perhaps the wrong wave and go to the bottom of the priority roster and you're like, maybe I should just waited a couple minutes longer. But that was a beautiful carving arc. Again, she saw that it was going to close out, so she could have done a more traditional down the line type surfing, but wouldn't have got a turn in.
Yeah, I love that style coming through from that down carve to start off with. So scores to come through now for Zoe McDougall. We'll have those right after this. There's more action to come. Women's round of 32 has just started. 8 heats to go through today. Scores to drop in for Zoe McDougall right after this. Well, the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing went digital in 2020, and for the first time in quite a while, the women were included in the mix. And Carissa Moore proved her comfortable, her home ground here at Haleiwa with a solid win for the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. She not only won here at Haleiwa, Barton, but she won overall.
Yeah, she's always, I see her a lot out at Sunset, putting in the time here on the North Shore, living in Honolulu, but making the effort to drive out here to surf these waves. Why wouldn't you?
She spends a lot of time here too, influencing that younger generation with More Aloha, her organization that she started, where she spends so much time in the water, getting to know the younger girls here from the North Shore, teaching them compassion, commitment, and everything that it takes to be a good human in the water and out of the water. And a lot of the time that they spend surfing together is right here at Haleiwa.
Yeah, it's a favorite for the grommets, that's for sure, and it's always one of those places where it's got that family atmosphere and people come together and join and share here at Ali'i Beach Park all the time, because it's got that history, it's got that vibe, and it's a real family location.
Yeah, it's an amazing location. Zoe McDougall, who's having a look at this wave, she learned how to surf right out here at Haleiwa in the shore break. We saw a few kids starting to take to the water as that swell was dying out throughout today.
Well, it's amazing, isn't it? It can be 12 to 15 feet outside, and kids can be in there surfing on the shore break. You go, how does that happen? But, I've got to say, this has been a remarkable dropping in swell. I don't know that I've seen a swell drop so fast in all my years. This morning it was, 12 to 18 feet, and now when you look out the ocean, Chris are more up and out.
All right, Paulina Do utilizing priority on this big open face. Nice carve to start off with. Right back into the power. Sets herself up for a second one, gets a little bit more power into the fins there, and comes in with a finishing maneuver, her opening ride now on the 13-minute mark.
And it was kind of surfed like an opening ride, wasn't it? It was surfed in a controlled, disciplined fashion, and you just, there's nothing worse than waiting, half the heat, over half the heat, and then falling on that first ride. And there were almost, it felt like there was a little bit of nerves, and you could see the sitting and the waiting in the performance maybe on that wave.
Scores to come through now for Paulina Do. And Kaipo, you're just finding so many guys to congratulate down at the step and repeat. Take it away. Who have you got with you?
Shannon, it's a big day of congratulations and a historic day as we look at surfing. Carlos Munoz, you're going to find him on the 2022 Championship Tour and the first surfer from Central America to do so. Carlos, how you feeling?
Man, first of all, I want to say thank you to Yahweh, God, because, since the very first day I got here, I lost, I got knocked out, and then somehow Matix and everything get in place, and I'm the last one to make it. So yeah, I just want to say thank you, to everybody, the WSL, the judges. It's been such a learning experience through all the process, all the people that helped me since my first sponsors. They invest money in me and put me to go through these different stages. Thank you for all the companies. Thank you for my family, for my 2 kids, my wife. I can't believe it. I was just laying and watching at home all day, and the people here in the North Shore too, Luis, North Shore Richard, Leon, everyone. Thank you, everyone, because I'm here because all of you guys, and yeah.
The feeling of retribution you have, Carlos. I've seen you so many seasons come through and get so close to this cut. You've made it the feeling of finally crossing that line and being on the big show next year.
See, man, I don't know, since I was a little kid, I surfed so many times, and somehow I'm the first generation of surfers from my family. So, like I told you, I've been many stages to finally achieve this goal, and yeah, I'm just speechless, because it's something that for me was impossible 1 week ago. I have like 3 or 4 days in bed, and I didn't want to stand up. I was angry, I was sad, and now finally make it. I can't cry anymore, but before I cry a lot, and everybody that is close to me support me there. So thank you to the people that come from Costa Rica all the way here just to support me too, and everyone. This is for the whole Central America. Also, congratulations all the people that make it. Thank you, WSL, Travis, for the opportunity too, and pura vida, man.
Get ready for Kali on the 2020 World Tour. We already got the merchandise.
stoked. Carlos on the championship tour. What an exciting and a proud moment for all of Costa Rica and for Central America to see one of their own getting that opportunity to compete with the world's best.
Yeah, it is the best, isn't it? It's fantastic. And he's a rad dude. Like, look at him. He's ready. He's going to light that tour up. As we see the replay here of Carissa Moore driving off the bottom. Nice snap out of the top into another wrap, a little more wrap in that one. As it closes out, she drifts the tail and completes it. That'll be a second score that'll put some pressure on third and fourth place, who really have got to get started with 9.5 minutes left.
Yeah, the shape of that wave was just beautiful. Rolling through the inside, it's really cleaned up so well compared to what the men were battling with in those quarterfinals earlier on today, Barton.
Yeah, it's been a tough window. It's interesting how many events we've been to where they go, oh, the forecast looks amazing. We've got so much waves. We might be done in 4 days. We might get it done really quick. And then you find yourself here 10 days later going, oh, we're struggling to find opportunity in the window to run because it's so big, or the wind's weird, or all these natural elements that come to play. And they made a great decision today to run in the morning, get that done, and then finish here because, you know, we understand that by Tuesday this swell is completely gone. And looking at it now, it's got a whole, rest of the day and the night to go through, so it could be quite small to finish up tomorrow.
Yeah, it's been a wild one to just see those conditions change throughout the last few days, knowing that that big storm was coming and some really big swell was going to be on the horizon, especially for the women being back here for the first time since 2010, 11 years on. For so many competitors, it's their first time competing here at Haleiwa, unless they've grown up here or they're like a Pauline who, is one of those veterans that's been on the tour and fallen off and is battling for that position back. There are many, many women in the draw, and same on the men's side, who have never even been to the North Shore, let alone been able to paddle out in a heat to compete here at Haleiwa. And to see those types of forecasts, to know that the surf could be absolutely macking, would be quite a challenge in its own to keep themselves cool and calm and collected, ready to paddle out in the heat.
Yeah, it's terrifying. It truly is when you see that forecast. You go, and you looked at the NOAA and it said 25 to 35 foot, and you go, oh my goodness, I'm in a contest and the forecast says it's 25 to 35 feet. Yeah, this could be interesting. And as it turns out, the timing of everything's worked really well. It's very contestable out there right now. There's a lot of opportunity, and it's right in the ballpark.
7 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. Pauline having a hunt on the inside in that fourth priority position. Her first score dropped in as just a 3.93. Zoe McDougall with priority, just a 3.0 on the board. She has a look there, decides not to go. Situation at the moment between first and second, there is such a, less than a point dividing the two. They're both sitting with 7s in their score line between Alyssa Spencer and Carissa Moore. And then Paulina Doe and Zoe McDougall are now in a combination situation to take that advancing position, Barton.
Yeah, and Alyssa Spencer should be, anytime you're leading Carissa Moore in a heat, even if it is for a moment, you've done something right, And so to be in the lead and, 4 sevens in the top 2 surfers means that, these ladies have got to ride 2 waves. They've got 6 minutes for 50, so time's ticking down, and they really haven't even got started yet. So there's an urgency that comes into things. You want to get going. You want to surf. You want to catch waves. Nothing worse than coming in and feeling like you didn't even get a chance. And so, but then you've got to wait because you've got the priority, and you've got to wait and make that count.
I had a conversation this morning before the contest was called on with Philippa Anderson and Sarah Baum and Yolanda Hopkins, who are all coming up in these later rounds, and they were saying the exact same thing. They just want to be able to paddle out there for the first time ever on the North Shore for each of them, to have that opportunity to get good waves and to show how well they can surf and perform out here with Pauline. Nice big re-entry to start off with, and she'll kick out under the foam to put that second score on the board.
And that was she was in fourth priority, so she was kind of desperate and had to go that way, but it's not going to change anything or do anything. And besides sort of keeping you active and getting you moving, and on the way back out, you might bump into something better and create a different rhythm, because that's what she needs now. The rhythm that she's in is not working for her.
Yeah, she's needing to just readjust a little bit there, so we'll have a score to drop in. There it is, a 4.0 for Lasta Pauline. Doesn't change her situation now in that combination situation alongside Zoe McDougall of a 14.66, which means that these surfers need fresh waves on the scoreboard, that they cannot get the requirement on a single score.
Yeah, that's that combination situation is where you just don't want to find yourself, and if you do, first base is to get it back under 1 wave, and that's the focus primarily, and then from there you go to try and overtake them.
And Gabriella Bryan getting ready to paddle out for her first heat here at Haleiwa in the round of 32. She has already qualified for the 2022 Championship Tour. And we're going to take a look now at the heat recap for that backhand powerful attack from Alyssa Spencer.
It was an amazing start. 2 rides before anyone else had caught anything, and they all had that flair on the backhand. Beautiful big turns. Strong, positive surfing, and again, it looks like the equipment choice has been perfect because it's a bigger board, there's no doubt about that, but when you can ride and turn a bigger board like she does, it's such an advantage.
Yeah, such good surfing. I mean, she's really such a good competitor. She keeps her head right in the mix, especially coming up against the 5-time world champion, the Olympic gold medalist in Carissa Moore.
Yeah, it's easy to overcook it when you've got so much work to do in your mind, looking at who you're against. Elisa stayed in control, and so did Carissa. She managed those first 2 rides really well and got her couple of pairs, or her pair of 7s.
So McDougall with an opportunity to change that advancing requirement of a combination. Big turn under the lip, and that's a solid size wave that closes out in front of her.
Yeah, disappointing on the wave selection front for Pauline and Zoe.
And Alyssa with that check turn to start off with. Now negotiating around the section, eyeing up. Nice little drawn out turn on the second. Goes in for that 3rd finish on the toilet bowl section. And she's trying to just, you know, keep that rhythm, keep that pressure on the rest of the women in the lineup with already those 2 high 7s. And Pauline Odo, she's had 3 years on the championship tour back in 2011. And then she requalified in 2014 for a few more years up until 2017. She represented her country at the Olympics alongside of Carissa Moore and has just been one of the best faces within women's professional surfing to come out of Europe. And now she's looking to be in that knockout position. She would need a big requirement, likely a finals finish here to be able to qualify for the championship tour for Pauline. Where Alyssa Spencer's in a little bit more of a better position. She is currently sitting at number 9 on those rankings coming into this round. And she's got a lot of work ahead of her because there's a lot of women also right on that cusp. But if she can keep herself in the mix and make it into the finals, she could be looking at qualification.
And I noticed some of the ladies around the cut line there, was a few of them that had a 600 points or a small point in there, that the minute they got through a heat here or even surfed in their heat here, they were adding a bunch of points. So it's a little deceptive, that rating, until you adjust it and take those lower points out and replace it with what they're going to get here.
Exactly, especially for those surfers that have been a little bit more consistent. So Alyssa Spencer is one of those. She's got big scores or big totals, point totals from events that she'd be dropping. Her Challenger Series campaign so far, she had a 5th place finish in France, which was her best result, but 2 9th place finishes between the US Open and Ericeira. So her consistency has been there, but it's going to be big points she's actually dropping for looking at qualification.
And Vahini Fierro is in, we saw her there in 7th. She's in that same position as well. Coco Ho's one of those people who has got a small score in there, and she'll jump. So it's, I always used to keep my own ratings and adjust them according to that situation. It didn't matter what was there on the paper, it mattered what that reality was when those throwaways were taken into consideration and replaced by your position in an event. And we'll see those ratings jumble around quite a lot.
Exactly, I mean, that's what we saw over, between yesterday morning running for men's round of 32 and now into the quarterfinals, where suddenly it was like after the men's round of 32, so many things changed and we got 5 people that qualified yesterday. And then this morning, just through the quarterfinals, pretty much were able to round it all out and find out who was going to be through, aside from Carlos, who was the last qualifier on the men's side. And now on the women's, we're going to have a lot of that conversation as this round unfolds and we head into finals day for them tomorrow. Zoe McDougall now on her forehand. Beautiful style on that opening turn, and she hits the finishing section with a lot of power.
Smaller wave, nice surfing, nice turns, but kind of had a little desperation in it, didn't it? She knows the time's ticking down. There's 50 seconds. You may still get one with 50 to go if you got a good grip current back out the back, but it might be too little too late, especially given the combination situation for Pauline and Zoe.
Both Alyssa and Carissa have done a great job to put those solid scores, 2 very solid scores on the board early on with those 7s, and to put so much pressure onto both Zoe and Pauline. Coming down to 30 seconds on the clock. Carissa Moore is sitting with priority. Alyssa Spencer with 2nd priority. And what a way to start off women's round of 32 after witnessing John Florence walk away with it's just one of the coolest performances out here at Haleiwa. And now to launch straight into solid, great surf, really fun looking conditions out here. Nice and clean on those right sets that roll through. And we've got a big day of women's surfing ahead of us. So the dream is still alive, Barton, for Alyssa Spencer. Of course, Carissa Moore, she's already got things going. She won the world title this year. But heading into the next round, Alyssa Spencer keeps that hope alive to qualify. We've got more action coming up. Stay tuned.
It's been about a decade since we've seen the women compete here at Haleiwa. Big welcome back. What a great field we have on offer to set off the last Challenger Series event of the year.
Here's one of our Hawaii surfers up and riding.
And our second heat of the day is in the lineup. Gabriella Bryan got this one during the break and jams it in on that first big maneuver. Looking for that next section now. Just gonna kind of roll away in front of her. She's gonna maintain control and show the judges why she's already qualified for the championship tour out of some solid performances already in the Challenger Series.
Absolutely, and a solid score for a one-turn situation. A 5.83 there for Gabriella will give you a lot of confidence. You know, you would go, well, I can do much better than that. 7s and 8s are coming ahead if I'm getting a 5.83 for that turn. So good start, good signs early.
And a big draw up ahead. Caitlin Simmers from Oceanside, California in the lineup against Yolanda Hopkins from Portugal and Brianna Cope from Hawaii. And big news, Barton, is that Caitlin Simmers, in paddling out for this heat, the points that she will gain from here, she is officially qualified for the 2022 Championship Tour.
Congratulations. It's going to be great to see her amongst the best surfers in the world, because although she's so young, she's certainly of that level and has the competitive mind to really rattle some feathers.
Very exciting to see that news, to be able to hear it finally. The 16-year-old looking for a start at Pipeline next month, as we see Gabriella Bryan also looking for her rookie year. Goes huge on that first turn.
Huge, all right. Flying at the lip. Aggressive approach. Powerful young lady.
And Gabriella Bryan qualified already via the Challenger Series out of some solid performances. She had a second place finish at the US Open behind Katie Simmers, who walked away with the win there in Huntington Beach. And Gabriella also had a second place finish in Portugal. And that was just enough with that early round knockout in France. It was enough to get her that qualification just behind Brisa Hennessy. So coming into Haleiwa, those were the only two that were guaranteed.
Yeah, and Brisa's been in great form. We'll see her coming up in this round later this afternoon.
Plenty of surfing to unfold throughout the rest of today in women's round of 32.
Well, actually in the next heat.
in the next heat. There we go.
Heat 3 against Vahini Fierro, Philippa Anderson, Tia Blanco. A lot on the line there for Vahini, right on that cutoff. It's going to be a big heat, perhaps the biggest heat of her life. I know down at the ISAs in the qualifiers for the Olympics, she had some heartbreaking situations down there. COVID regulations and quarantines and all of that stuff, and I suppose what doesn't break you only makes you stronger, as they say.
So true, and she just lost that Olympic qualification behind Pauline Ado and Joanne Defay, of course, who had it early on from the championship tour.
Yep.
I mean, what a battle it was, you know, to see those sorts of stories unravel amongst, you know, those from the same country, where it was just 2 that could qualify through, and even if their rankings were high enough against other competitors from other countries, if it was there, you know, only 2 from a country could go through, and you had 3 that were right there in that conversation.
And you could have qualified for the Olympics, but because there were 2 of your fellow country people ahead of you, you don't get in, and that's what happened to Vahini. So it was a heartbreaking situation for her. You know, this next heat may be the biggest heat of her life so far as well, young life so far. And I suppose drawing on what she does at Chopo and in those big waves will give her something to you know, take confidence from. And this is a big ocean just like that one.
Yeah, and you have to imagine that her hunger would be unmatched coming into this event here at Haleiwa, wanting to be able to represent Tahiti on the championship tour for women. What an incredible thing that would be to witness, especially in waves of consequence that we're now seeing on the women's championship tour.
Yeah, and it's, you know, it's one of the, you've got to be able to surf in everything to make that top level, haven't you? From small beach breaks to the heaviest reef breaks in the world and everything in between. And no, there's no replacement for experience and exposure to the conditions, exposure to the highs and lows, and just being in the game. And you know, it's a compounding effect, but you hope through all of that you end up with what you need to achieve your dreams.
And having a look at live action, Brianna Cope from Kauai made it to the final episode of The Ultimate Surfer, just behind her good friend Tia Blanco. She drives into those first 2 turns. Nice snap off the top. She'll go for that foam climb to finish. Looking comfortable here at Haleiwa. I'm sure she spent many events here in her, you know, in her youth, competing and getting to know the break here. And she's one of those alternates on the list coming into this event at Haleiwa, and she's already made it through her first round to advance into the round of 32.
Going to be interesting to see where that score comes in relation to the 5.83.
And now the powerhouse in Yolanda Hopkins. Nice carve to start off with. Comes in tight under the lip. Times it really well between those 2 turns.
Beautifully timed.
Caitlin Simmers now with priority, opening ride from the 16-year-old from Oceanside, California. Great stylish wrap to start off with. Comes in under the lip, really charges it.
Karate chop to the head right there.
And what a moment for her, having just qualified and paddling out for this heat, and now she's got that opportunity to try and make it into deeper rounds in this competition. She took out the win at the US Open, and then she took out a 3rd place finish in France. So a final finish with a win over Gabriella Bryan, who's currently in this heat, a semi-final finish in France, enough for her to secure that position. And as we wait for scores to roll through from that last exchange across the board, Kaipo is down there with Alyssa Spencer.
Thank you, Shannon. Alyssa, a couple of QS wins recently, and now you just opened up taking the heat over the reigning world champ. How are you feeling coming out of the water?
Yeah, it was so good to get the first heat out of the way. You know, we've been waiting around for a lot of days to have this happen. So, you know, there's been a lot of anticipation and a lot of nerves, but I was just happy I was able to find a couple opportunity out there. And yeah, it was so cool being in a heat with Carissa too.
Speaking of nerves, 2019 you were in this similar position right on the cusp of qualification. How do you keep your nerves about you going through this competition? This is a big one for you.
Yeah, this is definitely a really big event for me, and this year has been by far the best year of my life for competition-wise, so I'm just really enjoying where I'm at right now, and you know, either way, whatever happens, you know, I'm just excited for the opportunity and excited to be here, and you know, I'm just really excited for the next couple of heats, and hopefully I can make my dream come true.
There you go. Well, it looks like a very in-form Alyssa Spencer moving through into the next round, Shannon.
Well, she certainly has that dream still alive, keeping herself in the mix as we have Brianna Cope goes up into the lip and just gets matched by it. That was a big wipeout, and we're still waiting for those scores, Barton, to come through from the exchange before that. Great to hear from Alyssa Spencer coming off of, her first ever QS wins this year in 2021, and now to be finding herself advancing through over a Carissa Moore. That's an incredible moment for her to look back on.
Absolutely, it sure is, and it fills you with hope for the future. And there's Yolanda Hopkins' wave come in. Two-turn combination is 6.27. So a little bit better than that 5.83 of Gabriella's on the first wave.
And here we go, putting it all out there, nice and powerful on that opening turn from Yolanda. Goes in for that second check turn to set up for this inside section. She's gonna go for it and jam it right in front of Brianna Cope. Looking now for even more that this wave has to offer. And solid surfing, sticking to her feet from Yolanda.
That'll be a second score. That'll be a keeper too. She'll find herself most probably in first place, and she's so powerful and so aggressive in her approach. And I've noticed, there's been a few mornings in this waiting period where the surf has been ginormous out there, and there have been ladies who haven't gone and warmed up. But this young lady right here has been out there every morning, regardless of the size, regardless of the conditions, and I think that's starting to pay off for her.
Yeah, it really is. She's not fearful in the slightest. She's one of those few competitors across the men's and the women's field that's ready to just throw that board at any section that comes at her. As well as Gabriella Bryant. Look at that great rail work.
Yeah, nice cut back there. Goes a little flat on the face. Finds a nice steep section and jabs a snap into the lip and then cuts back into the white water, and really looking to maximize every little bit of scoring potential on that one. Great surfing from Gabriella.
So scores to come through for Gabriella and for Yolanda, and then we saw this from Katie Simmers.
She gets that nice snap there, and it's a 4.43. So really, I think a big score for that wrap. So, the scores the points are on offer out here, and if you can get radical as this young lady is, you can see her just driving into the lip, connecting section after section, having a great time. And the good thing about right now is there's a lot of waves. There's consistency and opportunity for all, which is what we want to see.
Exactly what we would hope for in a big day of competition when there's so much on the line. There's qualification, careers are at stake. Lives could change heading into next year. Who is going to make it onto the championship tour? We've got 3 spots left on the women's side of the draw. Of course, we've got 6 that will qualify out of the Challenger Series. If we end up with a double qualifier in there, there's that possibility that Carissa Moore, because she's got a win from the Sydney Surf Pro back in 2020 at Manly, it does carry over into the rankings for this year's Challenger Series. And Carissa has that opportunity to double qualify. It could then drop down to number 7 on the list. So we'll see how that plays out through the rest of this event. Yolanda Hopkins, though, she's dropped in a score for that last exchange. 5.90 for Yolanda. Bumps her up into the lead. Gabriella Bryant into second with a 4.40. And more to come. 17 minutes on the clock. More waves and more action right after this. And we're back at the Haleiwa Challenger. But remembering back to the start of the Challenger Series, Gabriella Bryant with a 2nd place finish at the US Open of Surfing, her best result within her career. And an incredible couple of performances this year. Those 2 2nd place finishes have taken her through to that early qualification for the championship tour, Barton.
And it's on the back of the power. Obviously, you've got to compete well, but when you've got turns like this young lady has, you can power your way to those scores and power your way through onto the top tier of the professional world tour.
Yeah, and she really matched that. I mean, she also proved that her versatility within competition of small waves at Huntington Beach, right on the shore break for the U.S. Open, then to big power for Portugal, where she walked away with another second-place finish. Gabriella Bryan from the island of Kauai has been spending some time working with sea bass. I mean, she's got some great influence coming all around there. Her very first contest was the Pine Trees Classic from the Iron Brothers, you know, when she was just about 6 years old. But then to think about her road to qualification now, she's been spending some time with sea bass. Sebastian Zietz running heats, some mock heats back at home and getting her prepared for this Challenger Series. And she really credits a lot of those sessions to that success that she's now found this year.
And great to see the older surfers, you know, giving back to the younger generation, to the new generation. It's crazy how much talent comes out of the outer islands of Hawaii.
It's pretty wild. Brianna Cope also being from the island of Kauai, and you can just imagine what it would have been like to grow up in a place there with more secluded surf spots, not as many cameras on things, and the opportunity to maybe surf some less crowded lineups than what you have here on the North Shore.
Indeed, and I remember being on Kauai and presenting the awards at the Pine Trees Board Riders Club when Andy and Bruce won the junior and the Grand Menahuni divisions when they were little kids. And so to watch that whole generation come through, and now we've got, you know, generationally, it's just continues to deliver. And the outer islands have got good waves and they've got a lot of great surfers, and that environment creates champions.
Oh, just absolutely incredible. And Gabriella Bryan's been traveling with her good friend India Robinson here on the North Shore. They came over a few weeks before the event got underway just to get that practice in. For India Robinson, who's currently sitting above the cut line, and she could qualify this week, very likely. She's just got to get, you know, a couple of results. She is sitting right there, and it's been great to know that those two have been pushing each other. They've been paddling out on heavier days. They've had those helmets out and being ready to just charge at whatever the North Shore has to offer. And
it's not easy to do that. It's a massive commitment. This ocean has more power. These waves are more challenging. This is the epicenter, I suppose, of surfing, and to make it here, you know, you've got to make it here to make it anywhere, that's for sure. And these young ladies doing just that.
And now those women have the opportunity again. And for Gabriella, having already qualified before coming into Haleiwa out of her result at France, then for her to have her friend India, for India, it's her first time here on the North Shore. What an incredible opportunity for the two of them, for India to be able to tag along with Gabriella, who coming out of Kauai would have spent many trips here, competing in those, you know, younger youth events here on the North Shore and just getting that time in. To be able to have someone that actually knows the wave here to show her the ropes. As we see Yolanda Hopkins, big up into the face, absolutely charges that opening turn, and she goes down.
She was in fourth priority, so that was one of those situations where you figure I may as well surf a wave as sit here and be fourth in line, and I may as well charge it if I'm going to try and turn this into something better than I've already got. And if it doesn't work out as it didn't, it doesn't matter. You may as well, you're better off trying than not. And you show the judges that you're ready to commit, you're ready to have a go, and they do like to see that too.
Yeah, that's certainly what we've seen from Yolanda surfing throughout. As we wait for this live action from Gabriella Bryan now up and riding. A little bit of a late takeoff there. She's eyeing up this first big section, goes huge into the top. She'll kick out underneath.
Great speed, she was going really fast there. And obviously, you know, you need a good board to go really fast, but you need good technique as well. And she's combining both of them to find maximum speed. She was in third priority, so similar to Yolanda's situation, she drives out of the bottom into that lip, pulls that off. Got a 5.83 for one turn on the first wave. It was most probably a similar type of turn. The first one might have been a little more critical in a steeper face, but that one had speed and acceleration out of the lip.
Scores to come through now for last of Gabriella. Yolanda's score drops in under her highest. As we see Katie Simmers with a nice stylish little check to start off with, goes in under the lip, makes that little air drop down to the flats once again. And she's changed up her equipment entirely. She's been riding the same board with a purple stripe down one side, a pink stripe down the other, and her absolute go-to for the last couple of years. Like, it's been a few seasons now. That's what she won the US Open on. But she had to go a full board change coming into Hawaii and get a new quiver.
And it's always hard to do because your old faithfuls, you love them and you don't even need to surf them because you know them so well. So we see the replay, nice wrap there, sort of a half cutback, and most probably had time to give it more because there was that time she waited at the bottom of the wave for that lip to present itself. So there's most probably time and space to give that first wrap a little more arc, and that would have connected the second turn well.
Caitlin Simmers with a score to drop. Still waiting for that last of Gabriella Bryan as well to see if it's going to factor into her top two. Philippa Anderson from Newcastle, Australia. She'll be paddling out in her next heat. Sister of Craig Anderson. What a legacy of a family to come out of.
Newy, mate. My old mate Matt Hoy used to always say to me, BL, it's the best place in the world.
He still says that every time I see him.
Best place in the world, BL.
He just wants to surf right there off the rocks at Ladies and never anywhere else the rest of his life.
It's a great, there's a lot of spirit, a lot of, it's a working class town, Newcastle, and it breeds, strong individuals, and they love their town and they love their surfing. And Philippa Anderson is one of those people out of that town who's had a great career so far, but maybe not even achieved her best. It may be yet to come.
I mean, for so many years, she was literally 1, 2, 3 spots out of qualification on the women's side of the tour, and now she's back at home. She's running her own surf school, the Philippa Anderson Surf School back in Newcastle, and starting to pour into the next generation, but then still has this opportunity to try and look for that qualification spot still.
Yeah. That's it's a long career, and Pauline O'Doe is a similar sort of type of surfer who's been around a long time, and you can't beat that experience, They've been there, they've seen it, they know how to handle these pressure cooker situations.
And they've seen all the changes that have come within competitive surfing during their years, and they've still been here to show up. Heat in and heat out, ready to go. Early mornings down on the shoreline, ready to go at different spots all around the world, changing their equipment, working with different coaches, and doing everything they can to still stay on top when this fresh batch of young women is coming up underneath and now starting to battle them for those spots, like a Katie Simmers, like a Gabriella Bryan. Gabby, 19 years old, Katie, 16 years old. And at the moment, Katie Simmers is sitting in a knockout position. She's chasing a 5.20 to take the advancing spot. Katie, for her, this is her first real year even trying on the qualifying series, let alone going for qualification. She actually won her very first event this year. She won the Jack Surfboards Pro in Huntington Beach, California. Just a little while ago, as we got Vahine, big smiles on her face, getting ready to paddle out the next heat.
And her sister Kohai there with her, been traveling throughout this Hawaii period, and it's been a lot of days waking up and coming to the beach and then going home and waking up and trying to be at that place at that point where you're ready. And the thing I've been sharing with Vahine is that you've just got to be able to accept whatever it is and wherever you are at and however you are feeling, because whatever that moment brings, you've just got to be prepared for that. And if you're too stuck to anything in your preparation, it can bring you unstuck, so exciting moment in that next one.
Very exciting to see them. And thinking of the sisters there, that film from Morgan Masson that came out called Goddesses,
yeah,
just such a beautiful picture of their life and their home back in Tahiti and what it would have been like to grow up there, to be raised there in the ocean with that connection to nature that is similar to what maybe the Hawaiians would have grown up with as well. A Hawaiian like Brianna Cope now driving into this first big turn. Nice slash, just goes a little bit too hard and gets sucked over the falls.
Yeah, unfortunate. A long wait too with the priority, and the 3.83 and the 0.80, that one's not going to help. So it's almost like a restart. You got to get back out the back, kind of shake it off, restart and go again. And I've got my daughter, I've got a 27-year-old daughter, and she lives on the same island as Vahine and those guys, and just had a little baby.
Congratulations, Grandpa.
I became a grandpa 2.5 months ago, so sending my love to those guys over there.
What an incredible moment for you and for your family, and what a place for your granddaughter to be able to grow up.
I know, we're lucky humans, and to see your babies have babies that's the gift. I'm so happy to have lasted around that long and seen it go full circle. And Tahiti's a beautiful place, that's for sure.
What a beautiful story. As we come down to 6 minutes on the clock, Yolanda Hopkins is currently sitting in the lead. She is an absolute fighter. It's been a tough week for her, and she has come back on top. She's making it through heats. She's doing so well here at Haleiwa, now sitting in the lead with a 6 and a 6.27 and a 5.9 on the scoreboard. She represented Portugal at the Olympics, Tokyo, just a few months ago. She also, back in 2019, she actually won this event, won this award, the Tiago Pires Award, back in Portugal, which is part of the Portuguese National Surfing Association, and for winning the best evolved surfer kind of overall through the year and the best wave of the year for the women's side, she got a plane ticket to Hawaii. Now 2020 went crazy and she wasn't able to use it, and now she was actually able to use that award, that plane ticket, to get her here for Haleiwa this week, and that's what paid for her trip.
Oh, how cool. And now she's in the lead and looking with 5 minutes to go in a strong position. Here's the recap.
Taking a look at that heat recap and that power. Yolanda surfing matching what the power of the ocean has on offer.
Yeah, great surfing. Vertical, off the bottom, off the top, tight to the pocket. Those bottom turns coming from right behind the whitewater and giving her a nice steep section to hit the lip. And then a bit of patience shown there, experience. And like we said, she's been out here every day, every morning, regardless of the size, in the most dangerous moments, and showing the benefits of that experience and that commitment right here.
Yeah, it's really showing that it pays off. Gabriella Bryan having a little victory lap here at home, already qualified, and just showing us what she's going to bring to the CT come January.
Commitment, dedication, and aggression there in the lip. Again, great power, you know, and that's, I think, the point of difference in this heat so far for Gabriella and Yolanda is the power that they're bringing to every turn they do.
Absolutely. Stronger women, a little bit older than a Katie Simmer, is just so young and fresh coming into that space. It'll be exciting to see what Katie has on offer from that technical surfing. But then you look at the power of a Yolanda Hopkins and of a Gabriella Bryan at the moment, matching the power of Hawaii, is exactly what we want to be seeing here in competition. Katie has a look at that one, decides not to go. Yolanda Hopkins still sitting in that priority position, sitting in the lead, and there's another solid set out the back.
Yeah, leftover. A rogue leftover set, and you can see the ladies seeing that, starting to paddle towards the shoulder. It's a big set, one of the biggest sets we've seen. It is a north direction, this swell, so it does sort of focus across the channel onto Avalanche over there. But the bits do refract in here and create those beautiful, fast, speeding lines of Haleiwa.
Yeah, I love seeing when those good lines come through. Katie Simmers has been having a great season here on the North Shore already. She had an amazing video, a wave that came out a few days ago there at Backdoor.
Oh, yes.
Incredible barrel. I mean, just so technically sound, charging, looking so comfortable out there.
For her age, as you said, 16 years old, and to be challenging the best surfers in the world already, we're going to be hearing a lot more about her. And she reminds me of the young Martin Potter who qualified for the tour at 16 years of age and just shook things right up with a sort of aggressive new approach. And Caitlin, I suppose it's her competitive nous that's most impressive for her young years. She's so calm, controlled, and just seems like a much more experienced competitor than her years would suggest.
Yeah, she's got a really incredible competitive mindset to her, really able to stay calm in those pressure situations and keep that focus and that drive going for her. And that's been evidenced throughout her junior career and now into her professional career.
Yeah, and we look with 2 minutes to go. First and second in the heat also have first and second priority at this point in time. So they're in that position. A lull's fantastic because you don't have to use your priority and time can just tick by and you go in and go perfect, got it. Or if waves come, you can use that priority in a defensive sense and keep people off waves and control your own destiny into the back end. So worst case scenario really for Caitlin and Brianna right here.
Absolutely. Well, it's not big requirements either for Caitlin Simmers. A 5.2 is a solid requirement if she doesn't get onto the right wave, but she's already got that 5.37 on the scoreboard. So for Gabriella to be keeping tight on Katie, using that priority to her advantage has got to be something that's in her mind.
Absolutely. And the same with Brianna, only needing that 6.73. That's a certain type of wave. We know that all of these ladies can surf good enough. They've just got to find that certain type of wave that delivers them the opportunity to give the performance and get the score. So if you've got that priority, you would be staying real close to third and fourth.
Down to the final minute, Brianna Copen advancing through her round one heat was her first heat make here on the Challenger Series, and would have felt so good to get that sort of an advancement at home and in the most challenging wave on the Challenger Series for this season. And you can see Gabriella Bryan sticking so tight on Katie Simmers right now. Brianna Cope has a look at that one, decides not to go. It wasn't even really a wave.
I'll tell you what, there's nothing worse than having the priority, letting your opponent get away from you, them getting the score, wave they need and getting the score they need, and you blew it. And it's, you know, it happens to everyone at a point, but it's a really, that's why you see that sort of cat and mouse at the end with the priority, because you've been given that control.
Well, there we go. Gabriella Bryan had priority, but sells Katie Simmers on this wave, and it shuts down in front of her.
And that will be the heat. She won't get back out in the back. There's only Brianna Cope they've got to worry about now to secure their advancement.
And Yolanda looking for one last opportunity. She'll be advancing through with the win. Impressive surfing from our Portuguese competitor, feeling confident heading into the next round. And what a performance for Yolanda Hopkins and Gabriella Bryans. More action coming up after this. Heat number 3, the round of 32. Brisa Hennessy in the water right after this.
What's up, guys? My name is Hunter Jones.
I'm Lex Weinstein.
Welcome to Detour Surf Towns, presented by Hydro Flask, a 6-part series featuring the premier surf towns in California.
Just did the famous Lowers Walk. We're gonna link up with Greg.
The saltiest local award is someone who's on it every day, a local at their beach, and to give them some well-earned credit.
I ranked this one pretty high.
Really?
Oh yeah, this is like top tier for me.
I love that about this town. A lot of the guys I grew up surfing with are still out there surfing.
Detours, you can watch it now on worldsurfleague.com. Just another great feature that you'll find at the WSL site. I'm Kaipo Guerrero, and this guy right here, this is Strider Wazalewski. And we're into the round of 32 Strider for the women. And so we've got a long day of surfing, but it's nice to see the ladies hit the water.
Yeah, you know what? Waves actually are looking amazing out there. Conditions have cleaned up. It's looking a lot more user-friendly, so to speak, out there. There's still solid surf out, so it's nice to see the ladies out there cracking away at it. We've already had a ride in this heat.
Let's have the setup here, and we'll look back at that 3.5 Strider, the opener for Brisa Hennessy.
She's been on fire all year. The Challenger Series is like looking really good up into the lip right there. It's a lot to try to pull down those lip line maneuvers on that inside bowl. That inside just comes together, converges, and just knocks you off your feet, as you saw right there.
Brisa Hennessy is joined in the water by Vahine Fierro, Filipa Anderson, and Tia Blanco. Round out the 4 surfer heat. Top 2 move into the quarterfinals. Looking to live action here on the backhand. This is Blanco with a little bit of a repositioning there. Kicks out. More sets rolling through here at Haleiwa Ali'i Beach Park.
Some duck dives coming up for her. She's back in that pit, a lot of white water on the head, so she's gonna have to deal with all these sets after she tried to reposition out of that one.
Brisa takes a look at that one and decides not to go, holding on to position. 25 minutes, 50 seconds remaining here, and no ride so far from Vahine Fierro and Felipe Anderson. As we wait for more rides, let's catch up with the winner of the last heat. Yolanda Hopkins is against the glass with Shannon Hughes.
Yolanda Hopkins, another powerful performance here at Haleiwa. How does it feel to walk away with a win?
It was pretty good. Like, I think the boys had the worst of it this morning. I actually didn't think they were going to run the comp. But yeah, we got the best conditions. I mean, it's like pretty glassy right now, and it's quite sizable waves, and it's just fun, and I'm just glad to have made it.
Yeah, and you're feeling confident. You got a great coach working behind you, and John, what's your preparation looking like behind the scenes and all these off days leading up to competition today?
I mean, we just go and review like my heats quite a bit, and just like go over the technique and stuff, just so when I get out there, there's no mistakes. Even though I ended up making a couple mistakes, still way less chance if we just go over and over about it.
Very good. Would you like to say something to your friends and family back home?
Yeah, I would say in Portuguese, if that's all right. Eu só queria agradecer a toda a gente que tem tentado me apoiar em Portugal, a ficar acordada até horas bastante tardes. E eu sinto o país todo atrás de mim. E obrigada pelo apoio, a sério. Obrigada.
Well done. Congratulations. We'll go back to you guys.
Parabéns, Yolanda moving on into the quarterfinals. Just a couple of fractional scores on the screen right now. Only score of any meaning or potential is the 3.5 by Brisa Hennessy. Brisa Hennessy, 22 years old, fell off the championship tour in 2021, but clawed back and already qualified for 2022 via this Challenger Series, Strider.
Yeah, isn't she #1 on the Challenger Series at the moment? I mean, she was on fire coming into Hawaii, that's for sure. And she just looks like a whole new athlete. She's attacking the lip line a lot more vertical. I mean, whoever's coaching her has got her into a really great headspace, and I love seeing the power she can put into the lip line.
Yep, she's got Town and Country surfboards under her feet. Glenn Pang, so the equipment that Brisa Hennessy has is well suited for Hawaiian waters.
Yes, a local shaper here in Hawaii, and you know, these guys really fine-tune what they do with their craft, and they understand what is needed over here with the power, and they put a little more rocker into a lot of the boards too, you know, to fit in, because the power is going to get you going, and then you can get those big quick whips up into the lip. That's a little extra tail rocker.
Brisa Hennessy will be joined by another Costa Rican as we look to 2022. Carlos Munoz is also going to be representing Costa Rica as we get into the new year. So the globalization of a representation of surfing continues here on the World Surf League. Vahine Fierro, speaking of global surfing, the Tahitian with a couple of nice backhand hooks, make it 3 for Vahine. And another carved, well put together wave for the youngster, just 21 years old, out of Huahine. Brisa Hennessy on her second ride here, snapping that TNC board, and that's all she's gonna get for the backup.
Vahine just found a flow on that thing. That was such a great ride for her, hitting the lip multiple times. Here we go. Comes off the bottom and just finds a perfect canvas. Pushing water and lip line the whole time. It's really hard to find those kind of waves that keep giving you all that opportunity. And she did really well all the way to the inside to get back out there. I do like this one-turn wave right here, though. Really solid off the bottom, straight into the lip line. Brisa Hennessy looking strong out there.
Vahine Fierro coming to Hawaii with a beautiful quiver of Channel Island surfboards under her feet. So she has some great equipment here. She's a former World Junior champ. She won that title over in Australia in Kiama and did it in brilliant fashion. Felipe Anderson cutting to live action here with a nice snap off the top. trying to look for some more open face. She's going to get the score from that one turn.
Probably not exactly the way she wanted that wave to go down, but smart to milk it all the way to the inside to get herself to the channel again, because we've seen surfers having to kick out and then getting caught inside and just getting absolutely throttled.
Speaking of that, over the falls for Tia Blanco. That is going to not only cost her time, but positioning, and she's going to have to do battle with the current as well.
But we saw her on a wave earlier kind of stand up and kick out, but then she's found herself in a really bad position, just, you know, hard. So, you know, best bet right here is to come in, get around the inside, and try to reset.
We're going to have to watch her, Strider, because I am surprised that she is trying to paddle straight back out of there. Okay, telling the Hawaiian Water Patrol that she's okay and she wants to continue that paddle. Strider, this is going to eat a lot of time given her position right now in the lineup.
Well, I think she'll come to the realization that she's going to have to make it to the inside and over. She's paddling for the channel, but the current out there is so strong. It's so hard to get there on your own paddle that she might even just catch a little wave and kind of scurry around the inside there and find her way back to the what they call the toilet bowl, where it's super shallow.
Hennessy off the bottom, extended bottom turn, kicks out. Just a repositioning move for Hennessy. 4.6 on her last ride. Brisa Hennessy in the lead with an 8.12 wave total. Vahine Fierro checked in with a 5.33 on her opening ride and occupies the second spot as we watch Tia Blanco work her way back out. Vahine on her second ride, frothy face, handles it nice with a backhand hook and a lip glide to finish. Great job in difficult waters for the Tahitian.
One of the days that we got called off, I was standing on the beach and I saw Vahine catch a wave that just blew my mind. She hit the lip so square and strong, it was incredible. Young lady with a lot of power, just great technique on the backhand out here at Haleiwa. You know, looking solid and great wave selection for her. You know, finding waves that she can do some work on and put up some turns, try and find a bigger score as she kind of comes down the line and finishes off here. But I guess, you know, you want quality over quantity when you're hitting these bigger events. The judges really enjoying those big turns in the critical sections out the back.
3.9 for Fierro. She goes into the lead, 5.33 and a 3.9. 9.23 for the Tahitian. Coming into Haleiwa just above the cut line, number 5 on the rankings on the Challenger Series. So big opportunity for her to make the championship tour with the final Challenger event of the year.
We love seeing, you know, people from all over the world showing up here and enjoying what we've got. You mentioned earlier that Carlos Munoz, you know, qualified Munoz, and it's just amazing to see the Costa Rican in there. It'd be so awesome to watch him do battle next year on tour.
Yeah, it was a great moment for me, just because I've watched Kali so many years come so close to qualification. Felipa Anderson screaming down the line. Nice check snap off the top. Skips that section, comes around, glides through the lip there, right in the toilet bowl section. Wants a little bit more and gets it. Little reform for the bonus snap on the inside. Going to milk this one all the way through and score that for Felipa Anderson. Felipa Anderson, 29 years old, out of Newcastle, Australia. Grew up in South Africa and her parents moved over to Australia. You might know her older brother, Strider.
Craig
Anderson, one of the most stylish goofy foots right now on the entire planet, putting out beautiful edits. Let's take a look at this ride.
Felipa drops in, eyeballs the down the line section, sets it up, quick hit off the top, then trying to catch back up with the rhythm and slams it shut right there on the corner. So pretty solid work right there. Milks it to the inside, which I think is always a good idea here at Haleiwa to get yourself back to that channel.
Brisa Hennessy. Nice snap. Patient surfing, placing her turns. Throwing some power into that second turn and times the finishing maneuver appropriately for the completion likely to better her low of a 3.5, will be on standby for that score.
Yeah, I like that wave better than all of them so far. I really like the way that she pushed harder. She was almost looked a little out of control at moments, but really pulled it back together. I mean, she's really pushing hard right here when she comes into that first turn. Then she's looking down the line right here. Bang, right in a very vertical section, throwing water out the back, and then finishes with a lot of speed as she whipped through the lip right there. That was the best wave of the heat so far in my mind. Beautiful gouge out the back, you know, uneven surface, but just pushing really hard to get through it. Look at how vertical the wall is to put that board up into the lip. Water still falling out the back while she comes off the bottom and then slams it shut again right over that toilet bowl section. So a lot of commitment over that shallow water right there for Brisa Hennessy.
And the crew from Rip Curl like the performance there by Brisa Hennessy. Numbers trickling in, and it's a 7.83 for Hennessy. She takes the lead. We're going to take a break. We're going to be back with the back half of Heat 3, the round of 32 here at Haleiwa. It is the Michelob Ultra Pure Gold Haleiwa Challenger. Big wave season is open with the Nazare Toe Surfing Challenge presented by Jogo Santa Casa. Live action here with Tia Blanco finding a nice one at Haleiwa. A little bit tough start to this heat, but Blanco fighting back right behind her. Vahine Fierro, the Tahitian, glides through the lip, has to throw that one away for the incomplete.
Going for it. I love it. Just hanging on the lip line up there, looking down at the toilet bowl reef. Takes a dive, jumps right off the top, loses it, but I love the way that they're just going for everything that they can. This is a huge heat. Look at all that water on the inside, so shallow right there on that inside bowl right there. It was a high tide last night, but then it drops way off, so that reef almost exposed on the inside.
Here we go through some replays, starting off with Tia Blanco.
Tia off the bottom, snaps it into the lip, looking for more lip line, cuts down under a little earlier, then goes for that finish. Well-ridden wave, and this is Vahine up into the lip, looking down at it, can't quite get her board back under her feet.
That was a smart move.
So the weight was just kind of over the front there, and just board went one way, she went the other.
Yeah, that was a smart move to eject right there. She really, it would have been hard to put that down. So she recognized that, and rather than hurting her body or her board, she just had to throw that one away. Yeah, we're fortunate right now, Strider, in that our big tide changes happen in the dark. And so during our daytime running period, we have a slight tide change, but overnight, and you can see it evident in the beach and the big waves and the wash-throughs, is that we have a really high tide in the night. And when I talk about a really high tide in Hawaii, I'm talking about anything about in the 1.7 foot to 2 foot range. Our tides don't change that much, but it makes a huge difference here in Hawaii. As we look at Leticia getting ready for her heat. She's going to be in the next heat. Heat number 4, and Brisa Hennessy is going to have to really battle through this frothy section, but what a beautiful turn, and unable to finish that one. We'll see if she betters her standings. She needs to better 4.6 to do so. What do you think, Strider?
You know, I love the way she's surfing. I love the attack mode she went into right there. It's a frothy wave, so she gets a nice little clean, like, speed float right here. But this turn, she just blasts off the lip. I mean, that was a rock-solid slam right there. A little hard to negotiate that inside section, but I really love the way that she hit that second turn. I feel like she's surfing better than she ever has in her career right now. There's something going on there in the headspace, whether it's the boards and the mental, you know, solitude that she's got, but she is on fire.
And we will see Brisa Hennessy win the women kick off the year for the championship tour at the Bonsai Pipeline. That's going to be very exciting. Again, that waiting period starts January 29th. So it's going to be really, really, really exciting to see all of the women compete at Pipe.
And that is 100% just a mental game to put themselves into the driver's seat at Pipeline. You know, the physical stature doesn't really play in out there. It's just your headspace. If you can think about winning and getting over that ledge, you can do it. And I know that these ladies are going to charge.
Judges were impressed, Strider, by that last wave and that, especially that big snap by Brisa Hennessy. She did improve her standing with a 5.97, 13.8 for 2-wave total.
Yeah, definitely some great surfing right there. And like I said, something special coming out of Brisa Hennessy right now. Fun to watch.
All kinds of viewers on the beach.
There goes a little salt and pepper doggy. Down here rooting on the ladies.
9 minutes remaining. It's Brisa Hennessy in first. Vahine Fierro in second and advancing position. Felipa Anderson's right in the conversation. She's got a 4.23. She needs a 5.01 to move into that second and advancing position. Tia Blanco, 4.73 in her scoreline. She needs less of a requirement, a 4.51, so still wide open in this heat for advancement into the quarterfinals.
So Tia and Felipa, I feel like, just need to come with a little bit more authority, like a little bit more strength in the lip line when they're attacking it. You can see them kind of tapping it, but when you watch Brisa or Vahina, they're really pushing hard into the lip.
Again, Brisa Hennessy just trying to surf under priority there. Everyone let that wave pass up, and that one goes unridden. Wave number 2 in the set, and it looks like it's going to be Vahine Fierro. Vahine, beautiful hook to open up with. Little on her heels, but regains composure. Another snap there in a very, very steep section. Vahine Fierro looking to improve upon her 3.9. What do you think, Strider?
Yeah, 100%. That was, you know, like I was saying, she is pushing hard. You can see Brisa pushing hard, and the judges really reward you when you attack the lip line the way that those two young ladies are doing it. Felipa and Tia look a little more tentative. Watch this. She comes off the bottom, but she's looking right at it. She's just squaring up and going for it. And then this turn right here, I like the way she cracked it, pushed over the edge, and hit a little earlier this time so she could ride out in front of that impact zone.
I love it in slow motion here to really analyze these turns.
Good push off the top right there. Had a vertical drop out on the bottom.
Cutting to live action with Tia Blanco. Also on the backhand, slips out on that turn. Fins come disengaged. She goes incomplete. Tia Blanco has had some success. She's won an ISA Gold in 2015 and 2016. 24-year-old out of Oceanside, California. And just this year, gained fame, Strider, by winning the women's division in the Ultimate Surfer.
She is the Ultimate Surfer, along with Ezekiel Lao. Dare I say it's cold out today?
This is cold by Hawaii standards, as we see Dimity Stoyle. She's going to be in the next heat. Get ready for DJ Shimmy Disco, Dimity Stoyle. She doesn't need the earphones or the turntables right now. She's focused on backs, tri-fins, and performance today.
Yes, she is. A bubbly young lady, always stoked, happy, just big smiles and ready for some fun.
Blanco. Oh.
It is so hard to pull the nose up when you're falling out of the sky right there, and it is shallow. That was full whiplash mode right there. Tia looking like she's trying to shake it off to get back out.
Tia Blanco's going to remain in fourth place for the moment. Pulling into a barrel with no exit. That's Felipa Anderson. I like the go for it attitude there.
A little tube time. Tube time scoring really high, Kaipo.
Sure does when you come out.
I love seeing those rides at like backdoor pipeline where they're in the barrel for 8 seconds and then they don't come out and they get a 1.2. That's crazy.
Strider, let's take a look at the heat recap, starting with Brisa Hennessy.
Pushing hard, Brisa, the Costa Rican, slamming away at the lip, getting 3 turns off on this wave, and really just finishing with authority on the inside. That's our heat leader right now, Brisa Hennessy. This wave got her a 5.97 for the merit of this one turn right here. Bango! Just buckets out the back. Brisa pushing hard. Vahina in second place at the moment. She's attacking it on her backhand, just going up through the lip, finding some flow, throwing some spray, staying over her board, completing on the inside corner. So great surfing from those 2 surfers so far.
Running a live action heat leader, Brisa Hennessy. Big snap to begin with. That was a lot of commitment. Throwing the tail, comes off the bottom again, slides it around and pulls that. Impressive surfing by Brisa Hennessy. So smaller wave for Brisa Hennessy, but she put the performance in there, Strider.
Yeah, really getting something to free up in the lip like that. You know, the confidence is there. You could see it in her surfing, sitting in first place in the heat. Then she gets, you know, the chance to really let loose. She feels like she's opening up even more. She's just gonna build confidence. And when you start to throw into the lip line like that and release the tail and feel that confident, it just starts to build and just gets better and better and better as you go through your heat and the event.
7.1 for Hennessy, and she does improve her standing and really separates herself from the other 3 surfers in the water with a big lead. Vahine Fierro in the blue jersey does have first priority and is sitting in that second and advancing position. So things are looking good right now for Vahine Fierro if she can hang on through these final 3 minutes, Strider.
Well, she's got priority, and she's got Tia behind her, who is sitting in second place. And she can hold her off if she sees a good wave. So she can kind of just hover and wait to see if Tia makes a move and then take that wave if she wants.
Under the 3-minute mark, this is Felipa Anderson. 7.2 is what she needs. Winds up off the bottom, snaps off the top. It's going to be a 1-turn wave and goes incomplete. And so the clock ticks down, and the pressure is going to mount for a Tia Blanco in the green jersey with second priority behind Vahine Fierro.
Little set rolling through. A lot of tactics play into the end of a heat with priority and time.
And what are those tactics, Strider?
Well, if you've got priority and you're sitting in second place, like Vahina is, she's just going to wait and see if she can hold Tia off of waves. You can see her shadowing Tia Blanco at the moment.
There you go. 1 minute and 50 seconds on the countdown, and we'll see how the tactics play out in the end of this heat. Brisa Hennessy out in the clear. She's got a breeze into the quarterfinals. It's really going to be the battle for second place at this moment. .130 on the clock and counting down. And the moment will be building right now, but it looks like it's Vahine Fierro in control of the situation. What will change right now is if Vahine Fierro has to make that decision on a 2 or 3 wave set, as I see some lines starting to accumulate on the horizon. So this is going to be decision time for our Tahitian surfer.
Non-stop movement out the back in that current. Sets are approaching. And we can't wait to see how it goes down right now. The best part about this is anything can happen within even 2 seconds. One, you know, it has to be, the horn's got to blow.
There we go, the last hurrah here for Tia Blanco. If she can find one, we're down to just 10 seconds.
It's not looking good.
And the beach announcers goes to the countdown, and it is official. It will be Brisa Hennessy along with Vahine Fierro moving on to the quarterfinals. You can see the results and the numbers on the bottom of your screen. We're going to come back from the break into Heat 4 of this round of 32 at the Michelob Ultra Pure Gold Haleiwa Challenger. Chee-hoo! No need to go to the mall. You can get all of your gear at the WSLstore.com. I'm telling you, that's where it has all of the merchandise from the Haleiwa Challenger. You got your athlete jerseys. You get the athlete jersey and you get a free hydro flask. Yep, free 90 free, 10% off right now at the WSLstore.com. Go now, go now, go now, track them.
Well, all right then. Better head over. I'm gonna get myself some.
If that doesn't get you into the shopping mood, I don't know what will. Kaipo Guerrero along with Strider Wazalewski, and we've had a big day. We've already crowned the champ for the men's with a brilliant performance all the way around, but especially John Florence. It looks like John's back.
Yeah, yeah, he was unbelievable. 10-point ride. I think he did everything he could do on one wave, and that's why he got a 10.
And now we're back into the round of 32 for the women, where we're going to set our quarterfinals as we move on to finals day here at the final challenger of the year. And Haleiwa's been pretty good to us, Strider.
Oh, it's been amazing. The entertainment of this wave, you know, everybody finds challenge out here at Haleiwa. It's a really hard wave to surf, but there's so many different aspects to it, so many different sides and faces. And, you know, west swell, obviously perfect for it, but, you know, these north swells offer up a bunch of crazy sections coming at you. We saw some massive swells this morning, still some big sets coming in right now, but it has cleaned up a lot for the ladies.
Yep, you got Heat 4 in the water, and we got a new name that just came in for Sage Erickson. Pua Makamai de Soto is in from the west side of Oahu. She's in the red jersey. In the blue jersey, North Shore resident Luana Silva. Leticia Canales Bilbao from Spain is in the white jersey, and Dimity Stoyle, the veteran of the crew, in the green jersey. Top two move into the quarterfinals.
Looks like we got a set approaching, Kaipo. It's going to be a fun one. No rides yet. Who's going to open this thing up? No priority set at the beginning of the heat.
That's right, Strider. Can you explain the process in which we start priority, please?
Well, first person to catch a wave, it's open at the beginning of a heat, and then as they slide into waves, they go to the back of the line.
Leticia Canales Bilbao, that's her opening ride, and like you said, Strider, that incomplete, but now Letty will go to the back of the line priority-wise.
That's right, and the rest of the three surfers that are out there are still without priority, so it's just a positioning game at this point to try and find themselves on the best wave that they can, and they will be paddling the entire time they're in the lineup. That's something you know you're going to do here at Haleiwa. You might as well get out here and surf it as much as possible before the event starts if you can, because the only way to really understand it is to get out into that lineup to see how hard that current pulls, how you get your lineups about where you got to sit, where you want to be when the waves come.
And a lot of personalities to this particular wave, right, Strider?
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. There's just so many different faces to Haleiwa. You can get barreled, you can hit the lip line, you can do airs, you can end up running into dry reef on the inside bowl. Oof. The danger zone.
And really curiously, when this wave is smaller, it actually turns into a little left-hander. So we're hoping that the swell sticks through. Now, we're not going to be dealing with little lefts as we go into the final day of competition tomorrow. Swell appears to be still strong. You got any outlook on the swell, Strider?
Well, it's dropping off. We'll get back to that after we see this wave.
Luana Silva. Big hope for Hawaii with this young lady, and especially with surfing just like that. One turn, but that was a big turn, Strider.
Well, and it's in a critical section, and it's a vertical turn right up into the lip line. This is exactly what the judges are looking for. So that's going to be a pretty solid score. Even though it was only one turn, it was exactly what the judges are looking for, the criteria of finding a critical section and doing a big maneuver. We're going to see it again right here. Even though this wave looks like a closeout, she comes off the bottom straight into the lip and blows the tail out the back, comes out in front of it nice and clean. Pushes really hard into that lip line. Look at that lip line slam right there. Elevator drop back in, nice and smooth, great surfing. Luana with a 6-point ride.
6-point ride for Luana Silva. She had a brilliant amateur career here in Hawaii, moved on to a great pro junior career, and then made a name on the world stage with a win at the Challenger Series in Portugal. Because of that win, she's sitting number 7 on the leaderboard coming into Haleiwa, and a chance at qualification for the 2022 Championship Tour. Brilliant display of surfing in heat number 3 by Brisa Hennessy out of Costa Rica. I want to hear from her, and she's with Shannon Hughes.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. Brisa Hennessy, congratulations on a big win out there. How did it feel to find those 2 solid 7s?
Yeah, I can't keep my eyes off the water. There's like so much action going on at avalanches and I don't know, somewhere outside. I have no idea, but yeah, super excited to get the jersey back on. It's really special to be back in Haleiwa, a place that's like really dear to my heart, doing my first contest here. So yeah, stoked.
And how does it feel, goals coming into it? You've already re-qualified for the championship tour. Congratulations on that. What is your aim for Haleiwa now?
Yeah, I think I'm really grateful to be in this position. I've never actually felt this before, to be able to surf stress-free in a way, and yeah, I just want to be free, and I'm really grateful that I'm hopefully able to do that, and yeah, just enjoy this moment and just get prepared, going into the CT next year, and yeah, surf against like the world's best, because they're competing here too.
Well, I love that insight. You're looking relaxed in the water, and we can't wait to see you into the next round, the quarterfinals. Well done. And we go back to you guys.
A Carlitos, increíble y sin mucho amor y pura vida a todos en Costa Rica. Es increíble y estoy muy feliz. Back to you, Kaipo.
Pura vida with Visa Hennessy. Yes, sir.
I think she was giving props to her countryman, Carlos, for qualifying.
Luana Silva. And that one she can't put down, but she's going to hang on to that 6-point ride that she opened up with for early lead. 21 minutes and 5 seconds on the countdown here.
Well, attack mode right there from Luana, and that's what we want. That's what the judges want. That's what everybody that comes to the beach wants to see. Let's see what we got right here from Leticia.
Letty, a high line carve there, comes around this section and kicks it away. That's all she's going to get for the score. Wave behind, unridden. And positioning seems to be a key element in heat success and managing this longshore current.
Yeah, we want to see Pua catch some waves out there. DeSoto, a great surfer himself. Her dad, Dwayne DeSoto, an amazing surfer.
Former world longboard champ Dwayne DeSoto comes from a long line of great lineage in surfing. And there we see Pua Makamai DeSoto. I got the call up as an alternate, as it sounds like Sage Erickson had to pull out of competition here. So it's good to see Pua giving her chance to compete on the big level.
Yeah, she went out the other day on the warm-up and got a bunch of great waves out there on the warm-up session.
She also helped with our opening Oli and Pule, our opening chant, and Pule, our blessing here at Haleiwa. Pua Makamai DeSoto, part of a large family, and the family all fluent in Olelo, Hawaii, the language, the Hawaiian language. The blowing of the pu, or the blowing of the shells in that blessing. Live action here, scratching and unable to get into it. That was unfortunate for Dimity Stoyle.
Well, that's going to put Dimity at the back of the line after trying to catch that one. Pua will be sitting out there with priority, see if she can capitalize on positioning and find herself into a nice wave. Beautiful ceremony that we saw on the blessing of the opening of this event.
Pua also coached by a good friend of ours, good old friend of ours, Doug Silva. One of the Soldiers of Speed is in Pua Makamai DeSoto's camp.
Well, he's a great coach. I saw him out at Rocky Point sacrificing his body for his students, getting in the way, catching into waves, paddling sideways, trying to get some of the young ladies that he was coaching into surf. So hats off to him, pushing hard, making sure that his students can get on the best waves so they can perform at their best.
A lot of knowledge with Doug Silva there, and he is a great surf coach. As we see, really the struggle here seems to be positioning in this heat. Letty finds an open face, gets a good carve, comes off the bottom, times that second carve perfectly, looking for the closer and lip glide to finish. That was a nice ride, and you could see a little acknowledgement. Yeah, the fist pump there, the body language from Leticia. Now that was 3 rhythmic turns, Strider. We're going to take another look at it before I ask you what you think the number is going to be.
It was clean surfing. We lacked a little bit of commitment, I felt like. So that was the best turn of the wave right there on the second turn. So she felt it. It's great to build into the rhythm of the heat. I think, it's going to be her best score of the heat so far for her. And she's sitting in second place at the moment, so she's got to be happy. And finding that wave without priority off on the corner.
5.17 takes her into first place. Luana Silva drops to second. Still no rides for Pua DeSoto or Dimity Stoyle. We're down to 16 minutes and 40 seconds on the countdown. And Dimity, you can see her scouting the lineup and looking probably to land to some type of marker indication. 30-year-old Dimity Stoyle from the Sunshine Coast of Australia. Had a couple years on the championship tour, 2014 and 2015. She wants to get back on there. She's coming in with a good chance. She's 15 on the rankings coming into Haleiwa, Strider. But really talented young lady. She's a DJ Shimmy Disco, and also she did a wonderful job as part of the commentary crew of the Australian leg as we opened up 2021. We're gonna take a break now, halfway through the heat. We'll come back for the conclusion of heat number 4, round of 32 at Haleiwa. Don't go away. Taking a look at Ericeira, Portugal, where Luana Silva represented Hawaii in a big way and made a name for herself on the global stage, winning that challenger event on the shores of Portugal.
Beautiful surfing, rock solid, waving the flag high, and really looking solid. I think, you know, you coming out of Hawaii, you can use that juice of the waves. You feel it. You feel comfortable in bigger surf, which is really nice.
Pua Makamai de Soto. Pua off the bottom. Nice snap there. Patient in her surfing. Another beautiful turn for Pua. Make it 3. And the finish. Strong wave for the young lady from the west side of Oahu. A 4.4 for that effort.
It's got to feel good to get up on the board, get your, you know, your number up there, and feel like you got something to build off of. Solid wave, just probably getting the butterflies out, really.
Here's the replay, Strider.
Comes off the bottom, looking at the lip line the whole time. First turn, nice and smooth. A lot of power in her surfing. Pushing back. Gets a good rhythm into the inside. And then this turn, blows the tail out. Slams it really hard on the inside to finish. So solid surfing right there. First wave for Pua de Soto.
She is right in the mix now with that 4.4. And like you said, Strider, it must feel good to get some of those butterflies out, get those nerves out, and also hear, hey, I got a good number. I belong here. I got a chance.
It was interesting. She came in the other day, like on the warm-up session, and she was talking to her dad, and her dad was like, yeah, it's pretty crowded out there. And she's like, yeah, but I got all my waves. And she was really confident. And that was something that I noticed about her, which was the confidence that she exuded and that she's probably having now that she's got a wave on the board. She probably feels really good about that, and she's going to go out there and find a backup.
Yeah, she's a fine young lady from a great family here on Oahu, and a family that really gives back a lot too. Her dad, Dwayne De Soto, has a nonprofit called Na Kamakai, in which he takes youth and brings them to the beach and exposes them to ocean activities like surfing, paddling canoe, and how to make things. And a lot of times those less than privileged youth, it opens up the field for them. It opens up their vision of the world. So great work by Dwayne De Soto and the rest of the crew over there at Nakamakai. You can find Pua at every single one of their events in support as well.
Beautiful organization, doing great things for the community. Here we go.
Luana Silva, good looking wave here. Glides off that bottom turn, and look at that top carve for Silva. Fights her way back into the open face. Another carve off the top as the bottom drops out. The convergence of water just bumps her out, but no problem for Luana Silva. A 1.87 gives her the lead. She's going to the lead.
That was some World Tour surfing right there. That was just nice, solid, in the lip, committed surfing. Can't wait to talk about this. This first turn just showing authority off the bottom, slams it into the corner, pushes so hard, even in that vertical section, and then finds the open face again, and then gets off another solid little click on the inside. I mean, that first turn, though, the judges are going to love that commitment. Look at this wall in front of her, and she just goes, yeah, I'm going to turn right into that corner. Buckets out the back, a lot of spray, uses the rail, and then pushes off the tail to finish to give her an extra bit of momentum out of that turn. I really love the way that she did that turn. That was a lot of authority.
It sure was, and the fact that she brought the board all the way around and was able to get back on the rail and traverse and find the open face again, very impressive. Dimity Stoyle, working her way down the line. Glides through the lip and has to throw that away. Unfortunately for Dimity, that wave was just at a super fast pace going down the line, Strider.
And really tough for her to wait that long for a throwaway wave. You know, we were under 10 minutes left in the heat, and she finally catches a wave. That just goes to show you what they're dealing with the lineup and trying to stay within it with the current and everything else that's happening.
7.17 drops in for Luana Silva, and she goes to the lead. 9 minutes, 40 seconds on the countdown. You can see the rip running through the lineup here at Haleiwa.
Everybody taking a look at that first wave while this set looming behind them. You know, you over your shoulder, looking back out. You got to get into position and try and find something. Looks like somebody's going.
Luana Silva sneaks this one under everyone's priority, snaps it off the top, off the bottom again, has to kick it out as she's a little bit late to the lip there. No harm, no foul, however, and a just great read to be able to get a wave under everyone else's priority.
Throwing punches, I love it. Big turns, solid. I feel like we saw that out of Brisa, and we're seeing this in this heat. It's Luana Silva just really attacking the lip. I mean, just kicking the fins out right there. It was great surfing in the lip line. I feel like the more we see these young ladies rise up, the more confidence we're seeing out of them, and I feel like it's just evolving right in front of us, which is great.
It's good to see the development of all the surfers, and it's really, really nice to see all the new names that the Challenger Series presents to us, like this one. Pua de Soto off the bottom, hooks off the top. Nice first turn, and it looks like that's all that wave's going to allow for her. A 3.48 will take her to second place. We'll see what the judges think.
She might even get it. That was a solid turn off the top right there. Nice and clean, well placed in the lip line. Here we go, a little replay off the bottom, straight up into the bowl, slams it off the top. A lot of spray, so there was some power pushing behind that. Close up of it, perfectly placed into the lip right there, and the spray line absolutely flawless.
Back to live action. Catching up with Letty's end of the ride, where she goes incomplete, so we'll be waiting for a couple of scores. On that slow motion of Pua de Soto, I really saw the Doug Silva influence on that backhand snap.
Doug, a goofy foot himself. A lot of style in his surfing, a lot of power.
All right, and a 4.2 for Pua de Soto. She moves into second place.
Now it's go time. We got the end of this heat winding down. This is where you got to buckle up and just get into position and try and hold. Find another one, just solidify your position in the heat. She can better her score line, which is going to be her goal.
Leticia Canales Bilbao now needing a 3.43 as we follow her on the paddle back out. Dimity Stoyle, a nice snap there on the lip and negotiates that barely, but could that have been a collision? Let's see what happens as it clears. Dimity Stoyle, and she's, okay. She is signaling to the judges' tower, Strider. She's signaling for what?
An interference. The paddling in right in the line of the surfer, although I don't think it was intentional. I think that, you know, Leticia was just trying to get back out into the lineup, but picked a bad line. Put herself right in the line of Dimity Stoyle, who is in the lip trying to come out of that. So Dimity drops in, finds herself a little flow, gets a nice turn out the back there, and then comes to the inside, and then bang, off the top, comes down right over the top of Leticia.
Again, let's just check this out.
Comes down and really just, you can see her jump off her board, not wanting to slice through Leticia's back leg there.
So she certainly had to alter her line, Strider, but I guess what we have to look at as we look at the rules is, was that an intentional block? And that's what the judges are deciding right now.
Yeah, I don't think it was intentional. I do think that, you know, Dimity's upset about it. It was a tough go for both surfers right there. So, you know, Dimity coming unstuck as she came down out of the wave, and she is not happy about, you know, having to come off her board. She didn't need a big score.
So we are waiting for the last score for Dimity Stoyle. She needs a big number. She needs a 7-point ride to go into second place. No indication from the judges of any kind of interference on that last wave.
Interesting. Well, that's why it's not our job, Kaipo. Conditions really clean out here right now. Still offshore. A lot of water moving. See those big swell lines coming throughout the back.
Winds clocked around today to this offshore south wind. We started a little bit jumbled in the morning as the front passes the island that brought us these big waves and the cold front. But we anticipate for these winds to stay offshore and maybe even go to very light winds tomorrow, Strider, variable winds.
With the variable winds, you could possibly see a little bit of an onshore flow.
Later in the day, perhaps, but it looks like to finish off our competition for the women, but if we complete today what it looks like we're going to do, we're just going to have the quarters, semis, and finals to crown a women's champ here at Haleiwa. Heat leader Luana Silva rolls into another beautiful wave and another beautiful carve, catches a bit of a rail, makes up for it there, lines up the inside, a big carve for Silva, combos it up with the finish, stays ahead of that converging whitewater, kicks out with confidence. Luana Silva looking money.
When she takes off on this wave, watch the replay, it's well overhead. I mean, it's a really solid wave when she drops in. So I think she's going to, again, better the scoreline. Look at it. This is a nice size wave. As she gets to the bottom, comes off the bottom, and really, to attack a lip line like that, it's really solid surfing, really confident surfing, which I really like. She's got a 6-point ride. Not sure she's going to do it 100%, but I do like the way she eyeballed this thing and just went right after it, pushing really hard. Catches the rail, regains composure, and then finishes out the wave. So it's a great sign of confidence when you can come back to finish a wave strong after kind of having a bumble in the beginning.
Hey, you know, the Challenger Series is all about qualifying for the championship tour. And what I've seen from Luana Silva and her surfing is she deserves to be on that because she's got CT level surfing. Dimity Stoyle getting some work there and throwing a punch at Haleiwa. Some power surfing there, just not able to finish off with some great turns out the back for Dimity Stoyle.
Dimity's not done. She's going to get back out there. She's still got 2 minutes, which probably takes about 60 seconds to get back out into the lineup in the rip. It sucks you back onto the peak. So Dimity, she's going to get her best wave under her belt, trying to get back out there with only a couple of minutes left on the clock.
Luana Silva Bao just looks like she's having fun. Just, why not? Keep surfing through. So we're waiting for 2 scores for Luana Silva at the moment. 1 minute and 30 seconds counting down. The important score is going to come for green, and Dimity Stoyle, she needs a 5.57 to move into 2nd place.
See the replay, break it down. Here we go. Dimity comes into the inside, looks at that lip line. It's a quick snap, then gets a nice gouge back into the face. So 2 solid turns on that wave. Doesn't ride out of the 3rd turn though. So, you know, it's questionable whether or not she's gonna get the score. And this is Luana just having a blast out there in the lip, right over the toilet bowl, super shallow. She's not scared. All about it.
Here we go. Pua de Soto hooks it off the top, Patient off the bottom, another hook on the backhand, and gets the finish. So the plot thickens. We're still waiting for the score for Dimity Stoyle. Pua de Soto coming back and looking to better her scoreline to make that job for Dimity a bit harder. Right now, Dimity needs a 5.57. That's if Pua does not improve her standing in this heat. And we're getting to the countdown.
Judges taking their time with the scores up there. This is going to be an interesting outcome.
And the countdown happens. And we're going to have to just wait on these scores to give you the final here and the final results. Still waiting for scores for Dimity Stoyle, Pua de Soto, Luana Silva, we're waiting for her score, but we know she's already moving on to the quarterfinals.
Luana going to come in on this one. Great heat for her, solid surfing, super confident, knowing the wave, understanding where to be, when to be there, how to hit the sections out in front of them, trying to get, you know, kind of beat the pace.
5.7 for Dimity Stoyle. She goes to second. Pua now needs a 4.34, and we are waiting for the score. Can Pua retake second and advancing into the quarterfinals? She's hitting the beach right now and waiting for that number to come through. Exciting times.
It's interesting, you know, you're walking up the beach, you know, you knocked off the all the nerves, and then you're waiting for the score to come through, and bang!
4.83, Pua Makamai retakes second place and will advance into the quarterfinals along with another local girl, Luana Silva. And that is the joy right there for the 2 hometown girls. They're gonna move on, and Pops, Dwayne DeSoto, pretty happy with that last minute buzzer beater.
All right, what a heat. Good times out here at Haleiwa. It's on.
Good times keep on rolling into the break, but we'll be back with more action. When we return, Heat 5 will be in the water.
The round of 32 continues as we have our goofy footer from Portugal up and riding. Teresa Bonvillain finding a nice section to lay down that backhand snap. Flowing off the bottom, throwing some water, and she'll go down. Teresa Bonvillain has so much she wants to accomplish in her career as we see a happy moment from a Hawaiian family. Pua with a big hug for her dad, Dwayne DeSoto, a world longboard champion, all-around waterman. He was so happy that she got into the event and made it count, getting the score right at the buzzer to knock out a big name like Dimity Stoyle from the event. Joe Turpel with Barton Lynch, the 88 world champ, for the call. What a turnaround of a day condition-wise. Offshore wind, the waves look incredibly fun as we see Molly Picklum attacking a big section here at Haleiwa, and she is not afraid to let us know how she's feeling about that, BL.
I can't wait to see that one on the replay.
But conditions changing, more favorable wind direction, swells dropping dramatically as we take another look from the takeoff. Molly Picklum
drops in, one big snapping turn here, and here's the closeout section, mid-face into the lip. Wow, did incredible to make that. And correct me if I'm wrong, am I seeing someone surfing a short-arm steamer for the very first time in Hawaii?
I think you are seeing what you're seeing, BL. And a lot of times, maybe you're cold on land, but you'll heat up very quickly. The water's definitely warmer than the air in the morning. It's been a little bit colder. People have been talking about snow on the Big Island and blizzard conditions. But hey, we're still in paradise, so she's going to be heating up quickly, especially after an emotional feeling of nailing your first wave the way she just did. Molly Picklum needs to place 17th or better to improve on her Challenger Series points, sitting at 12,000 points, number 9. So she's one of the stories coming into the last Challenger, needing a result to move in to qualification. And we saw Luana Silva win her last heat. She certainly moved up above the cut line, and it's so close up there. We'll keep you posted as we get into the quarterfinals.
And Molly Picklum didn't hold anything back, right? That if you're going to go and take something and grab your spot on that upper echelon, that was exactly the way to start it. Just attack that lip.
Yeah, she certainly has made a big name for herself. Coming from Australia, working with Glenn Hall. She's got a really fun, loving personality, always good for a laugh. She loves all kinds of sports. They've actually been playing a lot of pickleball on the down days. It's like one of the fastest growing sports in the world. Have you seen this, BL, pickleball?
Please. What on earth is pickleball?
It's basically like a combination of ping pong and tennis. It's like a tennis court that's shrunken down, and the Kerrs have been out there. Sierra Kerr, I saw Betty Lou join them in a match the other day, and Molly is a hammer. She is so athletic. Lakey Peterson's been out there, and it's been a really fun thing to watch, that competitive flow that they naturally have being where they are. Trying to transfer into a different element, and Molly, I think you could probably throw any sport at her, and she'd probably be really good at it.
Well, it certainly speaks to having some spare time on your side, I imagine, going to pickleball. I often say that about golf. People go, do you golf? Do you play golf? I'm like, I'll play golf when I'm dead, mate. I've got better things to do than golf.
And there's some surfers that can't wait. They're like, okay, late it, let's play 36 holes.
Like our good mate Martin Potter.
Yeah, oh yeah.
We know Kelly's into golf, and now it's pickleball, I take it.
That's a new thing. They're already buying paddles, and that's how, they've been spending their downtime. Especially through some wild conditions we've had the last couple of days. Teresa Bonvillain fresh off her 3.5. Sets up a nice backside snap. She'll roll in with the whitewater. Second turn, super clean. There's the third, and she'll get out of there. 2 quick scores for Teresa.
And the thing I was most impressed about with Teresa was when we got here this morning, we came into the booth and I looked on the monitor and they were showing the screen, and the lineup here this morning was chaotic. It was 12 to 15 and just evil looking. And there was Teresa Bonvillain surfing and warming up out there this morning, and I saw her on the beach and I said, well, the thing you know for sure is that it's going to be nowhere near as scary as that was when it comes to your heat later on. So a courageous young lady, and there's a big score.
Molly Picklum opens up with a huge closeout snap and will be heavily rewarded for the effort An 8.33, excellent range number. One judge even went as high as a 9 with all that commitment she just threw at that end bowl at Haleiwa. That puts her in a very authoritative position. We got to take another look.
Okay, she drops down. She gets a nice wrapping first turn here. Drives off the bottom. Gets that turn. You can see now she's looking, and it's a 3/4 face turn, and just almost skipped. The rail had a little twitch off the bottom there, but got up into that lip and did incredibly well to hang on there and make and take all of the points out of that situation. She knew it.
Right away, what a feeling for Molly Picklum. It reminds you of some big turns we've seen at Haleiwa. We'll hold on that because Picklum is up again. Hard off the bottom, an aggressive top turn, and she'll step off. Sometimes that's all you need, one big connection. She's on that really healthy roll. That'll go into her second scoring ride quickly. Another great hope for Australia to join the top 17 in the world. It's got some big backing. You see the stickers on her surfboard. Nice outlook on what she wants to improve on, and just a dangerous level of talent. Teresa Bonvillaat, her 3-turn combination, 4.10. Builds on second. And we still haven't seen waves ridden yet from, well, last year's runner-up in the world, Tatiana Weston-Webb and Savannah Stone. Tati put a lot of pressure on Carissa Moore at lower trestles at the WSL finals, winning the first match, forcing Carissa to be in a must-win situation when she paddled back up.
Yeah, that was exciting, wasn't it? I think going in, there was a sense that it was Carissa's to lose, and then she did in that first set. It was like, oh my gosh, what is going to happen? But as champs do, she got her mind back together, got her focus back together, and went out and won those next two.
She certainly did. What a year it was. 21 on the clock. 3.97 for Lasta Picklum. More waves on the way. Rolling in is Teresa Bonvillaat. A little out of control on her first effort. She's running out of open face, but a cool looking backhand float. Her third wave, still hanging on to second. Now let's hear from the winner of the last heat, Luana Silva, is with Strider.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah, Luana, some solid surf out there, but you look super comfortable.
Yeah, it was super fun out there. Just to surf with 3 other girls out at Haleiwa is pretty amazing, so I had a lot of fun out there.
And the equipment, were you riding a step up as well?
I was riding a small step up, yeah. I was riding a 5'11", and my normal board's a 5'9".
And do you usually surf out here when the waves are like this?
My home breaks are like more up the coast, like Sunset, but I'll usually come down here if it's too big everywhere else.
Well, you look really confident. You look strong in the lip line. Great to see you attacking it. Can't wait to see you in the next round.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Strider. Lulu is so happy to be in this position. She has a ton of hometown support. You know, even going back to Halloween in your neighborhood, BL, it's like you hear people talking about what the situation could be like ever since she took that win in Portugal. I think Lulu's had to get used to that. She's checking the surf, and more people are going, hey, this is your year. And she has to, you know, use that as confidence. I saw her mom this morning, and she's like, well, this is a bit nerve-wracking. You know, you start thinking of the numbers and what's at stake. And Luana looked incredible in that last heat. 7-1, 7-6-3-3, and she's into the quarterfinals.
Familiarity, isn't it? You know, it breeds success and creates the opportunities to have confidence and to let your real surfing, your best surfing come to the fore.
Now look at it, 19 minutes on the clock. Here comes Molly Picklum. First snap, nice and clean. The wave's going a bit flat on her, but you're always going to have energy at Haleiwa. So she'll just keep channeling that towards the oncoming section and styles her way through her finish. Wow. More of a wall there and a speed hack on the backhand of Teresa Bonvillaat. Nice flow and form there, and she'll sneak on out of there. It's really just been 2 people we're watching in this heat. Teresa, Molly Picklum back to back.
I suppose they've got the third and fourth priority, and Tatiana and Savannah just waiting to sort out that first and second and get their heat started. Good size set on the outside. Ladies a little bit inside perhaps and having to duck dive that one. But yeah, those Teresa and Molly are just taking advantage of no priority, no sets, and just getting to surf and create a foundation for the heat. Obviously, Molly's made the most of that.
as we check out Picklum's third wave in this matchup.
White water all over the face, a frothy one. Gets a first nice turn in, then it goes a little flat. And hard to imagine that this really improves on that 397, I suppose. The 397 was only one turn, but it was more critical and on a bigger face. But this first backhand re-entry was really vertical. Unfortunately, kind of got stuck there for a moment, which put her a little bit behind, then stood up in front of her again, got another nice re-entry and cuts out of that one. Up and riding.
Savannah Stone laying down that first turn on the open face, picking up a fun-looking wave. Second connection solid. Stone looking for a third under the lip quickly, and she will regain control for the completion. Surfed a really solid heat in the opening round of competition and had to wait for a few days to finally get the call back into the lineup here at Haleiwa. And that opening ride will put her right in the mix. Even though Teresa's been busy, she stayed in the 3s and 4s. What'd you think, BL?
Yeah, well, it's a much bigger wave, isn't it? It's got a beautiful face and it's clean. Nice first turn. Waits and fades back into the pocket. Gets a little speed line off the top there. And then again, here comes the score for that. It's a 5.33, so kind of worth the wait. You know, it's the second best wave of the heat, so you'd have to be happy with that.
I feel like that makes a lot of sense. And, you know, for Teresa, knowing she's gotten really busy, then to hear the outcome of Savannah being patient and getting a better score, she might be rethinking the back end of her heat here and how she approaches it.
Yeah, time to get to the top of the priority roster, which she is now. Teresa's got the priority, and it's time to sort of sit and wait and try and take advantage of that. Tatiana in the second priority, so must have had a paddle for something and lost the first priority. So the critical mistakes when you've got that priority can really impact the result of the heat.
Oh, it's very true. And they watched that very closely. I actually snuck upstairs in the judging tower. Luli Pereira, head judge. He was the first surfer from Brazil to be signed by Quicksilver International. Very talented surfer. Watching the action and the panel upstairs. Picklum. First carve off the top, she will eject. Her last wave 4.17 did see the improvement there. But you can tell she's having a lot of fun doing her job today. Extending her lead out front. But they're watching the lineup, and so if you make an effort for a wave and then pull back, they'll switch that priority rotation. Some surfers are very good at pretending they're gonna go and then holding back and trying to keep their competitors off wave, and also try to hang on to priority. So they're trying to fake a look to their competitor without showing that they committed to the priority judge. There's a fine line there.
Very fine.
We see it done by the best in the world all the time.
And the one thing that came into play as a behavior pattern was the one hand on the nose. So you paddle and you just put one hand on the nose, even if you're paddling with that other hand, that one hand on the nose was kind of an indication that you were not paddling for that wave. Don't take the priority off me.
So many little secret moves to go in your favor, to hang on to priority much longer. Tati's got it now. Number 2 in the world. Now sets up a beautiful backhand hack. Tough fall on the impact of that section. So after that long wait, number 2 in the world goes down on her opener with 14:30 on the clock. Heat number 5 continues with India Robinson working with Joel Centeo. She's coming up next. Tatiana Weston Webb qualified for the first ever Rip Curl WSL Finals And she certainly made a statement as she got into the title match with Carissa Moore and took out the first victory to put pressure on Moore. Remember, best of 3 series to crown the world champ this year.
Beautiful backhand, showing how aggressive she is and how powerful. So that, you know, the backhand re-entry we've always talked about, it's a powerful weapon to have in your arsenal, and no one's quite as good as it, I don't think, at this level as Tatiana.
We saw Tatiana get this last wave where she went down on the impact. She waited a long time for that opener, and she ended up going down 1.07. That happened right before we went to the break. Here comes Molly Picklum.
Sorry, Joey, I was just going to say, I think the wave selection's just letting down a little bit. With the base that she's got in that 8.33, it's kind of time to stop catching the 4s and the 5s, get the priority, try and get another 8 and just put it to bed.
That's a good point, especially since you have such a healthy start on a big section. Her lead hasn't been questioned yet, and Teresa needs an 8.53 to catch her, as you have some great scenes here at Ali'i Beach Park. Beautiful setup there. The Honolulu Bridge, often referenced as the Rainbow Bridge because it looks like those beautiful arcs of a rainbow. The Honolulu stream going right underneath it there. See kids playing there. See stand-up paddlers sometimes going underneath the bridge.
Have done that.
It's a pretty cool sight to see. Back in the day, it was actually a wooden bridge, and it became that reinforced concrete structure back in 1920. Cool place to hang out. Cool surf shops right next door to it. Got to be careful if there's a, you know, the bus is going by, you're heading north, make sure you yield, because it's a very, very narrow road.
And then the kids jumping off the bridge. You see the kids jumping off the bridge into the lake, into the river, should I say.
As we look at 11:15, pumping surf here at Haleiwa. This time of year, you're always starting to think about the holidays and your friends and family that you want to buy a present for. You could shop now on WSLstore.com and get those Christmas presents nice and early. You don't have to be last minute. And if you do it now, you can take advantage of some discounts that are on WSLstore.com. From event gear to your favorite surfers' jerseys and much, much more. Big takeoff there for Tatiana. Right into a backhand snap. Under the lip float, she'll slip off. But I think my favorite part of that wave was the drop entering into that solid section. Always known to be fearless and her ability to charge, and she's trying to lean on that to get herself into this heat.
Yeah, it's a real reckless abandon, a radical abandon. And she did great. She was in 3rd priority, so did fantastic to get that wave as a bigger, better set wave. And the signs were good early. The first turn was there, and a completion on this inside would have, and you can see just leant too far over, and where the head goes, you go, and keeping that head centered above your board's always a great focus.
And back to action here with Savannah Stone. She'll step off. She's been very selective in this heat. Opened up well with a 5.33. She's kind of been leaning on the bigger waves to try to pick off. As we'll have another look here.
Drops in, nice clean face in front of her. Her wave selection's been great. Nice snap there. Gets caught behind, it closes out. She pin drops through. So while the wave selection's been great, needs to make more of those one turns to threaten.
So much on the line in this Challenger Series event. We saw young Caitlin Simmers go down at the start of this round. She had such a stellar year on the Challenger Series, and there's light rumors going around if she would accept her spot, if it does come through in her favor. We'll obviously keep you posted on qualification. I think the only surfer in history that I can think of that actually said I need another year to get ready for the tour was Taj Burrow. But it's not something that you hear every day, and maybe that's just a rumor, BL. Maybe
yeah,
she's actually ready to take it if it comes her way.
And I do remember Taj making that move. It was on the advice of Morris Cole, who was making his surfboards back then, and he went on the road as Molly Picklum gets a better, cleaner face than those previous rides. Whether it stays up and continues to deliver, kind of does. Through this inside, regardless, she's ready to make the most of it. Pumps through the flat part into the last turn and flicks off.
So Molly Picklum kicked off with an 8.33 on an aggressive frontside hack on a big section, and she felt incredible after that. She's had 4 more waves since then, and she's built to a 4.3, so about half the size of her starting number. Tati's best is still yet to lock in. Last is Savannah as well. So top 2 moving on into the quarterfinals as we look at Molly's last wave.
Comes from behind, nice first turn, and we saw the 397 to the 417 to the 4.3, and so there's been this tiny little increase wave to wave, so it's going in the right direction, and this one's going to go in that same direction, most probably improve on that 4.3 and continue to build the base she created early off the back of that 8.33.
She's done well throughout the local junior series, finding a lot of reps in the regional QS events as well, which is the new format. You've got to qualify from your region to then make it to the Challenger Series. But she's already getting a lot of props, saying she can mix it up with the top 17, specifically with progression and the way she can land airs, and definitely some hard sections as well.
Got a great air game. Sarah Wakita getting ready for the next heat.
And she had a great start, didn't she, BL? First round of competition.
Super impressive. Great style. Good knowledge, wave selection. She's the complete package.
First wave of her life was on the east side of this island. And all of her competition is really based on growing up in Hawaii, and obviously back and forth from Japan throughout her life. But usually all the surfing for her in competitive realm was all here on Oahu. Sarah Wakita coming up next. Numbers in for Tatiana Weston Webb, 5.43. Savannah Stone's last, a 3.6. That's enough to put her in second. Savannah will improve on her points on the rankings with any placing. So she's making improvements now, coming into this stop, number 57 in the world.
And a 5.43 for Tatiana was the one with the nice snap into the float to fall. So good scores there for, imagine the completion. So there's some easy points on offer if you go big. That's what I've learned, through this event so far, is it doesn't need to be completed. It doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to be big and aggressive, and the judges will throw 8s at you. And we've seen that consistently this week, and I think a great sort of comparison to that is Molly Picklum, where that last ride didn't even match the 4.3. It came in at a 3.77. The judges are kind of going, okay, we've seen this. We don't need to see that anymore. We're giving you some hints here. You need to go back to that same recipe. So as a surfer, you're looking for the perfect waves that stay open and give you the length of ride, and they're the real nice ones. But in a competition situation, it may be that a closeout with one massive turn is a better option than just a 3 or 4 turn lazy little runner.
It's a really good feedback. Often a coach would say, hey, you were repeating yourself throughout that heat, saying you already did the 4, you're catching the same waves. Time to move on from that.
Yep.
We'll see if Picklum does make that adjustment, especially with a huge name like Tati, who's kind of creeping around in a 4th place position. You're not expecting that from someone with a big reputation and powerful waves. She got to flex that nature at Margaret River this past season, going for huge turns, and she was able to take out that win. Then you also see the format and event changes that are happening in pro surfing, and you think it's really heavily favoring Tatiana for another world title campaign, since she'll be able to compete once again at Pipeline. Here comes Tati, backside snap with some speed, hits it again, and she'll fall off.
Interesting when you haven't been competing so much. Oh, massive big, and that's kind of, Teresa there was doing the type of surfing that we were alluding to. It wasn't the best wave, it was a closeout, but it was a big set. And if she would have pulled that, one big vertical attack, lip attack, there would have been some big scores. Unfortunately, they end up being a score or a 0, but it's worth that.
Smart adjustment for Bonvillaat, even though she did go down. Tried to get herself out of that 3 and 4 point rhythm by getting something bigger and going for it. She's still 3rd. Tatiana still 4th. Savannah with priorities hanging on to 2nd. And this is getting to the time where you see a lot of defensive moves being played when you understand your situation in the lineup.
Yeah, and does Tatiana get that 3.5 for what she did on that wave? Most probably does, and will go into that second place, I would imagine, and put the pressure on. Here it is on the replay. Nice snap. Nice timing on this wave. There's the second one. There's the score. Unfortunate the fall at the end, but I feel like she's going to get that 3.5 anyway.
Are you calling the second turn complete? Kind
of. I mean, it's a kind of.
If it's kind of, oftentimes they won't give it to you. Isn't that right,
Yeah,
Bio?
it comes down to little things, doesn't it? Tiny little mistakes here and there. And that was a big mistake. The work was done, and just a little foam climb to complete would have seen that go a 5 or a 6, I imagine.
Let's take a look at what's happening here. Tatiana scrapping into this wave. Didn't come through for her here. We're still waiting on the number from that last 2-turn combo. Was it a 2-turn combo, or was it one snap and incomplete? We'll find out in a moment. Savannah Stone. Nice clean off the bottom. Great style. Not trying to force it, just placing that board in the perfect part of the wave. 2 carves out of the way. Savannah will find the end section and a way to ride out clean.
And she needed that. Tatiana has scored a drop. The first indications, I can see a 3.2 and a 3.3 there. So the judges have kind of gone, not quite. So there's another 3.3, a 3.4. So it's not enough. Savannah Stone may improve with that last ride as well.
So this is another look. Tatiana drills the first section and then got to her second opportunity here.
And stands up, and you think, okay, second one was done, and then there was just the back foot, lack of pressure on the back foot, gave it a little wobble and destabilized her.
And then last is Savannah Stone.
Snaps out of the top, looking to improve on the 3.60. Another nice snap there, little inside section, goes for the closeout. For a minute there, I was like, oh no, but she pulled it. And I think she gets the score that she needs to improve on that 3.6, make it even harder for Teresa and Tatiana.
Down to 1:10, so Tati, incomplete on the second turn, is still chasing a score, needs a 5.98 to avoid elimination in the round of 32. Molly Picklum still the heat leader. She throws down a clean frontside carve. Here comes the end section, drills a nice clean 2-turn combination. From a big wrap to a snap. She'll look to improve on a 4.3, 40 seconds.
And she did what she had to do. We were talking to that situation. Stop repeating something that's not getting you the desired result. She did that. She waited. She used the priority. I think that does improve and will consolidate her lead.
Very interesting heat. I mean, when you've got a headliner like Tatiana, who just finished #2 in the world, won big events this year, you're always expecting her to win. Well, she's got a shot, 15 seconds, but she doesn't have priority over Teresa. Bonvillaat will get this wave. Hung up a bit on that backhand snap. Going through a big backhand carve, fitting in a finishing move. She's chasing a 7.3. Hands up, cheering herself on. She feels like it's enough.
Oh, without the catch on the first turn, I might agree. But I think that catch on the first turn, although the flow and connection in the last two turns was fantastic, there was a lot of time lost on that first catch of the rail.
Big wind up for that first turn. Had the section and just took a little bit to ride out of that pocket section. We'll see if that affects the score for Teresa Bonvillaat. And Tatiana Weston-Webb knew that was the wave, but she didn't have priority. So she had to just step off. And that was the first turn, BL, where she got hung up a bit.
Well, maybe it wasn't as bad as it looked in the first view, did it? It didn't look quite as like there was such a downtime as there was at first. Challenges the judges. Goes, come on, give it to me.
Molly Picklum happy to get a 6.33 on her last 8.33 start. Molly will get the victory. Scores for Bonvillaat, not enough. A 5.5. Teresa and the big name of Tatiana Weston-Webb out of this event here in the round of 32. And Molly and Savannah will move on to the quarterfinals. Taking a quick break. More action here at Haleiwa right after this. been about a decade since we've seen the women compete here at Haleiwa. Big welcome back. What a great field we have on offer to set off the last Challenger Series event of the year.
Here's one of our Hawaii surfers up and riding.
Lakey Peterson recovered from an injury, and she has been ripping lately, and she's happy to be back in the flow of competition, catching this wave during the break. Peterson drilling that oncoming section with a lot of control. So happy to have her back in a jersey as she kicked off the year. We're expecting big things, and that back trouble came back. Here's India Robinson, who sees a lot of Lakey in the state of Victoria these days in Australia. Known for her power. The Janjuk local gets a great start. She's in a great position on the Challenger Series qualifying tour, just like we have with Gabrielle O'Brien, who's joining Strider and myself. I'm Joe Turpel, the Waz, and officially a rookie on tour. Gabrielle O'Brien, thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm stoked to be here.
What an incredible year. I mean, now you get to kind of, well, you're still in this event and enjoy this, but what a different type of feeling knowing that you're on tour next year and entering an event like Haleiwa. How does that feel?
It feels so good. I've never been in such a big event with no pressure like that, and there's so many good girls, so to have that pressure off and be qualified and on tour next year, it's so exciting, and I can't wait.
Does it give you a lot of confidence?
Yeah, for sure. I had the 2 finals, and I never quite got the win, so it gives me a little bit more fire to take it one step further this time, and yeah, I gained so much confidence off this year.
Well, it's interesting, too, because talk about validation for yourself. U.S. Open final, and then finaling in Europe, in Portugal, in a completely different style of surfing. That had to feel good to go back-to-back 2 runner-up finishes to really be the big name we were talking about early in the season.
Yeah, those are 2 completely different waves, so it definitely felt nice to know that I have what it takes to final in small Huntington and then big Portugal. So yeah, I worked so hard during the off season, and where I live we have a lot of beach breaks and then reef, so I kind of get a mix of everything, and it worked in my favor.
Thanks for joining us for the call. We've got a big heat just getting started. Lakey Peterson, India Robinson, Sarah Wakita, and Minami Nognaka are all fighting for spots into the quarterfinals. India Robinson getting the best of that opening exchange, 6.9, and Lakey Peterson just under at a 6.5. So already some keepers, and kind of like the quick start we saw at Picklum, but she was up into the 8s. Molly's with Kaipo.
Thank you, Joe. Molly, quick start was to your benefit. Talk to us a little bit about that quick start.
Yeah, I think before I went out, Glenn and I had a bit of a plan of just trying to stay busy on a dying swell. We obviously watched plenty of waves before my heat, and we knew that there'd be opportunity, and I kind of wanted Teresa's one, but she got that one, and then I just kept the hopes high, and then obviously lucked into that 8-3, so it's always a good start.
In the grand scheme of things, now you're in the quarterfinals, and you're starting to add points towards your qualification. Is that in your head?
It's a thing. I've never felt that at an event before, but feeling Jackson Baker and all the Aussies qualify, you obviously feel a little bit of those emotions, but to be honest, I just want to make heats. I want to try my best, and kind of whatever happens, happens with me, but all focus is on this event and just to finish this year strong, and then if I make tours, start next year fresh.
Speaking of focus on this event, you've been surfing a lot of Haleiwa.
Yeah, of course, it's a tricky wave, and I think there's like really good people in this event that are really good out here in Haleiwa, so to spend every minute of my free surfs out there just to try and gain the knowledge of a tricky wave like Haleiwa.
Molly Picklum on to the quarterfinals and looking good, Joe.
She certainly is, Kaipo. So aggressive with that 8.33, and that just opened the door for her to really look like she was free surfing for the rest of the matchup. And when you beat surfers like Tatiana Weston-Webb, that just builds your confidence, as Molly Picklum is looking to have a huge result here to move into qualification. We showed up at this event, there wasn't that many spots left because of Brisa Hennessy and Gabrielle O'Brien clinching very early.
She was so confident in that interview, it was crazy. That was amazing to hear her kind of break down what she was focused on, how she was doing it. She obviously had a game plan.
As we'll check out the opener for Sarah Wakita-Waz. What'd you think?
I like the slice off the top. She looks so solid. She had a low center of gravity, but just pivots so well and keeps a flow out of the turns, which is something, you know, gaining speed out of your turn is something that's going to help you onto, you know, the next turn and the one after that. So she did really well with that.
Gabriella, have you seen a lot of Sarah Wakita? I mean, you're both basically always competing on the Hawaiian Islands. We'll get back to that because we've got Nanaka setting up a wrapping turn. This is her opener. And she'll end up falling in the closeout. But you from Kauai, and we've got Sarah Wakita, all of her competition based on Oahu, but did you see her a lot growing up competing?
Yeah, all the time. We actually have a pretty cool story of how we met. I flew over to Oahu for the Rail Sun event when we were like 8 years old. And it was big everywhere, and me and her were out at Chun's, and our parents were pushing us in. And it was the first time we ever seen each other, and to see us both here now is pretty cool. And yeah, I've seen so much of her.
I love that story. Lakey Peterson on her second scoring ride. Great snap there. Lakey lays it down on the inside section. She's looking sharp. The whole year she was contemplating her return, you know, trying to look at the schedule and see when she'd be ready, you know, from surfing in Lemoore or potentially getting into Mexico, and she just didn't quite feel 100% confident. And there's the more time she kind of paced herself, got on a couple of surf trips that she could just see where she was at physically, and she felt like she had enough confidence to come into this event here at Haleiwa. Waz looking sharp so far.
Yeah, welcome back. It's great to see her back in the jersey, like you said earlier. An interesting point, though, while she was away, all these other young ladies have been just rising to the occasion. We've seen so much great surfing out of a new generation. I'm super impressed. I mean, it's really fun to see the new generation coming on tour. I cannot wait to see these young ladies coming on as tour really just show everybody what they have.
Yes. Gabriella, you had a heat earlier, got through. That felt great. You looked great. Your first take on conditions today, maybe the emotion, if there was, of the whole talk of are we running, when it looked like a pretty wild scene this morning.
Yeah, that first heat, it was I got a little lucky in that one, but I felt good on my surfing, just needed to maybe get a little bit better waves, and I'm working with Reynos Hayes, so we have been down here every morning, and this morning, like you said, was crazy, and I'm glad they ran us later today because it was really fun.
Really cool. Lakey Peterson on that second scoring ride. A 4.83 was. That'll fit into her top two.
Yeah, trying to open up a little bit. It looks like she hasn't really found that wave where she can actually go and time it right and really get those big open turns that we're used to seeing out of her. But Haleiwa is a tricky wave. I mean, when you're out there and all these sections are coming at you, is it really easy to identify those sections?
Yeah, like you said, it's really tricky. There are definitely like it's a reef, so there's like definitely sections that I have pinpointed, and I kind of am like, there's like 3 different ones, and there's definitely different takeoff spots, and yeah, it's a hard wave for sure.
It's so interesting how many different moods it can have,
yeah.
Not just on a day of competition, but in between heats, as everything can change. I saw you at the Surf Ranch. When was that? 2019 you're in the event?
Yeah.
How different do you feel from that wild card performance to where you are today?
I feel so much more like, I don't know, confident, and just my surfing just feels stronger, and I really think that I grew up and am ready for the big leagues, and I can't wait.
India Robinson, great carve. She's done that quite a few times in Bells. Bottom drops out, and she will straighten out. India's in a great position for potential qualification, and a great start in this one with a 6.9. That'll help her cause there, and she will challenge for the lead now, Waz.
Big opening turn on that wave. It's so fun to see somebody use the power of the wave and get on the rail and just carve into it. She really set it up, waited for it, and then comes into the corner, really turns beautifully off the top. Kept the board moving, saw the little double up on the inside, made sure she was out in front of it. So nice surfing right there. This carve, though, look at that beautiful carve into the lip, wrapped it around down into the bowl, followed it up with a nice little snap. That inside toilet bowl looks like it's pretty scary.
Yeah, it definitely is. Well, it's really shallow.
18 on the clock, numbers in for India Robinson. She'll stay in second, but she's protecting it there with that 4-1-0. Sarah Wakita still third. Minami sitting in the fourth spot. And it's interesting when you think of big contracts being signed in the past. I remember Tyler Wright made a decision on her major sponsor because she saw the team. Gilmore was on it at the time, and she's like, okay, I want to be around that kind of greatness, go on surf trips. And you see now with coaching corners, who you sign up with or hang out with, sometimes it's based on the peer group you have, and you get to do mock heats together and learn from each other. What about the peer group that you have working with your coach, and do you learn a lot from them as well?
Yeah, for sure. We have a pretty good group, and leading up to this event, we were running heats all over the North Shore. It's me, Luana Silva, Liam O'Brien, and Keanu Singh, Ella McCaffrey. We all have been running heats together. And it's a pretty good crew because everyone's just, it's hard, and the Challenger Series is hard, so it definitely gets you ready.
Those are exciting heats.
Yeah.
Strider and I are around. We'll call them on an off day.
We can come down.
Yeah.
But during the event, you guys are down here a lot, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I saw Reynos on the beach, and the waves might have been good somewhere else, but he was saying, no, we're all staying here.
Yeah.
This is where we're going to be all day. Get
Yep.
ready, just buckle down. And, I think it's a great call because you really, to learn a wave, to understand a wave, to really, get in rhythm with it, you have to be here and surf it in all conditions, yeah?
For sure. And we've been watching each other's heat, so we learn so much from that too.
I always hear from people that live in your community how much work that you put in and how hard you've been working, not just like say last year, but your entire life.
Yeah.
Can you tell us what that work really is and where that dedication started from?
Yeah, coming from Kauai, everyone is so supportive, and since my first contest, which was the Irons Brothers, I knew I wanted to be a professional surfer, and I've had to work really hard, and I train a lot, I surf almost every day, and the people that they're supporting me, like Seabass, he runs heats with me, and I train with in the gym with Dustin Barca, and there's just so many people that are so supportive, and I definitely wouldn't be here without them.
Wow, special names, especially when we're here at Haleiwa. Seabass obviously won this event. Barca used this big result here at Haleiwa to qualify. And then seeing all that dedication and hard work coming into a rookie season. When you look at the schedule, kicking off in Hawaii probably means a lot to you, but also Pipeline. I think we're all still getting used to that idea that we'll get to see men and women at Pipeline in the full schedule for the first time in history. Are you looking forward to that?
I am so excited that the season is starting off in Hawaii. I couldn't ask for a better place to start. So close to home. I practically call it home, and I've surfed countless juniors at Sunset and the one event at Pipeline, and I'm super excited.
Really cool to look at his schedule. The Billabong Pro Pipeline starts January 29th, and rookie Gabriella Bryan will be in that event. We can't wait to see it unfold. There's the mid-season cut, and then there's also all the benefits of, some of Strider's favorite locations like G-Land, which is going to be a very exciting season. Lakey Peterson leading this one out front here in heat number 6 with a 6.5 and a 4.83. We'll take a quick break. Much more to come right after this. ...2019 was one of the best years for California's Lakey Peterson as she was able to take out 2 major wins, but one that maybe meant more to her than anything else when she finally was able to beat Stephanie Gilmore for the first time in her career, dropping one of the biggest power hooks that she did in that event, got that win, and also went to Lemoore and got the victory in the wave system. Ended up finishing 3rd in the world, but the whole time got to enjoy this whole world title threat conversation. One of the most exciting surfers in the world was.
Technical too, you know, surfing in the basin will just picks apart your surfing, and any flaw you have, it'll show it. So you saw her rise to the occasion there, which was amazing, and she's really a meticulous surfer.
And that was your wildcard performance, 2019. That was Lakey's last full year on tour. Remember, she had the back injury. She had to withdraw on the beach in North Narrabeen. But yeah, Gabrielle O'Brien got the wildcard call up, and you know, you got to see all the best in the world perform in a CT environment. Are you allowed now that they're your peers to have heroes? Because I'm sure you have a lot of inspirations. Do you look at the top 17 differently now that you've joined them?
No, I definitely still have heroes and so many people to look up to. Chris Moore is like my idol. She's so nice in and out of the water, and yeah, she's just amazing. And I think it's always good to have people to look up to, but I also want to beat them in a heat.
Yeah, and that is a fine balance, isn't it, Waz, where you can actually go, you're amazing, but now I have an opportunity to bring out my best against them.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I feel like, you know, rookies and people coming on to tour, you guys seem to have a different sense of confidence now. That back in the day, I felt like the rookies came in and they were kind of intimidated, but you guys don't seem to be intimidated.
Yeah, for sure. The age now of rookies is so young that I think that we've all been battling each other for so long that we're kind of used to each other, and just, yeah, I think it's good to have confidence. And like I said, after this last year, I have more confidence than I think I've ever had, and it's really, really helpful when you're in a heat, for sure.
There's this youthful feeling on tour. How old are you now?
19.
19. Wow, teenager taking on the world. Next year, that's going to be fun to watch. Are you keeping tabs on other surfers representing Hawaii, like the Luana Silva story, the Betty Lou story? Are you in their corner and watching their results here at Haleiwa?
Yeah, for sure. You always want your friends from Hawaii to do good, and as long as you're representing Hawaii and where you came from on the world stage it's amazing to have so many people representing Hawaii.
Really cool. That's going to be fun to watch the start of next season. Definitely more qualification announcements to make. India wants to be a part of that. She's representing Australia. Did really well in Europe. India Robinson, 6.9 and a 4.10. Sarah Wakita holding priority, who looked really in form on that opening round of competition. You wouldn't be sitting too comfortably in second right now, knowing Wakita's right behind you, Was.
No, yeah, and she's, you know, poised with the priority to take whatever comes. It has been kind of a slow heat, you know, and with that, is it hard to stay in position out there?
Yeah, the current, there's a little current, not as bad as this morning, but definitely a little current. I had a pretty slow heat, and it's definitely hard, especially trying to figure out who has priority, or you know who has priority, but where you sit, and if you want to move in or wait, it's definitely a little difficult. And that the current and positioning here plays a big role.
Gabriella, coming from an outer island, is it hard to leave home sometimes because you have great waves at home, but you know how important it is to spend time at waves like this at Haleiwa?
Yeah, I love home. Kauai has my heart. It makes it really easy to get homesick coming from there. It's so close yet so far away from here, but I love it here, and I always get to go back there, so that's pretty amazing.
That's always true. In the back of your mind, you're like, okay, almost time to go home, even though you're still in paradise and surfing an incredible wave like this. India Robinson rolling in, looking to better a 4.10. She's got the speed hard off the bottom, drills that frontside carve, rips it off the lip line. Aggressive approach from Robinson. Job well done.
She's completing rides. She was at the bottom of the priority list right there, so nobody wanted that wave. And she did pretty well with it. She comes into the end of her first turn right here. It looks like she wanted to keep pushing, and then she came a little off kilter there as she's into the lip line. Fins popped out almost on the bottom turn and then back into the lip. She looks like such a powerful surfer. She probably pushed through a lot of that chop in the wave.
Solid approach there. We'll wait for scores as we still see a lot of energy from Paradise.
Across the channel to Avalanche there, pretty heavy wave.
Oh yeah, heavy spot there, and it's been whitewater for days. We saw how many skis in the morning just unloading at the harbor. It's one of those kind of emotional roller coasters waiting for the call this morning, and it's a completely different day. The wind changed, it's offshore, but still incredibly challenging. Robinson trying to put herself in a position where she could compete at home at Bells. 4.67's enough to put her in the lead. Gabriella, have you been to Bells before?
No, I haven't, and I'm really looking forward to going there this year. It looks amazing, and I think it really suits my style, so I'm excited to go there.
So there's probably a lot of spots, you know, that you've been to that are CT venues, and some that you'd be going to for the first time this year.
Yeah, for sure. Like I've been to Portugal, but not specifically Super Tubos, and of course I've been on the North Shore and haven't been to either of the spots in Australia, so I'm so excited.
It's such an exciting time as a rookie where you're learning what boards to take and trying to get there early enough to understand where you might want to sit and work up your lineup markers. That's probably bringing you a lot of excitement just to get there early.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be a whole new learning experience for me, and I'm really looking forward to it, and I can't wait to do it.
Do you have a travel partner that you're going to be on tour with?
I'm going to be traveling with my coach, Reynos, and always one of my parents will come.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's going to be a fun crew of people that have seen it before, like Reynos as well, and show you the ropes before you even get there. 6:20 on the clock. Big change for Robinson. That's got to feel good just to have one spot higher on this result sheet at the moment. Wakita's just with one wave needs a 6.34. And Nanaka's only had one wave at a 3.17. 8.16 is what Minami needs to change things around in the round of 32. I suppose that the biggest news of losing Caitlin Simmers early from the draw as a high seed in that qualification position. Someone you shared the final with at the U.S. Open.
Yeah, for sure. We actually were in the same heat here too, so it's like a rematch of the U.S. Open. She's such a feisty little competitor, and she's so good, and it's everyone's so good now. Everything is so tough.
Yeah, it's amazing how different all of you surf as well. You know, there's something that really stands out about all these new names we're seeing on the rankings. Well, interesting fall there for Wakita, because she waited a long time for that second wave, and that's just a 0.93.
Yeah, that was a big mistake for her. She's going to have to get back out there. You know, we were watching kind of a slow heat, so maybe she just wasn't comfortable when she got up, but she went up into the lip line and just went over the top of the wave instead of trying to project out in towards the beach, and lost the turn. So unfortunate for her. It's really hard too when you're sitting out the back waiting for a wave for a long time, and then you jump up on a wave. You're trying to establish your feet into your board and feel that motion again, and sometimes it's just not all there. So it's I see a lot of surfers in heats catching, you know, a lot of waves to try and keep that flow and that momentum and that feeling, but that was a tough one for her.
Coming up next, Macy Callahan in the red jersey. Green, that's Summer Macedo coming from Maui and representing Brazil. We've got Sawyer Lindblad from San Clemente, and always fun to see Sarah Baum compete. Originally from South Africa, living in Australia for a long period of time. Top two will move on out of that heat. That's coming up next. 4:10 to go. Frontside wrap for Minami. Bottom drops out. And nothing left. Long time to wait for that second wave as well was.
She did get a little turn in there, and she's got to be happy with, you know, at least attacking the lip line, trying to get something done up on the face. That wave looked gigantic when she dropped in. I mean, it's got to be intimidating coming off the bottom and just looking up at the sky, falling lip, and just knowing it's now or never. You have to hit that thing. Beautiful drop, comes off the bottom, takes a look up. Nice little turn off the top and falls down into the bowl, and there's just nothing left for her.
Always enjoy her approach, super smooth. Here comes Peterson. Frontside jam right off the lip, and just good for one move as well. So after the 6.5, it's been hard to get a similar number on the board. Those first two waves from India to Lakey are still the best numbers of this heat. with 3 on the clock. Typically, Gabriela, after you get through a heat at a contest, do you watch the rest of the heats in a day? Do you study other performances? Or do you kind of want to separate yourself from it for a bit?
Yeah, I definitely think there's a fine line. After my heat, I stayed down for Luana's and then watched that one to support her. But I think it's always good to sometimes maybe turn it off, because sometimes you feel like you're surfing with it. You get so excited when you want who you're cheering for. You want them to make it so bad. But I love watching heats. Watching surfing is like my favorite thing to do, and yeah.
I remember seeing Taj Burrow at J-Bay, and he used to stay right there at the barrel section. And if he had an afternoon heat, he said he was so exhausted. He was such a frother. He didn't want to miss anything. But he almost felt like he surfed all day when he was watching all that action. So he wanted to surf early, then he could enjoy it because he didn't want to look away. Thanks for being with us. Gabriela Bryan will be on tour this year. Well, starting, I guess, next year, 2022, starting at Pipeline right into Sunset Beach. And it's been fun really getting to spend some time with you. Brilliant to watch your performances, but we know it came from a lot of hard work, dedication, and we wish you all the success in the world.
Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah,
really appreciate it.
It has a cool feel, doesn't it, Waz, with this new Challenger Series. For so many years, it's so tough to kind of get a fresh name on the top 17. Sometimes we have one new rookie, and there definitely seems to be a momentum shift with a lot of new names entering a new rookie class. India Robinson's up. Quick turn there, but losing a lot of open face. Not much left on that end section. She's the heat leader. She'll probably call it a heat now.
I don't know. She wants more. It's such a quick elevator ride back out into the lineup, too.
Yeah.
You feel like you can really get back out there within seconds. And it's interesting that current can take you right there, and before you know it, you could be on another wave. Sitting out in front, though, she's probably pretty comfortable.
So we've got the live rankings, and things change very quickly because it's really tight out there. You don't have to worry about it. You've clinched. But for India Robinson, she's now down to the last spot for qualification. However, if she makes this heat like it looks like she will, then she'll be moving up with points as well. So she's gaining points for this performance. And I think we keep saying that just to clarify that. You count your top 3 results. We had one carryover result from 2020 if you had it. Some surfers who maybe had a win and then a low result, it was easier for them to improve over someone who has like 3 kind of mid-range results where they've got to go a long way. So that's the case for surfers like Vahine Fierro. She's got to get really all the way into a semi-final performance to see improvement. And Lulu as well, already improved with her result. So things are changing quickly, and India Robinson officially will get that victory, and more points are heading her way. Job well done. Lakey Peterson moves on as well. We lose Minami and Sarah Wakita from the draw. We will thank Gabriela Bryan for joining us, and also Strider Wazalewski. We'll take a quick break. Back for more at Haleiwa after this.
And the waves keep coming through the lineup here at Haleiwa for the Pure Gold Haleiwa Challenger. It is the final stop of 4. We've got 2 heats left in the day. The round of 32, heat number 7 out in the lineup. The Australian Macy Callahan trying for re-qualification onto the championship tour. Sawyer Lindblad, Sarah Baum, and Summer Macedo looking to book themselves a spot for their rookie year on the championship tour. It is going to be a tough battle, but some great conditions out in the lineup. And we're just so excited to have you here with us. I'm Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth by Barton Lynch and Brisa Hennessy. Brisa, it's great to have you. Congratulations on a big win today.
Thanks so much. No, it's an honor to be here, and I feel like I can't believe how much surfing has got done today. It feels almost like 2 days. I'm kind of tripping out, but yeah, super stoked.
Oh, so good. Barton, it's been incredible. I mean, to watch John take the win and now to have the ladies in the lineup.
Absolutely, and to see the lineup and the changes in the day has been incredible. I don't know that I've ever seen a swell drop so fast.
100%, yeah. I think just we've seen every emotion possible at Haleiwa. It's been beautiful, it's been raw, but I think that's what we came here to see, right?
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, it's so exciting just to be able to see this opportunity for the women to be in the lineup here at Haleiwa. Brisa, it's been since 2010 since the women had an opportunity to really compete here and give it a shot on the North Shore. What does it feel like for you to be part of that crew now with that opportunity to surf here at the Proving Grounds?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's really amazing and a huge stepping stone, I think, for women's surfing. I actually remember watching it in 2008 and 2010, just when you know, Carissa won and the Lane Beachleys and the Coco Hoes, and that next generation with, I think, the veterans was pretty amazing, and it's kind of happening again now. So it's pretty special witnessing that.
Yeah, it's really great to see that sort of stuff happening, and just to be able to know the future of, you know, women's professional surfing here and where we can kind of grow those strengths of getting to know Hawaiian surfing, Barton.
Oh, absolutely, and you know, I think that there's been such great moves in the last few years, equal pay, all of that sort of stuff, and now there's that equal opportunity with regards to locations and venues, and I suppose next waiting period is the Pipeline 1 Star, and the women are surfing there as well.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see some of the bigger names in the draw, you know, like those that are already qualified for the championship tour, but also that opportunity for the young Hawaiians to have that shot, Brisa, to compete here at home for them and to look towards qualification for next year's Challenger Series, being that it's just that, you know, that low-ranked QS for them. But what an incredible opportunity for those up-and-coming surfers, like we saw Pua de Soto actually make it through her heat here, but she gets to paddle out at Pipeline, and that's her qualification for next year's Challenger Series. It's pretty wild to think that a wave like Pipe is that important of an event for them.
Yeah, 100%. I think if you look at the Challenger Series now and the QSs, it's a really great transition, I think, for getting on the CT, and that's super exciting because it's preparing, you know, not only the Hawaiian surfers, but, you know, surfers from Europe and different parts of the world that are able to kind of get that, the taste of what it feels like to be on the CT and the different conditions and the heaviness and the power, and it's definitely exciting times.
Are you going to surf Pipeline in that event?
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I know that I definitely want to get as much time out in the water there. I think it's super important. I got a helmet and definitely getting the big boards ready. And yeah, definitely a humbling wave, but I think it's going to be a good opportunity and get us out of our comfort zone.
There's no place like Pipeline, so there's no place you can go to kind of get that experience and the opportunity to be in a 1 Star and get that experience. I wouldn't miss that for the world.
Oh, it's such a good opportunity just to get that time in out there. And I mean, speaking of helmets, you just mentioned, Brisa, that you got a helmet to paddle out there. In the lineup right now, Sawyer Lindblad, we just saw her there in blue, sporting the blue helmet as well. She actually ruptured her eardrum and lacerated her earlobe surfing out here at Haleiwa earlier in the week. So for her to be paddling out in a heat right now, it's pretty extreme. We've got a great team of doctors here on the ground that have been helping her and making sure that she's got it all plugged up properly, taped up, bandaged. And for her, this is a massive moment in her career because she's right on the cusp of qualifying. She's currently sitting number 7 on the rankings, which is within that cut line. And it's pretty wild to know that that's what she's been battling with this week now out in the lineup, Barton.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. You want everything to go a certain way, and I suppose as a competitor, you become a bit of a control freak, and you like to have everything the way you want it, and then things spiral out of your control like that, and you've just got to learn to go with it and flow with it and accept whatever it is.
Yeah, 100%. But hey, big kudos to her. I feel like hopefully this really is a little bit of just overthinking, and she can just go out there and do what she can do, because it kind of simplifies on where you put your energy, right?
Absolutely.
23 minutes on the clock. It's been a very slow start to this heat. Macy Callahan with just a 0.57 on the scoreboard and no waves ridden across the board. And they do have a correction with that last advancement from India Robinson making it through into the quarterfinals. Soria Lindblad has jumped from 7th down to 8th on the qualifying ranks, and she's now looking to advance through this heat to keep her name in the mix. So she's got a little bit of work to do to get herself back in that qualifying spot. And it is now a double qualifier conversation on the women's side, which we've been talking about the whole way along with the men. But for the women, with Carissa Moore advancing through earlier, we're also seeing that cut line drop down. Strong, powerful backhand attack from Sarah Baum for that first opening ride. There's a lot of spray for that first turn. Connects in for her third now on the inside section. And looking comfortable on her backhand as she'll just ride that foam right back out to that little escalator section. And with 22 minutes on the clock, we're going to wait for scores to drop through, but we've got a very happy India Robinson down there with Kaipo Guerrero.
Thank you, Shannon. Yes, a happy India Robinson. You've got your work done today. And more importantly, you're keeping pace with the field. You came into Haleiwa above the cut line. Every time you make a heat, you remain above the cut line. Is that in your head as you're going out there competing?
I mean, I'm definitely trying to stay more in the moment and not think about it too much. Obviously, it does pop up every now and then, but I've still got work to do, and I want to end the year with like a really good result, so that's my aim.
Well, you're certainly on your way to a good result right now. Moving into tomorrow, which is likely going to be a finals day, the swell's going to turn. You're going to see another face of Haleiwa. Any adjustments you look to make?
Yeah, I think I'm just going to pack the whole quiver again. You never know what you're going to get. Talk to Joel. He's helping me out at this event, so see what's on offer, see what board I'm going to ride, and then go from there.
Couldn't have a better person in your corner other than 2007 champ over here, Joel Centeo. What's he been telling you?
Just, you know, don't get stuck too deep, stay in position, keep on your game, and just stay present and do your surfing, and it'll do the job.
Sounds like a great team. India Robinson on to the quarterfinals and finals day.
She is focused and ready to go. Very excited to see her making it through the rounds. She's actually staying with Gabriella Bryan, who was in the heat with the guys for that last one. And it's India's very first time here on the North Shore. For her to be getting that experience, Barton, that time in the water here, and to be advancing through with tough heats is really impressive.
Yeah, it's super impressive, and it was cute to listen to the Aussie accent. And, you know, she looks like a great young lady, and interesting to see that she's riding the John Florence model, the Paizel Ghost. And if I was coming here and I had a lot of work to do and I wanted the right board, I think I'd most probably be getting one of those myself. So 100%. Some smart moves being played.
Yeah, very smart board selection there as we got a solid set rolling through here. Brisa, what's it like when you're out in the lineup and you see one of those bombs coming on the horizon here at Haleiwa?
Yeah, it's interesting today because I think it's super north, so you're not sure if there's actually a set. You see avalanches and you're like, I don't know if that's an indication now or outside of Puena. So you're kind of just battling, I guess, just the water elements, and you just keep paddling, That's my motto.
And what about your equipment? What did you ride today?
Yeah, I've been really, really blessed to, you know, work with TNC and Glenn Pang, and yeah, I had a couple models that I really liked from last year. So I've just been sticking with the CMGs. I rode a 510, which is a little bit of a step up. But yeah, I'm super excited to have that foundation and that family here.
Yeah.
19 minutes on the clock, and you can see the women just repositioning themselves all around in the lineup. Scores in for first of Sarah Baum, a 4.83 on the board. And looking for a first wave now from Summer Macedo from Maui, now representing Brazil. Driving into that first turn, throwing a lot of spray. Nice little check off the lip for the second, and jams it in for the third, finding a nice corner to finish off with. And she'll put her first score on the board, Barton.
Yeah, that wave almost like it jumped up and met her at moments along the way that just suited the rhythm and tempo of her ride perfectly.
Yeah, I was really impressed with that. Summer's a good friend of mine, and she just has a lot of power. She was perfectly positioned on this wave, and I just really like her low-centered bottom turn. I think she really just emphasizes on that tail. But yeah, coming from Maui and Honolulu Bay, I think she could really be a big dragon slayer out at Haleiwa.
Yeah.
Especially looking at the right, you know, she's had those opportunities as we take another look at this here, just breaking it down on those couple of turns to start things off with. Nice smooth surfing from Summer. She's had those 9th place finishes, those 2 wild cards in Maui, had that beautiful right hand at Honolulu Bay. And for her, she's got to be feeling comfortable surfing in that Hawaiian power here at the right at Haleiwa as well.
Yeah, you would think so, and I imagine that she's going to get the best wave of the heat so far. It'd be a confidence booster. The 4.83 from Sarah Baum was well surfed at the start, got a little sort of missed time towards the end of the wave, so a lot of opportunity there for Summer to improve.
All right, scores through a 6.50 for first of Summer. Macedo sets herself above the pack. Sarah Baum down into second. Macy and Sawyer really looking for their first opening ride. Sawyer actually looking to take off on her first ride, being really patient out there, you know, probably considering that injury just a little bit within her mindset. As we see another big set rolling through. Macy had a look at that one, decided not to go.
In the 3rd priority, so she's got that opportunity to have a look at anything that the surfers in the priority roster above her don't want. And it's always feels good when you get a score underneath someone else's priority, right?
Oh, 100%. I think Haleiwa, it's just a testament to that. I think if you're in that rhythm, right, and you're kind of using that treadmill as we call it, that under priority, you kind of feel like you have more control. When you're kind of out the back, you're like, I'm looking, you know, down, I'm looking at the beach, where from like inside, you kind of have a better awareness of what's happening. So I kind of liked being in 4th priority, to be honest.
Just frees you up with a little bit of space to kind of move around, find the right positioning out there. 16 minutes on the clock. And Brisa, congratulations on requalifying for the championship tour officially, making it through for 2022. Off of that big win at the Roxy Pro France, it must have been an incredible moment for you to be chaired up the beach and feel like you were right back on top.
Thank you. No, that really means a lot. Yeah, I think everyone has had a lot of highs and lows this year, and I felt like, you know, sometimes it just comes together, and I was really lucky that, you know, waves came together for me, and yeah, it was really special. I think those are the moments where you sit on the beach and you really take a moment of gratitude for your support crew and the people in your life, and of course the ocean when it's on your side, and that was really special. Thanks, Jen.
Barton, I'm sure you can relate to that feeling.
Yeah, it's such an interesting thing, because there's this opportunity for you to go, yeah, and I smashed that, and I smashed them, and I'm really, really good, and I'm, you know, and your ego gets engaged, and you start to change the way you behave off the back of the success. But somewhere in how the way you expressed it, Brisa, is how I feel too. Is you feel humble, you feel grateful, and there's almost a part of it that wasn't you.
Yeah.
And there's all these other elements that come into play, and you appreciate the fact that it all went your way in a moment rather than the ego claiming it. And it's a nice place to live from, and a nice place to kind of grow from.
100%. No, yeah, I think I want to ask you, in, you know, your career, like, what made you tune into your next level self while, I think, you know, being who you were on land, but then, you know, going in the water and being that competitor? It's like that balance, right?
Absolutely. And you've got to be able to like switch on, switch off, in and out of those mindsets, haven't you, from time to time? And it's a discipline, it's an art form, and something you can also carry on into the rest of your life with the way you treat everything.
For sure, definitely.
Well, it's just such beautiful insights from both of you, and that humble attitude that you both have approached your whole lives with and your surfing careers with, and it really is just setting such an incredible example for the next ones that are coming up, and for those that have been around for a long time. And it's just so incredible. We've got 14 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. Slow start to this heat. Still waiting for Sawyer Lindblad to get her opening ride. We've got more action. Stay tuned. It's coming up right after this. Well, Brisa Hennessy has had quite the Challenger Series. She came back from an early knockout in the U.S. Open to finding herself into the quarterfinals. And Brisa, it would have taken a lot of that mental strength for you to rise back to that occasion and get your campaign really started to re-qualify in Portugal.
Yeah, I think coming from the U.S. Open, I felt like I was at, the bottoms. I just felt not in a very good place, but it was a great opportunity for growth, and I feel like it's that chance of, hey, do I grow from here? Or, yeah, it's kind of a crazy situation, but I was grateful that, I pulled it together, and with some amazing help from my psychologist and coaches and stuff.
Yeah, great to hear about that team all around as we see Macy Callahan coming through to the inside section. All the women actually rolled through on that last set and got a piece of it. So we're going to have some scores dropping through. But then Brisa, walking away with that quarterfinal finish, that team behind you, I'm sure all of that assistance really helped carry you through for that solid performance against India Robinson in the finals at France.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's beyond important to have a really good support crew around you. I honestly think it's everything, especially for me since I don't really have a house at the moment. So my sense of home is my family and my friends, and the people that lift me up. So I couldn't have done it without them, for sure.
Oh, that's so beautiful. And I mean, we're kind of all like citizens of the globe at this stage as surfers. We travel so much. We live in so many different places, and calling two places home, Barton, you do yourself as well, living here on the North Shore, but home in Australia as well. How crazy it is to find that connection and how much the ocean just brings people together regardless of where you are.
Absolutely. And you have that connection with places. Now, you'll have that with France for the rest of your life. Now, you'll go back there and these memories will flood back in and you'll remember the great times. Look like big crowds on the beach as well, huh?
Yeah, I never experienced that before, and they were just honestly there to watch surfing and to feel that. It was super special, especially in this, in this crazy time that we're in. To really connect through sport, through surfing, through the ocean is a message, to send through others and know that, we're in this together.
Yeah. Oh, so incredible to see that whole Challenger Series begin to unfold, and now to finish it out here in Hawaii, Barton, down on the beach at Haleiwa, where so many surfers caught their very first waves right here in the shoreline, and then have risen to the occasion of being able to paddle out and to compete against some of the best. Currently in the lineup with 10 minutes on the clock, we've got some scores that have come through. We're still waiting for last scores of Sarah Baum and Macy Callahan. Sawyer Lindblad has just that throwaway of a 0.57 on the board, and now waiting for those results to come through from this last exchange with Macy.
Oh, nice early bottom turn and a clean face, driving and snapping. That looked great. Such crisp surfing through to the inside, little whitewater rebound.
And then Sarah Baum on her backhand attack, just dropping some hammers out there.
Oh, beautiful first turn. Unfortunately, wasn't able to connect that into another turn. But there's some appreciation being shown by the judges for that one turn.
Well, there we go. It's a 5.93 for last of Sarah Baum with a 5.93, but then Macy Callahan gets the better of the exchange. She drops in a high score of a 7.5 and puts herself right back in the mix. Sarah Baum now in the lead, Macy Callahan into second. Summer Macedo sitting in third, chasing a 1.58 to advance. She's already got that 6.5 on the board though, so she's sitting in a solid position. As we've got some great artwork, I mean, what a beautiful place to sit down and pull out the paintbrushes.
just do a bit of painting in between the sets.
Sawyer Lindblad currently sitting in that knockout position. She's sitting in fourth priority, and she just hasn't been able to find the wave she requires. She's the surfer in this heat that needs to do the least to actually qualify for the tour. She's currently sitting in that 8th position on the rankings. She really needs likely a semifinal finish to lock in that qualification, and she's had her name right in that mix throughout, where the rest of the field between Sarah, Macy, and Summer, they all likely need those final finishes and good results in the final in order to keep their dreams alive. So for Sawyer, being a young competitor, she's only 15 years old, Barton. She's got a lot of weight on her shoulders right now.
Absolutely, and then to have sat so long with the priority, it was a really slow start, and then to turn that priority into a 0.57 and then find yourself in fourth priority with 8 minutes to go. you kind of, in your mind, you're like, well, things aren't going to plan here, but you've got to find that mental resilience and recognise that 2 waves in 8 minutes out here at Haleiwa is fantastic. It's doable, and there's only been 1.75, and then everything else is sort of, you know, something you could achieve. So this is where you've got to dig deep into yourself, not surrender, keep the focus, but I'd really be trying to get active and create some distance between myself and the other 3 people with priority above me to try and create that opportunity underneath their priority and get the game going early as humanly possible.
Yeah, really got to get things going with just under 8 minutes on the clock. Sawyer has been in that position where she's dug through and she's made it. She actually finished out in the semifinals in France. She lost to you, Brisa, in the semifinals there. But a great result for her at such a young stage in her career to be advancing through and making it into the gritty rounds with 10,000 points on the line.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up because I was really, really impressed competing against Sawyer because it was kind of a seesaw battle, and she was so relentless. And she really had a mature approach to her surfing and just her positioning in the lineup and her awareness. So I'm really excited to see, you know, how this heat goes. And I feel like it's kind of sketchy to be in 4th priority, but for now, at Haleiwa at this moment, she could really get the job done. I know she's super smart, and yeah, anything could happen.
And the 5.93, you know, for Sarah Baum and that one turn compared to the 7.5 of Macy's kind of gives you an indication that, hey, I can get a closeout with a nice big face, do one big turn, and I'm in this. So that's something you can find in 4th priority, because the priority serves aren't going to go that closeout or that one turn option. They're looking for a more open wave. So, you know, there's time and there are opportunities and there's ways to turn this around.
Oh, there certainly is. Sawyer Lindblad is the current U18 USA Surfing National Champion. And that event was run at Trestles, and it was big, stormy Trestles. It was solid size, so we know she's got what it takes to walk away with solid results in solid size surf. As we take a look at this set that's rolling through, 6 minutes on the clock, and having a paddle now with priority, Summer Macedo. Looking for that first turn, nice cut back, right into the foam, connects with the lip on that second turn. It's a bumpier face, but she's doing well to negotiate it as she comes through to the inside and then just digs the rail bird.
Oh, yeah, all the hard work was done. It will be the second score that'll kind of keep her in there, and it'll match some of the other scores we've seen. But again, we've seen that quantity is not going to outdo quantity out here today.
Absolutely. Well, with that score, it drops in as a 3.33. It's just enough to jump her into second, but Macy Callahan, tiny requirement to change the game again, and just puts that board on rail. Rail. Brisa, how good is it to see Macy just be able to unleash as we see Sarah now answering back? So a nice little flurry of action towards the finish of this heat. Sarah looking really powerful on her backhand attack and hits the foam. She's looking for one more section just to tie it up and to try and increase on that scoreline of that 5.93. And now Sawyer getting an opportunity through that inside section on her backhand as well. So we got the couple of goofy foots in the lineup. Got those regular foots as well. I mean, what an exchange coming down in that last set. Rolling through there, Mark.
Yeah, things just got a lot harder for Sawyer, didn't they? That exchange from Summer and Macy and Sarah was exactly what she didn't need to happen at that point in time. They're all going to get their second scores, and it's going to be a big ask, going to be a steep hill from here on in.
Down to 4 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. And another set rolling through here. As we take another look at this one, Brisa, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I didn't get to see the outside, I guess, too much. It's kind of a smaller wave of the set. Sadly, I think in 4th priority, she kind of, yeah, wasn't very lucky in that sense, especially with all the waves from Macy and Sarah and Summer. So, yeah, hopefully she gets back out and there'll be a better exchange.
And then we saw this one from Sarah Barton.
Yeah, we've seen big scores for one turn, and this wave she got 3 of them. So kind of anticipating this is going to be her best wave. And there's a 4th little inside tail whip to finish things up. Sarah Baum looking strong. And this is the replay of Macy's. Drives off the bottom. Just a kind of horizontal snap, the first one, but that one had much more arc.
That was beautiful. Yeah, I really love when she lays into her carves. I really feel like she has one of the best carve games, yeah, in the game. And then Summer here, too. She really has a beautiful carve as well. And that toilet bowl section, just really hard to navigate through. Do you have a hard relationship with that, Barton?
It's just such an odd name too, isn't it?
It is.
That toilet bowl section. You go, oh. Yeah, no, it's difficult. It's taken the very best in the world down. Interesting to see John in that final fighter tube ride through that section.
Wild.
It was wild. He just manufactured this amazing tube in incredible air. So it shows what you can do in there, but it's a very challenging section.
Well, with that last exchange, Macy Callahan jumps up into the lead, dropping a 6.80 to back up her 7.5. Sarah Baum now into second, dropping a 6.23 for her last wave. Puts the pressure onto Summer Macedo and Sawyer Lindblad. Summer now chasing a 5.66, and Summer chasing a big requirement of an 8.59 to keep her name in the mix. Looking for qualification with 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, and it's gone patient out there now, Barton.
Yes, Macy's got the priority too. Sawyer there needs an 8.59, so that would be the best wave of the heat so far, and unfortunately she finds herself in that fourth priority again.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough one. I think, though, the current, I think she has that awareness of that, and the girls seem a little far out, so maybe she can sneak into this one.
Just having a look on the inside section, and it's been a little bit of a different approach for you, Brisa, because you don't have the pressure on you now for this event. You mentioned that in your post-heat interview, and being able to just surf really free. It must be just an incredible thing to be able to paddle out in conditions like these when that's what you have on offer.
Yeah, no, I'm super grateful. I think all of us as surfers, that's our ultimate goal, right? Is to surf free and to know who we are on the surfboard and to kind of, let it all out. And I'm really, hopefully I can do that in this event. I think that's definitely my biggest goal, but yeah.
I think you've done it already with the surfing we've seen. You obviously did it in France, and the surfing we've seen so far would indicate that you're in that zone right there.
Thanks, Barton. I appreciate that. No, I'm really lucky.
Absolutely, and you're currently sitting at the lead of the Challenger Series as well, which is just an exciting new conversation. Of course, there's always that conversation around winning the qualifying series, and now there's that opportunity to win the Challenger Series. As we've got one more set, peaking out at backline, 1 minute on the clock. Currently in priority is Macy Callahan. She is sitting in the lead, and she's looking for that re-qualification to the championship tour. Every heat she makes it through, she's getting closer to keeping that dream alive, and just lays into the rail on that first turn. Such mature, beautiful surfing coming through from Macy, and just puts on that perfect soft finish on the inside section.
Yeah, it's been interesting, and inspiring to watch her. I think, we were both rookies on the championship tour, and how we qualified. She, I think, needed to make a final, and it was 2 years in a row. And now she's in the same situation. So, I mean, I looked at her in the lineup the other day, and I was like, Macy, there's no doubt that you can do this. Like, she really has it in her, and I think she has that fighting spirit, especially when the pressure comes. So I know she can do it, and it's definitely a very tight race. But it's all about the mind, isn't it, Barton?
Sure is.
Well, scores to come through from that last one for Macy Callahan. No other waves ridden, which means that situation will remain the same. Macy is looking to possibly even increase her scoreline, though, with that last wave. And there it is, a 7.10 for Macy Callahan, keeping her name in the running, and that grit and determination to possibly final here and find that qualification. She could be there. Brisa, thank you so much for joining us in the booth. It's always so lovely to get a chat with you, and congratulations on a win this morning. We look forward to seeing you in the next round.
Thanks so much, you guys. No, it's an honor. It's been so much fun, and I hope to see you guys out in the water next time. We can chat there.
So much fun. Well, thanks so much for joining us, and we've got more surfing. Final heat of the day, heat number 8, Caroline Marks, Coco Ho, Betty Lusker-Johnson, and Amuro Shizuki. It's going to be a hot one. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with more right after this. Big wave season is upon us, and that means that Jaws is a possibility. Any swell that comes through, we could be seeing the world's best out there at one of the craziest and scariest waves. Out in the lineup right now, heat number 8, final heat of the day, women's round of 32. Caroline Marks, Coco Ho, Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, Anna Muro, Shizuki. We got 2 Hawaiians in the lineup that know this wave maybe better than anyone, Barton, between Coco Ho and Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson. Then we got Caroline Marks. I mean, why hasn't she won a world title yet? We're just waiting for it. And then Amuro Shizuki, who is the bronze medalist at the Olympics. It's going to be an incredible heat to watch.
Yeah, well, it could be a final, couldn't it? We've got old mate Strider.
That's what I was thinking. It could be a final for sure. I mean, what a stacked up go that is. It's Caroline, though. Let's see that backhand. We know she's going to release on that.
Absolutely. She's been surfing all around the North Shore. Seen her at Pipeline, at Sunset, here at Haleiwa, getting the exposure and the experience to come into this round. And Coco Ho, she's another one right on that qualification line, right?
She is so close as we take a look at her now. Getting that early wave, getting the jump above the rest of the women in the lineup. Drawn out carve to start off with. Bumpy face to negotiate with. She's keeping that style and that flow alive, and she'll kick out quick for her opening ride.
Yeah, that'll kind of settle the nerves. Always good just to get surfing. I mean, you'd rather obviously get something that you cut off the end of it. Oh, that was a smoker. That's a keeper score for sure. But that one was a starter style score, something that she'd hope to replace as the heat goes on, Strides.
Yeah, I think she's been up there all day watching too this afternoon, at least through the middle of the day and on. And I saw her up there just eyeballing the surf. And maybe she's thinking, get a wave, get going, just get that flow started. And I think that's what that was.
Yep.
So scores to come through from that first wave, finding her flow out in the lineup. And having a look there, Amuro Suzuki decides not to go. It's a pretty wild heat to think of anyone paddling out against Coco Ho here at Haleiwa, aside from the fact that Betty Lou Sakura Johnson is also in the lineup. She's got to be an absolute favorite pick here. I've witnessed her every single morning of the call, riding down here on her bicycle, which means she lives so close to the break that she's just up and back on her bike, checks the surf, goes home, gets her board if she's going to go for a free surf or if the contest is on, and be ready to go right here at home.
And that form in the first round was incredible. She was the standout of that first round, so a lot of confidence to bring across from that.
Well, there's a solid crew that surfs Haleiwa, and out of that crew, men and women, I've heard from multiple people that she is one of the best surfers in the lineup at all times. You know, and I mean, there is a really heavy roster of people that surf Haleiwa, and to be one of the best out of all of them is incredible.
She had an exceptional start to competition here on our opening day, as we see no priority established between the two, and Caroline Marks gets a piece of it. So draws that little high line to start off with. Now on that backhand attack, she's just going to kick out under the lip. And having a look here, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Nice big arc to start off with. Frothy section up in front of her. Tags the lip on the second turn. And now looks for that inside section on the toilet bowl. And she'll put herself into a decent position. With 23 minutes on the clock, we've got scores to come through from Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, waiting for Amuro Suzuki to get her opening ride. And we just saw Macy Callahan put together a very impressive heat. A great heat. She's down there with Kai Bogaro.
Yeah, thank you, Shan. That was an impressive heat. Strong second half of that heat. Macy, how do you feel about your performance out there?
Yeah, I feel good. I've been waiting a really long time to surf that heat, so I'm just happy I got some waves and got the momentum rolling.
How do you keep in the moment, speaking of waiting all day long and kind of being on call and not knowing if your round's gonna go or not? How do you stay in the moment?
Yeah, kind of just being like cruising. I kind of hide at the end of the last event of the year. I mean, we've had such a long year and lots of ups and downs, and I know coming into this event I need a big result again. So yeah, I'm just taking it easy and having fun while I'm still overseas.
You've done it before. You've qualified before. Tomorrow, finals day, likely is going to be the tail for you. How do you prepare for that?
Yeah, just do what I usually do and hang out with my boyfriend and have a good sleep. And yeah, hopefully we get some waves tomorrow. Yeah.
There you go, Macy Callahan. She's on to the quarterfinals and finals day.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. Macy always has a good crew around her, keeping her right in that zone. crew that put together that film Surfing with the exclamation point at the end. That CT crew with Dimity Stoyle in the mix, Steph Gilmore, Nikki Van Dyke, Tyler Wright. Such good surfing that came through with that. And you can really feel that energy coming through and backing Macy now as she's looking for that opportunity to qualify again.
Yeah, she belongs on that world tour. But as the base broadens and we see Coco snapping, beautiful first turn there. Drives off the bottom, another nice cut back to the white water. The face goes a little flat. And there's a third one, but imagining that might be a best score of the heat so far. The first one at 2.5.
And then we saw this from Betty Lou. Strider, your thoughts?
Authority, just crushing the corner, looking solid, looking down the line like she's just ready for more, finishing, you know, on the inside toilet bowl there. But the fact that just the way she's attacking the waves, I feel like, you know, there's nobody out there as strong as her at the moment.
Amuro Shizuki getting her opening ride. Big snap off the top to start off with. Perfect execution of that bottom to top turn combination, and finds that little finish through to the inside. Her surfing is looking very sharp out here, Barton.
Well, that's what I was thinking. It just looks so good, Caroline Marks.
Caroline Marks now up and riding. Huge attack on that opening turn. Times the second on the lip and nearly rides out of it, but just gets bumped out on the finish.
That would have been a big score, eh? The judges love those ones.
You know, those toenail hangers.
Yeah.
Literally hanging on by the toenails and trying to ride out of it. It is so hard to do. This heat, I love it. Full-blown final. It's just everybody surfing so well. Coco looks so strong, too. She had a great pep in her step on her surfing. So here's a little replay, Barton.
This was the one I really liked. This bottom turn here. Whoa, the speed and the drive out of that bottom turn was exceptional. And you know, on paper, you might have thought that she might have been the sort of fourth ranked or the fourth in this heat, just on paper. But out of that, watching that first surfing, she could match any of these ladies with that performance.
And what went wrong there on the finish for Caroline Marks?
Yeah, unfortunate, strides. That was going to be a big score if she pulled that floating closeout.
She was trying to hang on, but she got caught between actually staying in the lip line or going out and riding out of it, you know, hitting it and riding down the face. And she got caught right in between, ended up kind of elevating, disconnecting a bit. And then on the reconnection, she just wasn't sure-footed and over the board enough to hang on.
Down to 20 minutes on the clock. Scores have come through across the board. So Coco Ho currently sitting in the lead with a 4.33 and a 2.50. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson getting the best of the pick so far, dropping in a 6.17 for her only score on the board. Amuro Shizuki drops in a 5.33 for her opening ride. And Caroline Marks with small scores of 3.83 and a 0.73 at the moment. So really just those first scores out there. And now that opportunity for the women to start finding themselves, to have 4 surfers in the lineup and to be able to pick the best. It seems like a difficult task at hand, Barton.
Well, with priority, it becomes a lot easier, doesn't it? Because you've got control, and Betty Lou's got that priority. If you could be anyone right now, you wouldn't be Coco Ho with the lead just because it's the lead. You would be Betty Lou with the highest scoring wave and the priority. So she's sitting in a really strong position. If she can convert that priority into another solid keeper score, then she puts a lot of pressure on the other girls and can really take control. But it does come down to using that priority well.
That's such good insight. You know, looking at those results, sometimes you just think, oh, that surfer's in the lead and that's the best position to be in. But actually to really analyze things and know that Betty Lou's really sitting in a great spot at the moment. As we see Amuro under priority, number 4. Everyone else lets this wave go through, and she's going to have another opportunity in front of her. She'll have to kick out under that closeout. So situation at the moment, Coco in the lead. Coco actually won the Vans Triple Crown Rookie of the Year back in 2007. That's how long she has been competing here at home on the North Shore at the highest level. As we see Caroline Marks go massive on her backhand and just free fall to the finish, Strider.
Well, that one, she went up a little too late, right? The one before, it was just in between, and this one was a little late, but you got to give it to her for going for it. I mean, just straight up into the lip right there. Really hard, though. You have to project out and away from the lip if you're going to come down with something like that. And she didn't. She just came straight down with it into the impact zone and got destroyed.
How was the bottom turn?
She got caught a little bit on the bottom turn, though maybe that's why she was a little late to the lip line. There was a little little rail that got caught on a little chop at the bottom there.
Incredibly powerful surfing from Caroline Marks. I would have loved to see her just make that section. I'm sure she's going to keep going for it, though. That's 2 in a row where she's really thrown in that Hail Mary on the end there, Barton.
And that's, I think that's really smart surfing. The incompletions, obviously not so. But with completions, they would have been big scores.
Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson, great opening wrap to start off with. Just drags that hand, feels the ocean as she goes into that second big snap. She kick out underneath, 2 turns connected together, looking to back up that 6.17.
Yeah, and with a 0.66 needed to go to the lead, we can pretty much say that that's done, and she'll be in the lead.
It's almost unfair. I mean, she knows the waves so well. I'm sitting here, I'm watching her. She's, you know, she's given up waves. She's let waves go by, but she knows exactly which wave to take off on. Her surfing is on point. You know, she's just coming into the corner, throwing down rail cars, releasing the tail a little bit, hoping for that little inside section to tap away at. But she is so knowledgeable out here at this wave. I mean, look at her. She just finds each and every wave that has enough bowl on it and enough face for her to get multiple turns off. And then she's, you know, in the lineup watching waves go by. She's just watching. I mean, I think in the beginning of this heat, she let Caroline Marks go on that first wave, and she knew that was a bad wave, but she paddled for it just to make Caroline look at it and go for it. You know, she's out there toying with the competition at the moment, in my mind, watching this.
I love that call. She really does know this wave so well. She's got those little flares of a young Carissa Moore, that power, that style that comes through in her surfing. And scores now from that last wave of Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson, a 7.40, jumps her significantly into the lead.
Well, and you'd look at it and go, well, she surfed a perfect heat to this point in time, you know. Got the first best score, got the priority, banked the second score even better, took it up into the 7th, and there's pressure on everyone else that she isn't feeling right now, and she's going to be able to move around that lineup and just start to build.
I feel like we're going to see Coco really come away with a big wave here. I feel like she's, you know, with priority, going to find something nice.
It's an important priority, isn't it, right now, to turn it into something. Hold on.
Betty Lou taking another opportunity here, just showing us exactly what you need to do at a wave like Haleiwa, and jams it into the finish. That is just, I don't even know what to say.
Well, we could say bye-bye 617.
Goodbye.
But wait, with Coco on that set, that was, she had priority, and she was nowhere near that wave. I would have liked, I mean,
here we go.
All right, Coco up and riding with an opportunity now. Comes in under the lip and mistimes it.
No.
Strider.
Man, that's unfortunate. Coco waited and maybe making a bad wave choice, because Betty Lou's surfing on her wave was just, it was just unbelievable how hard she turned into the corner on that first turn.
It really was powerful, and there's a speed to everything that she does, and it's so sharp. And you look at it, and it's really, it is World Championship Tour level surfing, and she's going to be right at home when she gets onto that tour.
We're going to take another look at this one here, Barton.
Yeah, Coco didn't look at that one. It was a little bit inside and underneath it. We could see her out the back. Nice first snap, wrapping carve back to the whitewater, and then into the last turn. Completed, controlled.
Just about excellent, huh? I mean, such great surfing.
And there it is, an excellent score. Not her first of the event here at the Haleiwa Challenger. She drops in an 8.33 for this one, Strider.
Yeah, well deserved. First turn, attacks the corner. Again, just looking at it. And then right here, she comes and waits for it. See how deep she is in the bowl, waiting for the wave to build up, and then just hooks it all the way back around, pushes the tail out a little bit, drops back in, goes back into the corner for more. I mean,
and that was the wave.
That was the other wave.
Yeah,
huh?
that was the wave before the 883. That was the 7.4. Yeah, but same but different.
Same but different. But I do want to see. Well, Coco's up and riding.
All right, Coco, nice. Feisty attack on that first turn. Goes up into the lip again, gets taken down by it. Second in a row.
Oh, Uncle Mike's kind of squirming around somewhere. Betty's here at the beach.
He's here somewhere for sure.
Yeah.
You can sense that frustration from Coco right now. So this is, you know, the kind of conversation within this heat is that both Betty Lou and Coco have that chance to qualify. Coco currently sitting at number 10 on the rankings. Betty Lou sitting at number 12. Both of them more than likely need to make the final, but they could qualify out of a semifinal finish depending on how the rest of the field kind of filters through. So they've got some work to do, but they're well in that conversation, and they have that home court advantage here at Haleiwa. And for Coco, for her, 2009 to 2019, she was on the championship tour. She didn't fall off tour in all of those years. She had that consistency, and then we missed her this year for the very first time. And now we see Amuro have a look there.
That was a priority wave too. Big mistake there. It was a moment where she had that 5.33, which was the best other score outside of Betty Lou's waves, and she had the priority, and she's going to make up for it, hopefully. Nearly slips off the back there, Strides.
Well, here we go. Take a look on this inside section. She's looking for the cover-up. She's unable to find it, but I love that she's having an eye out for it.
Couple of mistakes there.
Couple of mistakes, but you know what? There's time left. We got almost 12 minutes left in this heat. There's plenty of time to get back out there, get some more waves. Coco's going to have to do some work. She's not sitting comfortably right now with those scores. She wants to get a better, to better her score line. You got a lethal backhand sitting in the lineup, falling off on a couple waves. All she has to do is complete a turn, and then it's going to be on.
Well, 11 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, and Betty Lou Johnson is just dominating the field. A 16.23 heat total at the moment. Everyone else has work to do to catch up to her. We'll be right back with more action right after this. And the young ones are dominating here at the Haleiwa Challenger. 16-year-old Betty Lou Sakura Johnson currently sitting in the lead with that lucky number 16 as her heat total is 16.23. She's got an 8.83 and a 7.40 on the board. And we're going to take a look now at this 8.83 from her, Barton.
Drops down. Beautiful first snap, and you watch when she does her turns, that next bottom turn comes from right back in the pocket and connects on the last beautifully. She'll get around this little corner, jump over it, and 16 years old.
Yeah,
we're going to see amazing things.
I'm glad we got to see that wave again because you could see how fast she was going in the lip, how precise she was.
Caroline Marks uses priority on this one. Just patiently times out that opening turn. Nice big snap off the top. Now eyeing up the section. Again, more patience, throws a lot of power into it, and then comes in for a great little lip line floater. That board just knocks back against her. They look a little bit dangerous, Strider.
Well, it's a dangerous area in there.
It really is. It seems like such a hectic finish.
Well, you've got this really shallow reef section, and then it goes into deeper water. So, it just sucks up really steep right there. But Barton, this is some kind of safe surfing, but, she just wanted to finish a wave, it looked like.
Exactly. At the start, it was really safe, and this last turn, we saw Tatiana Weston Webb and now Caroline Marks both kind of looking not match fit is kind of the way it feels like. They haven't been competing that much. The young kids have been out there on that Challenger Series. They're ready to go. They're psyched for these moments. And the World Tour surfers, hold on, big moment right here.
Coco Ho up and riding. Great first turn. Puts a lot of power into it. Little double pump to set up for that next section. And eyes off the finish now. She's needing a big result here to qualify, to re-qualify for the 2022 Championship Tour. And she's getting some work done on that last wave. Amuro Shizuki now answering back as well. That wave shuts down in front of her. And that one from Coco, it finally feels like she found her footing out there.
Yeah, that was exactly the wave she needed at that point in time, and it was a settler type wave where she got the good turns in and you didn't rush the inside. She took her time just to get the completion. It's going to be better than what she's had already and start the campaign. Although she's already in second, but she would look at how she surfed and not be so stoked on it until this one, Strider.
Look at how beautiful the face of that wave was. Let her do a nice wrap in the corner, then bowled back up straight up into the lip, fell out of the sky, waited for it, finished off on the inside. I mean, that was beautiful surfing. That second turn was so money, and you know her dad, Mike, was just on the beach nodding the head after that one, because that was the Coco we know. That was the surfing that we wanted to see from her, and I cannot wait to see that score drop.
Stylish, controlled power, and like we said at the end there, she could have rushed into some floater on that inside bit, but the good work was already done, stayed in control, finished it nicely, and that will certainly secure her second place at this point.
Classic surfing from Coco Ho, exactly what we would want to see from her, what we expect to see of a performance from her out here at Haleiwa. And scores now dropping in. So she was chasing, well, she's actually in a combination situation to take the lead away from Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson, but she needed to increase the requirement on the rest of the field, and there it goes. A 6.73 drops through for last of Coco Ho, increases her second place finish. Caroline Marks now has dropped in a 5.2 for her last wave, which jumps her up into third over Amuro Suzuki, down into fourth. We got some family members down there.
There's Uncle Mike pacing, had the binoculars around his shoulders, and he finds a hiding spot. I can't believe you guys found him. Our cameraman found him.
You know where that is, right?
Yeah. Uncle Mike he gets his low-key spots. He doesn't like to, play it big time. He's always under the radar, and but loves his kids, loves his surfing, and let's pay our respects to Uncle Derek Ho. We miss him, and it'd be remiss of us to go an event without making reference to Derek's passing and the love we all have for him and his family, and is such a great part of our surfing culture. So we miss you, Dee, and love you.
And what a special moment for Coco Ho here at home to represent the entire Ho family, to find those waves, to really be able to unleash with the style, with the grace within her surfing. But that whole, her whole upbringing and what her surfing reflects within that family, it's incredible to be able to witness it out here, Strider.
Yeah, I mean, in competition and outside of competition. I mean, she had some time off. She's flourished. Whether she's on the world tour or not, she's been doing amazing things. She's got, businesses happening. She's surfing her brains out. She's going on trips. She's enjoying her life. It's insane, snowboarding all over the place. Just, and her brother, the performances we see out of him, and Mike, just as a character, it's just a beautiful thing.
It sure is. They enrich our whole culture so much. And Mace, she got to spend time with her brother and go on some trips with him, and he's a beauty. He's a classic too, and they are the heart and soul of surfing, that family.
And it's been great to have Mason competing within some of those Challenger Series events too, keeping his name in the mix, and to hear Coco mention that she doesn't stay with him because there's too much, when they're both in the same household together, brother-sister dynamic on the road doesn't work out, so they stay in different places, but they'll hang out outside of that and get some waves together.
I would love to see Mason, perform up to another level to get into some of these, onto the main stage, onto the world tour. He's such a great surfer. He does such dynamic stuff in the water and so entertaining.
I always felt that way about Jamie O'Brien, for example. There's those certain surfers that have never been on the tour that you kind of look at and go, they would have been great if they had committed themselves to that style or that approach of surfing, but they also enrich us with the stuff that they do outside of
lifestyle,
the life vest, the rash vest, isn't it? Yeah.
Down to 4 minutes on the clock, Caroline Marks is sitting in third, now chasing a 6.11 to advance. She is, however, the current number 6 in the world, coming off of the championship tour. Just narrowly missed that qualification into the WSL finals, being in the top 5 there. So for her, this event, it's just that warm-up. It's getting back in the jersey, getting some time, competing again after having that nice off-season, now that the calendar has changed and those championship tour surfers had a moment to breathe before getting back out at Pipeline at the start of the year. And then Amuro Suzuki, she's chasing that 5.98. This is a crazy one for her. She's had such an incredible year. She had those performances on the championship tour, Barton. She had those 4 CT events where she replaced Lakey Peterson when Lakey fell out with that injury. She had a semifinal finish in one of those events and a bronze medal at the Olympics.
Yeah.
So for her now, we had so much expectation for her to do well here, and it will be a heartbreak loss to see her lose out this early.
And the hard part is that she started with that 5.33, and then look at those next scores: a 0.60, a 0.20, a 0.93, a 0.77, and a 0.67. So 5 rides and you haven't scored over a point. There's a great missed opportunity there. That's some sort of more controlled wave selection, more controlled surfing could have her definitely in a position to advance in this heat. And even with all of that, she's still only looking for the 5.98.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just so close. As we've got a paddle now from Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson. She's unable to get into it. Muro Suzuki, the 2019 World Junior Champion, driving off the bottom. And looking for some opportunity here. Not a huge score to take the advancing position. Nice slash on that second turn. Comes in and just drives the rail through. She's going to try and hold on to this one and ride out clean and show the judges she is here to compete, chasing that 5.98, Barton.
Strides, what do we say, mate? I think she might get it. That was a great ride, and she was in third priority, so she created that opportunity without the advantage of priority, which was really well done. And then the surfing on it, I'll leave that to you, Strides.
Well, it's kind of got a bumpy face on it. Hadn't been a wave in a while, but the work she did was solid. The first turn, nice hook in the corner, then attacks again, gets a little fin drift in the lip, and then lays back, drops the wallet, and comes out with a completion. 3 turns, open face, mid-size wave. That's the score in my book.
Beautiful bottom turns. We've seen her bottom turn is fantastic. Let's have a look at it here. Just lays it over and just drives the rail. Look at the fins, flares that back arm into the snap. I'm with Strider. I feel like she gets the score based on the 3 turns. The wave went clean on the face, didn't it?
Yeah, started out bumpy, but then everything cleaned up for her. So things went in her favor as the wave progressed. And she rode out of the last turn, so solid surfing.
Caroline Marks uses priority on this one, drives into that first turn, nice check under the lip, and she'll have to kick out possibly just that single turn. And we're still waiting for the scores. The judges are taking their time with that last wave for Muro Suzuki.
40 seconds.
Well, they're comparing the scores, right,
Yeah.
to Coco's 6.73. So they're looking back at these other scores going, okay, did she do enough? Was it clean enough? You remember how Coco's arc was super strong, you know? She looked, that second turn she did was really good. So, and the first turn of Coco's was probably better than her first turns that Amora did. So it's really a toss-up right now in between that when you go back and you compare the scores. But she's not looking for as big of a score as Coco.
Exactly.
Coco, you know, had a 6.73, so it could, you know, it's a tough go.
I feel like it's a 6
nail biter
every day, really. I feel like it gets the score, but given the situation, we're just going to have to wait and see. This is exciting. The judges are taking their time and they understand how critical and how important this really is in the context of qualification and all those other things.
Oh, there's just so much that is on the line. There's so much riding on this. If Amuro makes it through, Coco Ho is out of that qualification opportunity. Remember, Coco's currently sitting at number 10 on the Challenger Series rankings. Betty Lou secured herself a massive win just now with a 16.23 heat total. But now between Amuro and Coco, what will it come down to? Caroline Marks with a score to drop in as well, and we're still waiting to see where the judges will go with anything.
I suppose because they've got the time. That's the last heat of the day. We've got the post show next, but they've got the time to kind of spend to kind of consider this.
It's all coming down to it. Where are they going to go with it? It must be so close, right on the cusp.
You know, it's hard because, you know, Coco's wave was so solid, and they have to compare it to Coco's wave. Because Coco's wave, the first turn, super clean. The next one was a big gouge in the face, Barton. It was solid.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I'd love to see a little step side by side, but for me, here the scores come in a 6-2, a 6-5.
Oh, scores are dropping.
5-7. Another 5-7. That'll
scores
hurt.
under.
Highest and lowest get dropped.
This next one's going to be.
Oh!
And there it is.
A 6.13. It's official. Amuro Suzuki advancing through into the next round, into the quarterfinals on a clutch performance right on the buzzer. She gets what she requires, and she knocks the local in Coco Ho out of the conversation. The Japanese contingency down there, so proud of a great performance from Amuro Suzuki on the finish. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson taking out a huge win. Coco Ho, Caroline Marks out of competition. What a finish. Stay tuned for the post show. More coming right after this.
Nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go louder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back while I catch fire.
You're watching the Michelob Ultra Pure Gold Post Show here at the Haleiwa Challenger. What a huge day of competition. Finishing up the men's competition first thing in the morning as the swell trimmed down, the wind went offshore, and now we have the quarterfinals set for the women. And finals day could be happening tomorrow or the next day, and we'll see how that one winds up. A lot to talk about today for qualification for the tour next year, and some big performances at Haleiwa. Joe Turpel, Barton Lynch, and Strider Wazalewski. BL, have you seen a lot of days like that on the North Shore where it starts off one way and finishes up looking like a completely different venue?
I mean, it does come and go fast because we're just this little dot in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, but that was an extremely fast rise and drop of that swell today. This morning was 12 to 18, perhaps. It was big waves.
Gigantic out there. We showed up just like, whoa, it's on, it's okay. And we were watching these just huge walls of water coming as waves breaking in the middle of the channel out there. And it just didn't even seem like there should be a wave that big in the middle of the channel, but it was breaking. You're just going, scratching your head. But the actual playing field was manageable. It was interesting to see all that water out the back and to see how manageable the playing field really was.
And great calls from Travis and Marty just to keep an eye on the conditions. Things were on hold until they were on, crowned champions, and also set up for some big performances for the women. Winner of the last heat, the local girl, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, is with Kaipo.
Yeah, big performances, Joe. Sakura. Another excellent heat out there. You look like you had all the right waves. The surfing was incredible. How are you feeling coming off of that performance?
Thank you, Kaipo. Definitely feeling good. Happy to be here, and the waves were really good today, so I think everyone had a good heat.
Finals day tomorrow. Do you have more for us?
Just excitement, you know, taking it step by step. Gonna, you know, keep the confidence and hope for the best.
Can I say it again? Come on in here. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, so good, they had to name her 4 times.
Look at that with the fan there, the queen of Haleiwa. And Betty Lou enjoying that moment. Her confidence is clear. She's keeping her eye on the prize, and a job well done. She absolutely blitzed that heat, looking comfortable. Remember, she was quite a few spots outside of qualification. Now she's 1 spot outside of the cut, heading into the quarterfinals potentially tomorrow. We've got to review this heat again, and this kind of performance. Biel, when she had the 7 and then got her 8, you could just tell that she was doing the best surfing basically all round.
And great wave selection. She gave herself all the opportunities, took the right waves, and where those bottom turns were coming from, there's a conscious, see, she just straight down the wave face so that she's got those steep sections in front of her. And that local knowledge really paid off.
Great balance of timing and style, and also saw the late effort from Amuro Suzuki to throw down a big performance, which ended up knocking out a event favorite, Coco Ho.
That was tough, but it did. They got down. The judges deliberated, took their time with the score, and came out with you know, putting Amuro through that heat. Solid surfing. 3 big turns, got it done.
It's so crazy when you see a name like Coco and you're just going, oh, here we go, podium. She's going to be in form, and she looked solid there. And then right at the end to see her lose again and realize that was about requalification. I mean, that is a big name, not just here on the North Shore, but for over a decade on the championship tour. I felt like she was going to be going right back into place through the Challenger Series this year.
It's an interesting one. It's a sensitive thing, but if you consider it, I don't know that we ever would have said that Coco is a great competitor, right? She's a great surfer and a good competitor, but a great, because she might not have ever realised her potential yet as a competitor. I feel like the best competing may still be in front of her because her surfing is most probably better than the rankings that she's had.
100%. She's got more to give,
yeah,
and we're going to see it.
And looking forward to seeing that on the Challenger Series. So that was one of the big stories of the day. Before we got to the women, we had the men out there first. First thing in the morning, kicked off with the quarterfinals, and then the finals got called on, and it was a big day for the local hero, some call the greatest surfer in the world at the moment, and he certainly looked like that today. John Florence picking up his 2nd title here at Haleiwa, BL.
Look at the surfing, the rail work, the speed and the confidence in everything he did. He made it look easy, and it was anything but easy out there today.
And today he said that this wave means so much to him. It has his whole life, and he got to showcase it in different waves. Every turn was different. It was really dynamic on the way to his perfect 10 of the final was.
I mean, you know, we haven't seen him in a while, right? So I've seen his clips. I've seen all the stuff he's been doing on social media. You see him in the water, you're like, wow. And then you see him in the jersey, it's even better. And then to climax, to climb to a point to where you're doing this.
That was the rotation.
Watch, I mean, he does 4 amazing maneuvers, 2 big slam, 360 air. I mean, and the first, you know, reverse off the lip, all on one way for a 10-point ride. You just haven't seen him, and all of a sudden he just blitzes the field like this. It's just so fun to watch.
There's days like this in John's career where he takes over. He's done it in big conditions at Hossegger. He obviously does it at Main Break. He does it here at home, whether it's pipe or Haleiwa. Those carves are impossible to beat. And on the chair, some of his best friends, Koa Rothman, Ivan was here, Nathan, his wife Lauren, and his mother Alex, and it just put even more meaning on what it means for him to, one, be healthy, but to win at a wave he loves so much.
There's something of just watching that kind of blew my mind all over again, because there's something in the way that he does things that feels different to the way everybody else does it.
Well, I think a big part of it is the power and the speed that he's putting into it, and he takes a unique line where you see a lot of surfers, they go up into the bowl and they do these turns up into it, but he's starting up here and then he's going here and then he's coming back all the way around and he just wrenches it as far as you can on a wave, and he's in control the whole time.
And it's like we were talking about before, you know, like no one can copy Aki. I think no one can copy John. It's like that style is so unique to him. No one looks like him, and it's like he can't be imitated even if you try. And coaches are changing their game plan. Remember there was that era where everyone was trying to surf just like Mick, just like Parko, and they're like, hang on, be an individual. And John's been the leader of that. And nobody can touch him at the moment, winning Haleiwa now for the second time.
And the other person I put into that same category is the great Andy Irons. You know, no one could surf like that. No one can touch that. And there's something emotional. There's something deeper than a physical thing to me. You know, there's something in there that is magic. And there's a magic to the way John surfs and his connection to the ocean, the connection to the boards. And it just takes us all to another level. All of a sudden, what we consider to be great surfing just goes to another place.
And him being back from injury and seeing him back in the jersey, and it's all bringing back all those emotions again.
Yeah.
But I've been like hovering around on the North Shore and in the houses and watching the kids, the grommets, they're sitting there and they're watching videos all day long, and it's John.
Yeah.
And they're just watching this guy. And so you said, you know, you can't surf like him. It can't be done. No. It's like you said, you can't surf like Aki. But in my mind, I want to surf like Aki, right? So you're kind of driving yourself to another level.
Yeah.
These kids are going, in their minds, are going, I got to get to that level. That's the level. That's the bar.
Imagine where they go.
Really fun watching that evolution. So you've seen it through Aki. You've seen it through John. We saw it through Slaters. You've seen it through Andy Irons. You've seen it through all these surfers. Who's the next guy? Where's the next level?
Ooh,
I cannot wait.
There we go. Yeah, a special day for pro surfing, getting to witness that kind of performance. John Florence taking the win as we look at the Challenger Series final leaderboard. As we see Kanoa Igarashi, he won it. And he was very vocal about not wanting to take anyone's spot. And there's a lot of surfers that are thankful that he was a part of that petition. Zeke Lau was able to clinch early. Liam O'Brien finishes third. Connor O'Leary in fourth. And Griffin rounding out that top 5 picture. But also welcoming a lot of fresh faces to this Challenger Series leaderboard that'll be on the championship tour as well. Nat Young hanging on to 10th, even getting knocked out very early. And a new name like Callum Robinson, who turned in such a brilliant run here at Haleiwa. Imaikalani deVault was devastated the other day. He ended up going home and surfing great waves on Maui, and all of a sudden his phone started blowing up, BL, and he's on the Dream Tour.
He's still there, and some lesser-known Australians as well. You said Callum Robson, Jackson Baker there. Young guys who have been at it a long time, and then Carlos and Luca Macinas for Peru and Costa Rica. Great to see those flags there as well.
Really, really cool as we check out the entire tour for 2022 on the championship tour. Gabriel Medina will be the #1 seed after clinching his 3rd world title. And check out all those new names. Carlos Munoz, the last qualification spot. Jackson Baker will give Ryan Callanan some backup from Merriweather. Joao Chianca is also a powerhouse from Brazil. So it's going to be really fun to see them all compete at Pipeline next year.
Who is your Rookie of the Year pick?
Are we already going there? We're just digesting this massive day. You got to add Jake Marshall to that list as well as a fresh face on tour, and a lot of great comeback stories. Is there a Rookie of the Year that's screaming at you, Barton?
I like the brother combination, Miguel and Samuel Pupo, and I feel like Samuel Pupo, on the performance he did here and the airs that he has and that ability he has, he could threaten some.
That's a great call. Waz, is something screaming at you?
You know, I'm just a dark horse guy, and, you know, I love Carlos, the Costa Rican. He's just got he's big surfing, and I can't wait to see him in all these different venues and see what he does, because he never holds back. And I feel like, you know, he could be one of those guys that could rise to the occasion and just keep pecking away and just get to the top of that Rookie of the Year.
That's pretty impressive. Joao Chianca, for me, powerhouse, not afraid of big waves. I feel like he's got the entire package. Make your early predictions now. We'll see them all at Pipeline. Much more to come on the post show. We'll come back with the top 5 moments right after this. This is the Michelob Ultra Pure Gold Post Show here at the Haleiwa Challenger, closing out another incredible year and a very high-intensity season. 4 big events and finishing here on the North Shore of Oahu. We wouldn't want it any other way, especially when you have massive swell. You have the fear in people's eyes, wondering what the decisions will look like when you get down to the beach. And we had a classic finals day and also got to see the women. They've had quite a break. The round of 32 saw the big names come to play, including 5-time world champion and Olympic gold medalist Carissa Moore. We waited a long time to see her hit the water, BL. What did you think of that first heat for the women today?
Well, it was just super impressive from Alyssa Spencer, that's for sure. Carissa was there, she was in good form. It wasn't, you know, the type of performance. It was a great first round performance, and I'm sure she didn't need to peak today, but Alyssa Spencer got the nod over her, which the backhand attack strides was amazing. She was ripping.
You know, it's funny when you see these young ladies in the lineup, because they're everywhere, right? You can't not see them out there. If you're surfing on the North Shore, you're going to run into each and every one of these young ladies. I've been running into her at Rocky Point, and she has just been in a rhythm, you know, like she's just on every little nugget coming through, and you can just see somebody having a flow, and she has had a great flow on the North Shore this season.
Well, it's such a statement you make, isn't it? I mean, anytime you see someone in the draw and Hawaii's next to their name, you're going, okay, yeah, they're used to this. And then you see people from California and you go, what can they do? How are they going to handle this? Let alone a 5-time world champ next to them. To get that win, she made a huge statement today. That was one of the biggest heat wins she's had in her entire career.
Absolutely, and it's one thing to do it in a free surf, and then to carry that momentum into a heat against, you know, one of the very best ever was a big statement, as you said, Joey.
A lot of points on the line as well. Alyssa Spencer now moves up to 12th, heading into what could be finals day in the next couple of days. We'll see how she handles that, Was.
Well, I feel like she's not thinking about qualification because she was kind of outside of that zone, but it's going to creep in there. You make finals day, that's going to be in the back of your head. I would bet that her camp is just trying to keep her, you know, one foot in front of the other, one wave, you know, after the other. But, you know, it's just, oh, qualified on the main stage. Oh, my gosh, you know what's going to happen. It's an interesting, you know, mindset. But the confidence is all you need to carry. You have to continue with confidence.
That's true, and let's keep that good flow going towards Alyssa Spencer. She has officially made our daily top 5. Coming in at number 5, it is that backhand attack of Alyssa Spencer coming from San Diego, California. That brought her to that big win that we just took a look at. What makes her backhand so unique and earning big points here at Haleiwa, BL?
Well, the board looked great in the position of the bottom turns. The understanding of the waves to catch, the whole performance was complete.
Great performance there for Alyssa. She used that backhand with authority, and she kept on finding the right waves to choose that let her really coil up hard in the pocket was.
Yeah, you know, she's waiting for it. She's looking for that lip line, and she is not holding back. This is something I've been seeing out of her. She's really letting it go in the lip, and if you hold back on a swing, your ball's going to go the wrong way. She's not holding back, and everything looks right.
Number 4 on the top 5, local boy, junior in high school at Wailua, gets into the main event and does some damage. What a run into the quarterfinals for Shion Crawford.
You could see the size difference from the morning through to the afternoon, and it was wild and woolly out there this morning, and he used his local knowledge to put himself in the right place, and he's done it for the whole event, and really showing himself to be a great young competitor. Great surfer, obviously, but his competitive skills are really starting to shine.
It's such a cool story when a Grom comes up, gets a chance to show what they've got against the best in the world, and does so much damage. I mean, that is something we always celebrate, and I don't know if Shion's gonna be able to go to sleep tonight, Was.
You know, I talked to him after, you know, he bowed out of the event, and he was so stoked, and he felt so good, and his dad was there with him, and, you know, you could see the fire was still within him. So he's gonna carry this with a lot of confidence and feel like he's got what it takes to continue on as a pro surfer and look for, you know, more out of this whole thing. And his dad told me a story about, you know, the beginning of the pandemic, and hey, Dad, I want a weight set. And his dad was like, what, a weight set? He's like, yeah, I want a weight set. So I said, all right, I'll get you a weight set. And he just put on weight, he got stronger, and he started winning. So he took it upon himself to do the work, and it paid off.
That's extra special. Great insight. What a cool story. He obviously sees his future unfolding in front of him, and he's been winning. So he's won NSSA Nationals about a week ago before this event started. And then he won U.S. Champs right before that. Then into this main event. Sometimes these roles you can just get on, and Shion's living through it right now.
And this is a different level altogether, isn't it? You know, to NSA and Nationals, and this is the big time, and to be matching it with the best surfers in the world would give him a lot of confidence.
Congrats there as well, Shion, getting number 4 of the top 5. Number 3 on the list, Vahine, with a lot of pressure coming into this event, looking to keep her spot in qualification. She surfed quite well today. Strider, what'd you think?
It's just more of what I've been seeing. I walked up here on a free surf when it was an off day of the contest, and she blew my mind. She hit the lip so hard and so vertical, I had to ask myself, was that Vahine again and again in my mind? And it was. And I was like, geez, she has really turned up the volume, and it's paying off.
Yeah, I mean, she's a great tube rider. We all know what she's done there, but to have herself in qualification at this point in time is a great thing.
Number 2 on the top 5. Great job for a runner-up finish for West Aussie. Jack Robinson was lethal today, BL.
See that shot of him blocking out the noise, the fingers in the ears, just to find himself in amongst all of this. And he's an incredible young man, and we're going to see so much from him this year and moving forward.
His focus was so clear, and his heats were unbelievably stacked. He had 2 matchups back-to-back with Zeke Lau, and he kept getting the right waves. His carves are looking more powerful than ever, Strider.
Yeah, he's on point. He's been playing with the volume of his boards, and he's gone to a little bit more foam.
And I think everyone could have called this one. Number 1, John Florence, not only winning the event, but this move, a 10-point ride in the final, just to add to his legacy today.
Well, the projection on the first one, he came around so fast, it was incredible. The layback snap on that frothy face was near impossible to be that sharp into that tube and into the air. That was, he's a magician.
I think he's just, like we said before, we haven't seen him. And now that he's back, we just get to re-recognize the speed and power that he surfs with. And that's everything in surfing these days. The speed and the power combined with technical surfing is exactly what is the winning formula, so to speak. You know, we know Gabby's got it, and Italo's got it, I think Toledo's got it, and John, he obviously, and just showed us why he is the best surfer in the world right now in my mind.
Do any of those guys have rail work like John Florence?
I don't believe so.
Fair call.
And it's interesting because in a title race, I mean, you've got to stay healthy, and that's maybe something that John's had to learn, even though he didn't want to go through everything he's been through. But he said he's learned so much. You know, that knee, then it's hurting the opposite knee earlier in the season. That was devastating news when he kicks off with a win at Pipeline. You want to see him healthy to go from start to finish with Medina and Italo and Felipe and the rest of the crew. And right now it feels like maybe he's finally found that regiment where he can surf as hard as he wants, but also stay healthy at the end of the day.
And understand the time and place, when to give, when to hold back, when to manage what you're doing so that you don't end up injured. And if he stays fit, I can't wait to watch next year. It's going to be great if he stays fit and he's in there.
I had the chance to interview him after a heat win. And, you know, we were talking about, you know, how he's feeling and whether he was just focusing on Haleiwa right now. And he said, really, I'm just focusing on being back in the jersey to get ready for next year.
Yeah.
So he wants to, there's that feeling that kind of fades away, I guess, when you're not in the jersey for a while. You have to get back into that flow and that feeling. So even the best surfers in the world have to get used to putting that cape back on.
Yeah.
What a day we've had, and we're not done yet. We've got to crown our champions on the women's side and set up qualification for 2022. We'll say bye for now, leave you with the highlights, and see you tomorrow morning at 7:30 local time for the call. Take care.
The action is hot here at Haleiwa. It's finals day.
If you do get swept outside, you can cover the ski.
Here comes Zeke now.
Yeah, it's always just all don't get that.
So we look at that clean carve off the top for Jack Robinson.
Callum Robson, congratulations. You're officially going to be a rookie.
I was just having a shocker there. Yeah, I'm so stoked.
Conor Coffin. Kanoa Igarashi completes it. Sammy Poops going to town. John Florence, big off the lip. One more time.
Is it safe to say that John's back?
In the finals, so my chances are better.
John. Throwing it above the lip and around for the 360. Another hack in the barrel. All of it being performed. Huge air. Are you kidding me? On the reverse. Huge.
John Florence, your champion here at Haleiwa for the second time of his career.
Now we are jumping into the women's round of 32.
Alyssa Spencer banging another backhand turn off the top.
Yeah, it was so cool being in a heat with Carissa too.
Wow, see that flare of the tail in that one. Full commitment and aggression in those turns.
Here we go, Brisa. Nice first opening carve.
Luana Silva, look at that top carve.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.